Yo, what up, everybody? Thinking of... I'm thinking of getting one of these DJI Avatas just for fun.
There's been a noticeable change in tone from the mercurial
Hey, Gig,
U.S.
what's
president.
up?
Donald Trump described his call with Canada's Prime Minister to report.
I'm looking... wham? What do you mean by looking wham?
Reporters a short time ago. Apparently, the two leaders are now on a first-name basis, but that may not matter. Trump was blunt when asked if he would still follow through on his promise to impose more tariffs.
Well, absolutely, but we had a very good conversation. Mark called me today at 10 o'clock. We put out a statement. We had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens, but we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd, because, and I'm not referring to Canada, but many countries have taken advantage of us.
We'll get Mark Carney's version of how things went this hour. He's expected to speak, and we'll bring that to you live when it happens. The CBC's Karina Roman is tracking all the latest developments.
Yeah, Trump's fucktard.
President Trump has had a phone call with Canada's Mark Carney, the first since Carney took over as Prime Minister.
Okay, they don't have any actual
2
details
years
about the phone call.
ago yesterday, a young black man was shot by the West Virginia State Police SWAT team inside his home while he was sleeping in his bed. He was completely innocent, wasn't suspected of having committed any crime, and yet you haven't even heard about it, have you? You didn't see it on the national news. You didn't see anybody marching. You didn't see any civil rights leaders upset about this. You didn't see any politicians upset about this. You didn't see any press conferences from the governor or the West Virginia State Police or anybody about why this innocent young man was shot literally in his bed. And now 2 years later, no report has been released.
Wham means swole? Alright, well thanks, Wandering Mason.
Instead, they for 2 years have been trying to cover up the truth and to conceal the facts because they're worried about a civil lawsuit. This video is about my client, Darius Lester, who fortunately survived being shot, but who has been gaslit now for over 2 years, and who just yesterday has filed a federal civil rights lawsuit seeking to vindicate his constitutional rights and hold that guy accountable for what would be a crime anywhere else outside of a corrupt small county in West Virginia. Now, maybe I shouldn't say corrupt county.
Dark Globe 100 donated $3.
Do you respect Donald Trump?
I respect the office of the President of the United States, and we have to show respect to other world leaders. The bottom line is the Americans buy 75% of our goods. So whoever's the Prime Minister is going to have to, at some point, deal with President Trump. He was only elected a short time ago. He's going to be around for 4 more years. You can be respectful and firm, and I believe we have to be both. I will insist the President recognize the independence and sovereignty of Canada. I will insist that he stop tariffing our nation. And at the same time, I will strengthen our country so that we can be capable of standing our own 2 feet and standing up to the Americans where and when necessary. That's what it means when I say, let's put Canada first for a change.
Yeah, man, that's typical political response. It's pretty obvious he wanted to say Trump's an absolute fucktard, but he obviously can't say that. I'm hoping to dear shit the conservatives win a majority. 'Cause holy fuck is shit getting gay as fuck here. The Liberal Party is just going to take away all your fun and let criminals just run around on the street. That's all they're interested in. They want to make things more expensive, and they want more criminals, and they want to take away your guns. That's been their agenda for the last 10 years. Fuzz donated $2. Let me see.
Welcome back, Defenders.
All right, we'll probably watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
Maybe I should say notorious county. Where this occurred is McDowell County, West Virginia. If you search for that on YouTube, you'll find some fascinating videos of people just driving around McDowell County and showing how the economy there was completely devastated, how it was a once thriving boom county due to coal. But when the coal jobs left, it sort of left devastation in its wake. And in my almost 20 years of handling police misconduct allegations in West Virginia, that is probably the most notorious.
Incoming cute. This may be too much cute for you. So I hope that you can endure this. Don't say you weren't warned.
Oh my god. So sentient. What the hell? Ow. Ow. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Think you might have to explain to him that's his tail. It's not a snake or a caterpillar, that's his tail. Oh. Oh my god.
Feeling better now?
Oh. He's looking right at you with his sentient eyes.
I love you. 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 I love you.
Wow. That's a really good Joey. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Place that I've ever dealt with. It can be a really shady place. So this actually went down in a very tiny community there in that county called Big Sandy. Darius Lester is somebody who I would still refer to as a kid, but he's working full-time for a coal company driving a coal truck. From what I've heard, nobody has anything but good things to say about him. He had no criminal history. At this time, he wasn't suspected of having committed any crime. He just happened to be staying at his uncle's house. Unbeknownst to him, his uncle was being investigated for allegations regarding his computer. The cops wanted to seize his uncle's computer hard drive. This had nothing to do with Darius, except the location. The evening before, Darius was working the night shift driving the coal truck. He didn't get home from work until about 4 a.m. He gets home and he goes to sleep where he likes to sleep in his uncle's house. And this is on a couch that is sort of like a futon, and it's in a common area of that home. I visited the home after this occurred, and you have to understand the context of the layout of the house because it's important here. When you come in the front door of the house, you would walk through the main room, the largest room of the house, which is the living room. Then you come into the kitchen. And from the kitchen, you then have to make a 90-degree right-hand turn towards the bedrooms on that side of the house. On the other side of the kitchen is sort of a common area. It could be a family room, whatever. I'll call it the common area. This is where this futon/couch was that Darius liked to sleep on. Now that room was sort of under renovation. So there were tools laying around. So he gets home 4 a.m. He conks out. He goes to sleep on that bed, on that couch. By the time he would wake up, the West Virginia State Police's SWAT team would already be in the house, aiming weapons at him, aiming flashlights at him inside the pitch dark house. So the West Virginia State Police's SWAT team, which they call the SRT, the Special Response Team, shows up at the front door of this house. I reviewed the warrant that was left at the residence. There was nothing in the warrant affidavit that was given to the judge that specifically made any allegations that somebody inside the house was believed to be armed or dangerous, and thus requiring a...
They detected melanin.
SWAT team to treat it in this manner. It was, by all accounts, a routine search warrant execution that pertained to wanting to get somebody's hard drive. There was nothing saying that there were firearms in the house or that anybody inside had a criminal history or was believed to be dangerous. They did not...
Yeah, I can guarantee you they looked up who lives there, black people. Guaranteed.
Have a no-knock entry warrant. It was just a regular search warrant. So they show up with a SWAT team. I don't know how many guys, but a bunch, presumably in body armor, with rifles, perhaps machine guns, etc. One thing they don't have is...
Just random vids, only $2 scary cat. Whoa. Oh my god, that cat is scary. Oh Jesus, he's a space marine. Oh my god. Typical American diet.
Root beer! Man, you gotta be serious about your nutrition. You gotta think of your body as a machine. Nutrition is the fuel. What's a typical day of food for you?
Well, I start with a sensible breakfast.
What?
A bunch of powdered sugar on a hot dog.
That's not sensible, that is insensible. What about lunch?
Usually turkey sandwich on wheat.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I just deep fry that sucker and dump a bunch of powdered sugar on top.
This Looney Tunes series was absolutely god-awful and terrible. I don't know whose idea it was, but it was just terrible. But yeah, that is typical American diet. Terrorist rag law. Oh yeah, look at that.
Facilitation. That was
good. You're done too. Next, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds
up.
is disgusting.
Yep. Well, yeah. Come on up. Enjoy your terrorist rag. Come on, let's go. You're next.
Whoa.
Come on. What's your name? I'm the chairman. I can say what I want. If you don't like it, you can leave. Come on. You're next.
You get paid by us.
I'll clear the room, and then we can move on if I hear one more outburst. I don't have to have any of you sit here. One more.
Wasn't given any type of...
That guy is absolutely based. Yeah, fucking terrorist. And again, look at him. Skinny ass beta male, fucking cuck loser, fat bitch. Like, they're all the same. Just fucking losers. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vid. Tism donated $2.
A lot of times people will say, I don't want to label my child, but the unfortunate reality is we either get the label of autism or the world will label your child themselves and you're not going to like it. It's either they have autism or they're stupid. The world is going to notice these differences and assign some language to it. There will be accommodations the child will not be eligible for.
I'm 91 and I've always cooked my food in lard. It tastes busting and is actually much better for you than all those oils in plastic bottles. Another good thing about lard
What a fucking retard, dude.
is that you can reuse it and it tastes better each time. And something else I've always done is to spread my butter nice and thick. People often comment asking, what's my secret to having such a long, healthy life? I think one answer would be to cook in lard, and the other answer, well, there for another video.
Oh man, what a stupid, stupid old man. You can find people of his age who smoke cigarettes. Like, I mean, these people are so stupid. What is this? Oh my god. Remembering the time when my wife took her last breath and the sorrow caused me to have a massive heart attack. No, it's from your terrible diet, you fucking idiot. So this guy's actually suffered a heart attack already. Dude, what a dumbass. Holy shit. That's so stupid. It's been called the Gulf of Mexico for centuries. Cool story, bro. Now do genders. Thanks for the donation, Tism.
Body cams, because although the West Virginia State Police by this time has made every traffic officer wear a body cam, because, you know, traffic incidents are important. When they think it's important enough to send a SWAT team in, they think it's important enough to wear extra body armor and have extra special weapons and backup, they don't want that on camera. Because if something happens, the courts and the public and the media will just have to take their word for it. There won't be any proof one way or the other. And that's the situation we ended up in. So no body cams, SWAT team, they show up at approximately 5:30 in the morning. The same time of year as right now. I got up at 6 o'clock this morning and it was still pitch dark outside. So 5:30 in the morning, it's pitch black outside. Darius is asleep inside. His uncle is also asleep in the master bedroom. Pitch black inside the house. Of course they know this. That's why they're there at 5:30 in the morning. No emergency lights on outside to alert anyone to a law enforcement presence. Before breaking in the door and storming in the house, they claim to have knocked and announced. They claim to have said, police search warrant or something like that. They claim to have said that likely because there's a constitutional requirement for them to do so. But the evidence indicates that they did not want the occupants of the home to know that they were there, which is why they didn't have any emergency lights on outside, why they showed up at 5:30 in the morning when they thought everyone would be asleep. But we know that nobody inside, neither of the occupants inside, heard their knock and announce. Everyone's still sleeping, even after they break in the door. Then this SWAT team streams inside to clear the house. The point officer is the one who would end up confronting Darius. He goes straight through the house, as I explained previously, where you have to go across the living room, into the kitchen, then make a 90-degree right-hand turn to that common area where the couch was that Darius was sleeping on. At that point, Senior Trooper J.I. Jones shot Darius 2 times, once in his upper torso and once in his left arm. We know that this either occurred on or in the immediate vicinity of the couch on which Darius had been sleeping, as indicated by the bullet holes and blood all over as well as under that couch. And as he laid on the couch bleeding after being shot, Darius recalled hearing one of the officers say, "Did he have a gun?" And we believe that the SRT officers initially believed that Darius was actually his uncle. Maybe it wasn't that big of a deal to shoot the target of their investigation in their minds. When one of the SRT officers found the uncle on the other side of the house asleep in the master bedroom, the officers then likely realized that they had shot someone else, an unknown young black male who was entirely unrelated to their investigation. And it was at that point that we believe they cooked up a story, because they have to have a story about why he was shot 2 times. He was not armed with any sort of firearm or knife or anything like that. He was in his bed. We believe one of the officers located a hammer in that room because there were tools around, and that's when they fabricated false justification for having shot Darius, claiming that Darius intended to attack this SWAT team with a hammer. Now, mind you, he has no criminal history, no pending charges. In other words, he has no reason to attack a SWAT team, much less with a hammer. Now, you see the deer head on the wall. Nearby was actually a hunting rifle. So if he thought that his home was being burglarized and he wanted to defend the house, he could have grabbed a rifle had he been awake. Why would he grab a hammer? All of that is completely irrational. So after he shot, the officers tended to him on that very couch that Darius had been sleeping on just minutes earlier. They applied a tourniquet. They called for EMS. Darius asked what was going on, and they told him to shut up. The officers also told him to quit looking at them, and the cover-up began. Attempting to justify the shooting, as Darius is in the hospital undergoing emergency medical treatment, the West Virginia State Police apparently directed another trooper, Senior Trooper K.M. Sadler, to file a criminal complaint. These are criminal charges against Darius, charging him with 1 felony count of attempt to commit malicious wounding. And this is important. The narrative alleged this. Upon arrival, SRT knocked and announced their presence twice before breaching the door to the target residence.
Dude, I just hate the police so goddamn much. When they fuck up, they'll try to fuck you over so that they don't get fired or get a demotion or anything. There's nothing within the system that can prevent them from doing that. If they're stupid, incompetent fucking morons and they do something fucking stupid, they'll fuck you over so they don't have to take responsibility.
Upon entry, SRT members encountered a male subject, later identified as Darius Lester. Lester had a hammer in his hand and rushed towards members of the SRT with the hammer up in a striking position. Despite being given verbal commands to drop the weapon, Lester continued towards the SRT members with a deadly weapon still in hand in a raised position. A SRT member, reacting to the threat presented by Lester, discharged his firearm twice to stop the threat, striking Lester. Now, for some reason, they had a police officer write that and swear to that, who was not there when it happened, who was not the shooter. So when that actually went to court...
Whoa.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. I bet you were missing me saying that lol. Anywho, this would be me if I'm going to a places that has no ops.
But I brought my own tofu. I saw that they didn't have tofu as an option for ingredients, so I have to add my own. For the games. Oh, and tempeh too. Oh, both, obviously. Maggie. Oh, I bring my own tempeh and tofu to work, so gotta label it as my name for the game.
I just wouldn't bother eating out. But thanks for the donation, Ben. This is hilarious. They got somebody to swear under oath who wasn't even there. Like, it just shows you how fucking stupid these people are. They're so fucking dumb and incompetent, but they're given these sorts of responsibilities.
The judge found that there was no probable cause for the charge, and it was dismissed on July 6th of 2023.
Today, a hearing was held to see if the court would officially charge him with this crime.
Here we have a very unique situation in that Trooper Sadler, who has been called here to testify on behalf of the state, has absolutely no knowledge whatsoever. He is basing everything that he knows about this based on a Trooper Yeager. And Trooper Yeager as Trooper Sadler testified to, wasn't involved in what happened on that day. So about 20
Two witnesses were presented to bolster the state's case. Neither witness.
What's even worse is that Looney Tunes show has several critics such as Doug Walker inculting its own creators, defending it by saying that the fans of the original Looney Tunes just can't accept change.
When I say controversy, I mean geeks. They're not loony anymore.
Yeah, this was just terrible. It wasn't funny. It was just like stupid. It was just like a stupid drama.
Some say it's mostly dialogue with not enough slapstick and too many changes made to the Looney Tunes personas. Bugs chips a tooth, she wants to selfishly leave him out. Despite the original Lola never seemed to get angry at.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This was on the premises, let alone inside the home at the time of the incident. After Magistrate Van Dyke heard from all parties, he announced that not enough evidence was presented to officially press charges against him.
So the only witness that the state brought, was this guy who wasn't there, who just wrote this up. So it appears that this other Trooper Sadler, was utilized basically to conceal the identity of the shooter, which then enabled the state police to deny FOIA requests that I was sending to get information. There's an open criminal case. That's an exception to FOIA. We can't give you any information, even though they clearly had no intention of even trying to prosecute or prove that criminal charge. Sounds like obstruction, doesn't it? They were obstructing the victim. So the criminal charge was then dismissed. But thereafter, the West Virginia State Police still denied my FOIA request. They claimed to still be investigating the shooting, even though no charges were pending anymore. And it had been over 5 months since the shooting. In West Virginia, there's a 1-year statute of limitations for criminal cases for misdemeanors. Just several days before that would bar them from charging Darius with a misdemeanor forever, on March 6, 2024, they filed yet another criminal complaint against him, this time charging him with misdemeanor assault. And these charges were brought by Sergeant Jerry Davis, who just happened to be the state trooper who was supposed to be investigating the shooting, who was communicating with the family, who was trying to visit and interview Darius when he was still in the hospital. He was supposed to be investigating and writing the report about the shooting, which still 2 years later, we don't have. He's the one who files more charges against Darius for allegedly attacking the SWAT team with a hammer. What was the effect of that? Well, they didn't have to give us the report. And guess what? That charge is still pending. They can't prove it. It's bogus, but they're leaving it out there. Why? We had 2 years to file a lawsuit about the shooting, a civil lawsuit. They kept that charge pending without it going to court for 2 years, without providing discovery, without even providing a copy of their report about what happened at the shooting. They never provided it to me. They never provided it to Darius or his criminal defense attorney. We believe they purposefully did that in an attempt to toll the 2-year statute of limitations to file a lawsuit, forcing the lawsuit to be filed without the benefit of being able to obtain and review the investigation report. But of course, we did file a lawsuit. So ultimately now, because we don't have any body cam footage, it's going to be up to a jury who can listen to both sides and resolve the factual dispute. Did Darius attempt to attack this heavily armed SWAT team with a hammer? For no reason at all. That's why we have.
Do you think judges are good against corrupt police? Entirely depends on the judge. So if you have a good judge that just wants to do a proper job, then sure. But if you have a dickhead, racist, boomer, dumbass judge, then like, no.
We have juries. That's why we have courthouses. And honestly, I can't wait to make that argument. Isn't it a little more likely that the SWAT team just didn't get all dressed up for nothing? And they did something that's actually very likely to happen when your government sends an armed SWAT team into your home. That's why it shouldn't happen unless it's absolutely necessary. All of these tragic stories occur when this happens at the wrong address or with the wrong person. Mistakes are always made by the government because government is almost always incompetent. They're going to make mistakes. Or maybe this wasn't a mistake at all, but something far more sinister. So I can't wait to get this before a jury. And if you want to follow along in this case, you can subscribe here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com, because now there's no way they can stop me from getting all of the discovery, the investigation report.
As of yesterday, Ukraine believes the Black Sea ceasefire is in effect. This was yesterday. How's it going? Russia and Ukraine accuse each other of violating the energy infrastructure ceasefire. So this partial ceasefire announced by the United States and Saudi Arabia, it didn't even hold for 2 days. Now Ukraine is denying their accusation that they violated the ceasefire. What are the Russians claiming? And the Russians are claiming that Ukraine struck this Suja gas station in Kursk. There's a couple problems with this accusation. The first one is this Suja gas metering station is already destroyed.
Doug himself even attacks the Looney fans in this video by saying they just can't accept change at the 304 mark.
Is he actually trying to defend the show?
Still wants to speak to both an adult and a kid audience? The characters can stay the same, but it has to evolve with the rest of the world.
The Looney Tunes were appealing to adults. The show was just funny. What is he talking about?
Changes have to be made. And I think many of us know how most people react to change nowadays.
I don't want change! I don't want change!
Okay. Yeah, Nostalgia Critic is an actual fucking retard. I think he also talked shit about The Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, this guy's just like an actual fucking retard. He's not even a film critic. He's just a tard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mustard Buster, donate $2. Watch these, lol. Let me see.
I think it's 80 pounds, yeah.
That's not bad.
Damn.
Yeah.
Let me get a shot. Let her go! Stop hitting her!
What?
What are you talking about? I don't want to shoot you, Dad.
Dad?
I don't want to! But you made me do this!
Not funny. Oh, wow. That rabbit has a mech suit, and he's gonna shoot and kill people. Oh my god. Oh, that is so nice. I wonder if Gummy would like something like that. That'd be interesting to try.
Hey, boy, you eating all my fruit snacks?
What fruit snack?
Man, stop playing with me, boy.
That's not funny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The Russians destroyed it, trying to retake Kursk. So the Russians are now claiming that Ukraine shelled or bombed this metering station in Suja. But my question is...
What a surprise. The Russians are lying fucking retards, and they can't even hold a ceasefire for a few days.
Are there Russian military personnel there? There probably is. And here is a serious problem with this ceasefire on energy sites in Russia. Because the Russians, if you remember, they turned the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant into an ammunition depot and a command post. Because Ukraine couldn't bomb a nuclear power plant. So if there...
Also, why should we have to accept change? The Looney Tunes do not need to be updated. They're timeless. They did not need to update them in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or even 80s for that matter, so why do they need to now?
It's because Nostalgia Critic is a stupid, dumb baby with absolutely no taste, and he doesn't understand what makes something good or bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There is a partial ceasefire on oil depots and refineries, and Russia now believes these are safe spaces that Ukraine can't or won't bomb. Are they going to immediately turn all of their energy sites into their command posts and ammunition depots? That is definitely something I think the Russians would do.
How much are these Boston Dynamics robo-dogs lol? Donation gold for Gummy's mech now.
I think they have 2-tier models. One's a smaller one, one's a larger one. And I think the larger one's like $30K. I think this is the large one. Yeah, I think the like big, huge one that you can put like a machine gun on. Those might be like $30K. Oh no. So these are 74,000. At least according to like 4 years ago. Those are pretty big though. The one in the video was it's probably like one of these. Much cheaper one. That one's 1,600. I don't know if you could fit Gummy on top of something like this. Like Gummy is a huge ass cat. Like a little rabbit would fit, but you'd need a pretty big robot dog. Maybe that one? $4K on Amazon, $16K Robo Store. That one's 1,000. That one has a robotic arm. Yeah, they really vary. Thanks for the donation, David. Bambus donate $2. Imagine this happened. I would be all in favor of that. Oh. That's hilarious. That alpaca's like, get the fuck out of my way. That is a based alpaca. Oh. So sentient. Oh, look at his little hands. Oh my god, he has little hands. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Bambus.
So what is Ukraine accusing Russia of? Russia targets Odessa with drones, hits gas infrastructure in Poltava Oblast, despite the energy ceasefire. So Poltava is without power right now because Russia struck their energy infrastructure. They also struck energy infrastructure when they were bombing the train station in Kherson. There's a video filmed by Zarina, and I can't play the video because she shows a body. The Russians are still killing innocent civilians while trying to destroy civilian and energy.
What's Trump gonna say, huh? What do you think Trump's excuse is gonna be? Oh, Putin wants an end to the war. He agreed to the ceasefire. They're not gonna destroy energy infrastructure. Putin, this is a pathway to peace. Putin violates the ceasefire for absolutely no reason, wasn't in retaliation to anything, murders innocent fucking civilians. I can guarantee you, guaranteed, Trump is going to say, oh, well, Ukraine violated the ceasefire first, so, obviously it's only fair. He's obviously going to take Putin's side. You know why? Because he's Kreznov. Americans are so fucking stupid, they voted for a Russian spy. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Laptop, black, so it run faster. Now it just doesn't work. In my lap.
That's a good joke.
Go.
That is true. Black people do have a massive disadvantage with swimming. Oh, that would hurt. Yeah, BMO was light enough where even if she did that and she'd crawl up your back, it didn't hurt because she was just so light. If Gummy did this, it would hurt like hell.
Why'd you do that?
These are good cats.
Put
together this.
That's what Gummy does to my mom. Oh. Oh. Oh, that is so nice.
You know what you did, Shane?
Oh! Oh my god!
Those cats are great. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Sadie. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
More fallout from the cuts by Elon Musk and
Mega voter sends message to Trump in CNN interview. Alright, I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Americans are so stupid they think something as timless as the Looney Tunes needs to be updated for the 21st century.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Got that right. You want to bet a Nostalgia Critic voted for Trump? He's a fucking dumbass. Imagine calling yourself a film critic and then liking the new Looney Tunes. Like, you have to be a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Street Vegan donating $2. Did you hear about the earthquake, Thailand, and Myanmar? Yeah. Yeah, nice try, dipshit. I did hear about that, though.
his Doge team, President Trump got more than 70% of the vote in Wood County, West Virginia last November. But some people who find their federal jobs in limbo now say they regret supporting him. Randy Kay has more.
This flag used to hang there. This was the flag Jennifer Piggott proudly hung outside her home during campaign 2024.
We had the flag. I had the shirt. I was a MAGA junkie.
A MAGA junkie who thought her government job would be safe with Donald Trump in office. She was wrong.
I cried. It's scary, you know? It's a really scary thing, and
Again, the definition of stupidity is doing things that violate your own interest. Imagine voting for somebody who's going to fire you. Just so fucking stupid. It's like an absolute fucking miracle that democracy has lasted so long in the United States.
I'm not sure about nostalgia, Mr. Gaines, but I will bet you Frank Tufano is a huge Trump supporter.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's apolitical and he's also a massive anti-Semite, so he probably thinks Trump is like some sort of hyper-Jew Illuminati member, something or other. So I don't think so. Thanks for the donation, though, Dark Globe.
I was embarrassed.
He's a good boy. Piggott was abruptly fired last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service, based here in Parkersburg, West Virginia. The reason given for the firings of 125 probationary employees at the Bureau? Poor performance.
I had my last review on the 31st of January, and I had the highest rating that you can get on a review, less than 21 days before I was terminated for my performance.
You voted for Donald Trump.
I did.
Do you regret that vote?
Yes, I do. To cut the knees out of the working class Americans just doesn't make sense to me. I expected more from President Donald Trump.
Since speaking out, Piggott says she's received death threats and her home has been egged. This woman asked us not to show her face for fear of
I mean, you kind of deserve it because you're a dumb bitch. Like,
Attribution. She recently retired from the Bureau of Fiscal Service.
dude, it's like being a Jew and voting for Hitler. Like, what are you thinking? Plato was right. Donate $2.
Governments are essential.
All right, I'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Because she was afraid of losing her health insurance if she was fired. She also voted for Trump.
Would you still have supported him?
I'm not sure that I would have. The way that it's been done, I'm for balancing the budget, that type of thing, but not in this context. It's just not right.
Earlier this month, a federal judge ordered half a dozen federal agencies to immediately offer thousands of probationary employees their jobs back. But this week, the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court to put that judge's ruling on hold and stop those employees from returning to work. Eric Engel is a representative for the National Treasury Employees Union.
They are fully reinstated, all 125 of them. They are on paid admin leave.
Now they're getting paid for not doing their job. So did the government really save any money here?
Not at all. No. That's not. I personally don't believe that was ever the.
Just brilliant. Absolute fucking genius, dude. Trump said he was going to balance the budget his last term. He increased national debt more than any other fucking president in history. Like, just imagine how bad it's going to be now. Like, it'll never end because people don't care. The people who voted for Trump don't care about reality. They are fundamentally irrational people. You'll ask them, why did you vote for Trump? And then they'll say, well, the economy. And then he could completely fuck over the economy, make everyone poor and homeless, turn the U.S. into a third world country. And then you'll ask him, do you think it's a good idea to vote for Trump? Yeah, because I don't really care about the economy. I really care about, like, him banning trannies. That's the bigger problem. They don't care. No one's ever going to care. It's just, there's nothing you can do. The only solution is eugenics. Do not allow them to reproduce. If you stop the cockroaches from reproducing, they'll stop biting you, eating your food, shitting everywhere. It's the only solution.
The point, but they're not saving any money from these probationary and trial period employee firings. This has nothing to do with eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse.
The Bureau of Fiscal Service employs more than 2,000 people here in Parkersburg. People we spoke with told us it's considered the place to work. Jobs at the Bureau are hard to come by, and people have always believed it was one of the most stable employers. Rhonda Bragg is another probationary employee who was fired from the Bureau. She didn't vote for Trump because she feared something like this might happen.
A lot of people who voted for Donald Trump lost their jobs now. What do you think about that? What do you want to say to them?
You know, at first I wanted to say, when all this happens, you deserved it. At the same time, they're in the same spot that I am. And I honestly don't think any of us deserved it. It's not even $50,000 a year. You know, it's not that much money. I'm blue collar just like the rest of them in this valley.
In a statement regarding the reinstated employees, a spokesperson for the Treasury Department told us they are weighing how best to consider their performance, Treasury's operational needs, and the Trump administration's government-wide effort to increase efficiency.
Come on, baby.
That's hardly any consolation to Jennifer Piggott and her family.
If you could say anything to President Trump now, what would you say?
I expected better from you. I really did. I expected that you would do what was right and cut waste and fraud and all of those things that you promised us before we elected you in office, but you're not doing that. You're creating a disaster, and I don't know what America's going to look like if this continues.
Randy Gate joins us now. What's next for those federal employees?
Well, Anderson, they're really in limbo as they wait for their case and their
Stupid.
Structures. Imagining a nation without a government would mean imagining a country with no regulation. That means no law and order, no one to defend against external enemies, manage economic conditions, or redistribute income and resources, to mention a few consequences. So needless to say, we need governance.
Guaranteed. This guy is recording audio through a headset. Like, bro, you can get a fucking Audio Technica microphone. I think some of their cheaper ones are like $30, $40. Like, give me a fucking break. $100 for a really good one. $50 for a USB one.
Why do all these filmmakers feel that these shows and movies need to be updated? Not everything needs to be changed. Sharks have been swimming our seas for 400 million years and have changed very little and are perfect predators.
Yes, that is a very good point, Dodo.
Sharks have lived on Earth since dinosaur times, and they haven't changed much for millions of years. Streamlined, powerful predators, they're perfectly suited for life in the sea.
Yes, if sharks don't need to change, why would the Looney Tunes have to change? Thanks, Dodo.
And not just any governance, but good governance. Plato recognized the flaws in democracy.
I can't listen to this. This guy's audio is just so terrible. Tell this fucking retard if he wants to make YouTube videos, maybe get a fucking microphone.
Infrastructure. Here's the city of Dnipro, 1 million people on fire as Shahed drone.
Like, what a dipshit. This is true, by the way, of all of these small channels that only have, like, 1K, 2K subs. They're like, why don't more people watch? I can't grow my channel. They don't buy a fucking microphone so people can hear them, and they use some fucking shitty headset where it's just all the fucking time, or it has just like fucked up gain in audio peaks and just sounds like shit, or their videos are just fucking stupid. They'll just ramble about fucking nonsense and then wonder why nobody wants to listen. Well, donate $2. Would you date a crazy pagan chick like this? She is not nearly hot enough to put up with stupid crazy. Even if she did ass to mouth, that still wouldn't be worth it. So yeah, not nearly hot enough. Thanks for the donation, lol. Dodo donated $2.
Recently, Francesca Fiorentini asked us at TYT to take her podcast, Habituation Room, off the network. And we happily agreed to that. And today, I'm going a little further, and I'm going to take Francesca off the network entirely. So you won't see her on any of the TYT shows going forward. So I want you guys to know why I'm doing that and how this whole situation isn't really about Francesca. It's about...
I don't agree with her. That's why.
TYT, our community, and what we stand for. And so we're for open minds and open hearts. And so I want all of you to know that, and I want to build a community that believes in that and invites people in that believe in the same things. And by the way, if you don't believe in the same things and you say, no, I have a strict ideology and I have no open mind about that, no problem. There are tons of shows out there for you guys. So first of all, we've had some disagreements, I certainly have, with some of the far left, but I think they've been relatively small. But if you think that they've been large, no problem. So they've been around the issue of crime. Did crime rise between 2019 and 2023? Well, is when others, among the issues, is when others say, to play in the American women's national team. You're using the wrong pronoun there.
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me? Yes.
Okay, you would let, and it's their opinions. That's why they think that they're right. It's another thing to say that you speak for the left. As you just saw there, 67% of Democrats have a position that is actually to the right of mine. I say that trans girls should be allowed to play in girls' sports in high school. 67% of Democrats say no, not allowed in any women's sports.
Just childish nonsense.
This is an NP5K PDW. I've got the iconic vert grip on it, magazine, but they do make
Dude, it's so fucking gay how the shit's banned in Canada. Fuck Canada, dude. So fucking stupid. Lamar, $2 would you smash?
Hey ladies, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Can I help you find anything specific, or are you just browsing?
We're actually looking for bathing suits.
Yeah, how are you? Okay, we have a whole swim room over here. Let me show you.
Okay.
Do you guys have like a favorite color or like any idea what you would want?
No, I don't. Being out. Is this for like, because I'm not ready to show off my goodies.
I've been working here for 5 years now, and I have never seen anyone dressed like that come in here.
She's okay looking.
So it was really interesting. I wanted to make sure that they got like more of my undivided. You can try it on, and like
Like,
I won't take offense
okay.
if you guys don't like anything.
None of them are really attractive.
I'll do 1 pieces, 2 pieces, everything. Okay, what size do you?
Like, if that chick lost maybe 30 or 40 pounds, she'd probably be the best looking one.
Pieces, 2 pieces, everything.
How can anybody even wear this?
Okay, maybe more like 40, 50.
Anything like with patterns on it like that.
I'm trying to get them. Claudia, if you guys need. So, that one.
The Amish are fucking scumbags, by the way.
This is you.
You guys look so cute.
You look so cute.
All we need is some inspiration to get that right.
Much?
They
What a stupid show is this? TLC. Ugh. Thanks for the donation, Lamar.
Slammed into apartment buildings. Russia's not promising a ceasefire on war crimes.
Gospel, donate $2. Let me
You know,
see.
my parents, I was their firstborn son. And when they saw me for the first time, it was the first moment where they realized that I had no limbs. They actually had ultrasounds done. But everyone was so excited that they forgot to check that I had arms and legs. So when I was born, it was a big shock. And the doctor told my mom and dad, we are so sorry that we didn't pick up his disability in the sonogram. We could have given you an opportunity to abort the child because your child is going to be a vegetable and he's never going to go to school and he's never going to walk. Thank God doctors are wrong.
What if I told you that every single day kids go to school, they become less
Gay, beta male, why would we listen to this fucking twink?
intelligent?
This man will change your entire perspective on the education system.
The fact is, there is so much more than just one type of intelligence. And while
No, there's just intelligence.
school can make you more
This kid's retarded. He's literally proving that he's a retard.
academically intelligent, it is diminishing the children's creative intelligence. It is teaching them to think a certain way, to go down a certain path in life. How did I, a straight C student, start a technology company at the age of 16? It must be something that can't be measured by academic.
This guy's a fraud. Just a gay retard. Yeah, you want to know why there's kids who do poorly in school and then make some big business later? It's because they couldn't be fucked with school. So having an interest in school is entirely different than being intelligent and making a successful business.
Hearing this freaking lady go off on kids because they were.
Dude, perfect example. It's like failing sex ed in school and then becoming a porn star. It's like, oh, well, how could you be a porn star and like pound girls so well and make them come 10 times, but you failed all the questions on the sex ed thing? Has nothing to do with anything.
Freaking get this crap. If you would just get up.
Yeah, that's an old fucking clip. I don't know why you're sending me something that's like 15 years old, dude.
This weekend, I asked baby girl.
Don't care. Thanks for the donation. Elias $2 from Twitter troll to this. Our world is stupid. Yeah.
You're nobody.
Well, this guy's just a retard and he doesn't really know when to stop. He's just got a personality disorder where he just needs more attention. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
They're still blowing up hospitals, schools, universities, churches, and apartment buildings. So here's Zelensky commenting on the ceasefire being immediately broken. He couldn't publicly say he knew this was going to happen, but we all knew this was going to happen. Here's what Zelensky says. They, the United States, think that the ceasefire in the sea and energy infrastructure is working. Here's what I think. 2 days ago, there was a night when there were no strikes on the energy infrastructure. Today, it was damaged in Kherson by Russian artillery. That's how it works. So in my opinion, if there was a violation today, and there were strikes in Kherson, on the railway station, and there was damage to the energy system because there were strikes on the energy infrastructure, then there should be a reaction from the United States in their actions. We know that Russia doesn't want peace, and they are going to violate any deal, any ceasefire. It's your job and my job to make the noise, to expose the truth, because there are still delusional people in the United States and the world that think you can get a fair deal with the Russians, that you can negotiate with them in good faith. President Zelensky continued, launching such large-scale...
If you could live in any city in the world, which would it be? I have no idea. I don't really want to live in a city because they're kind of annoying. Rather be away from things and only deal with going to the city when I want to.
Scale attacks after a ceasefire negotiation is a clear signal to the world that Moscow is not going to pursue real peace. Since March 11th, there has been a U.S. proposal for a total ceasefire, a complete halt to all strikes, and literally every night, through its attacks, Russia keeps saying no to our partner's peace proposal. So the United States is proposing peace to Russia. They had to force Ukraine to offer this total ceasefire, and for almost 3 weeks now, the Russians have been saying F you to Donald Trump and his team. They don't want peace. But the Russians have to say something every day. Refusal to ease sanctions shows the EU doesn't really want peace.
Yeah, there we go.
Because sanctions aren't being lifted on Russia. Peskov is saying there is no deal. There is no...
Sure. Oh, if you ease the sanctions, we'll do the ceasefire. Sure. Uh-huh.
Ceasefire. Russia is not playing by any rules as long as sanctions remain on Russia. Okay, well, we know what Donald Trump is going to say and do. U.S. is evaluating Russian conditions for Black Sea ceasefire, including lifting sanctions. And what Russia really wants...
Yeah, there you go, Kreznov. Russian agent. Thank you, Kreznov. Yeah, help the Russian Empire, not your own country or anything.
...is all of their banks reconnected to the SWIFT network. The problem is European leaders reject sanctions relief for Russia. They said this at their summit in Paris. But the United States deliberately excluded all the Europeans from the peace talks or negotiations. So now the Russians are demanding something from the Europeans when the Europeans didn't have a seat at the table. Donald Trump wanted to exclude them. The European Union says no sanctions relief for Russia until full military withdrawal from Ukraine. Russia's military has to leave all the occupied territories before there will be any sanctions relief. This is the final opinion of the European Union. Putin's going to make other demands as well. Putin is now also demanding the removal of Ukraine's government in favor of a UN interim authority. So Putin is no longer recognizing even Ukraine's parliament. Putin for months now has said that Ukraine is illegitimate and he can't negotiate with or sign a deal with Zelensky. But now he's claiming Ukraine's entire government has to go before there will be peace. And he wants a Russian, Chinese, and Indian-led UN government in charge of Ukraine before he'll sign any deal with anyone. This is insane. It's not going to happen. You guys know the truth. So let's check in with Solyov on Kremlin State TV. And he's being pretty honest, like he's giving really good facts and analysis about what Russia thinks and feels. He's so brazen and public about it because not many people in the West watch Kremlin State TV. So here's what Solyov is saying today about this Black Sea ceasefire failing. The Black Sea ceasefire deal will be a victory for Putin. Of course, this is a colossal victory for our diplomacy. Look at what this deal signifies. This deal signifies that America couldn't care less about the position of Europe and its official NATO allies. They simply do not exist to Donald Trump. What was announced yesterday in Saudi Arabia already benefits us to a large degree because it causes colossal divisions within the NATO alliance. Position of the United States is diametrically opposite of the position of Europe and Canada. When there is no unity among your enemies, This is already a gigantic plus. We should stock up on popcorn and not interfere, while NATO countries destroy one another, both diplomatically and on other fronts. This is why the Russians helped Donald Trump be elected, to cause chaos, confusion, and division within the democratic Western alliance. This is weakening the West. This is weakening NATO. That is Russia's objective, and that's honestly what Donald Trump's objective is as well. Here's a clip that went viral.
Oh, this is just so bad, dude. Oh.
Oh.
You literally have Russian state TV admitting that Donald Trump is a Russian asset. And people are like, oh yeah, go Donald Trump. Russia's literally admitting that he's a Russian asset. Like, what the fuck? New Monster Energy Viking Berry is delicious. I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Viral. This is British military analyst Michael Clark.
Yeah, I don't think I have seen that one. Does it come in 0 sugar? Or is this just normal? Yeah, no, it looks like it's just normal. I don't really want to drink it if it's not in a 0 sugar form. It like, why do they even make... I don't know why everything just isn't 0 sugar at this point. There's just no reason not to.
And he's talking about how in the last 26 years, officially now, Putin and Russia have broken 196 deals, 190 international agreements with other countries.
In the last 25 years, since President Putin became, first of all, Prime Minister in 1999, so we're on year 26 now, I suppose, the present count is 190 deals that he has broken. The most important ones in terms of Ukraine are Minsk I and Minsk II, which arose after 2014. The biggest one of all, I suppose, was 1994, the Budapest Memorandum, which is when Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons that it had inherited from the old Soviet Union. And Ukraine was the one country that could have used them. Ukraine had the expertise. They could have had their own nuclear force that would have worked if they chose to, but they gave it up in 1994 in return for security guarantees from, guess who? Russia, America, and Britain.
This is who Donald Trump is trying to ally himself with. This is who Donald Trump is trying to make a deal with. Someone who has violated 190 deals in the last 26 years. Because Russia doesn't care. Here are thoughts from Gary Kasparov. Ceasefires and negotiations are a way of telling Russia you are weak. Dictators only act from strength and assume others do the same. If you wanted them to stop and were strong enough to stop them, you would just do it. If you don't, it's a green light to continue. So Donald Trump every day just continues to show weakness to our allies, and weakness towards the Russians. The Russians are going to continue exploiting his stupidity. Or more likely, Trump is just working with the Russians. This is insane. Trump now wants entire Ukrainian resource revenue in updated Minerals Pact offer. The New Deal requires Ukraine to repay all free U.S. aid since 2022, plus pay 4% interest per year before it can access any profits. The mineral deal is back. After a couple weeks of revising it and revising it, the latest draft has been revealed, and this is stunning. So here are the details. I'll read them for you. The New Deal that Donald Trump wants from Ukraine is a joint U.S.-Ukraine investment fund co-managed, but not equally. There will be 5 board members, 3 Americans and 2 Ukrainians, no decision without U.S. approval. I'm assuming Trump will appoint these board members, and the 3 Americans can be Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, and Tucker Carlson. Like, obviously Trump will put 3 of his toadies in these positions so they can always outvote the 2 Ukrainians and get whatever they want. So this is not co-managed anymore. It was before, but the Americans will have a 3-2 majority on all these votes. That's insane. The U.S. says it's already paid in $100 billion since 2022. Ukraine must contribute future royalties and profits from gas, oil, minerals, and more. The agreement is open-ended, and only the United States can end.
It's a shame sharks are now being hunted to extinction these days for shark fin soup. They are very important to ocean ecosystems.
Sharks are kind of horrible monsters. I do think shark finning is horrifically cruel, but I really don't know if it's a big deal if sharks are killed off. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. People are just pieces of shit. I just want to just relax and watch cartoons. Why even get upset about anything anymore?
And the agreement. Before, 3 weeks ago, it was just minerals, but now gas and oil revenue has been re-added. Who gets paid first? The US gets its full contribution back, plus 4% annual interest. Ukraine sees no profit until that's done. Just do some simple math. If Ukraine all of a sudden is now $100 billion in debt at 4% interest, Ukraine is now going to owe the United States and Donald Trump $4 billion in interest just this year. How many years, how many decades would it take to pay this off if it's compounding even at a low percentage, 4% a year? This is a debt, if Ukraine agreed to, they would potentially not repay for decades. Zelensky has already said he'll never recognize previous military aid under Biden as a debt. It's a grant. This was military aid given to Ukraine with no expectation it would ever be paid back. So for Donald Trump to slip this in there and say it's a debt that Ukraine has to pay back, Ukraine's not going to agree to that. It gets worse. All resource revenues, public and private, across all territory, even occupied, private firms like DTEC are not exempt. So this isn't even about Ukraine's state resources. This is including private Ukrainian companies in the deal, which those companies are never going to agree to. Funds are to be converted into hard currency and wired abroad to an account controlled by the United States. So the money is not going to be saved or kept in Ukrainian banks. It's going to be taken back to the United States, and only the United States will have access to these tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. Who gets the minerals? The United States gets first rights to whatever is extracted, state or private. This would violate EU agreements and EU law. So if Ukraine agreed to this mineral deal, this could potentially prevent Ukraine from joining the European Union. This is another reason why Ukraine would never sign this deal. Who builds what? All new infrastructure projects in Ukraine must be offered to the fund first. Only if the fund declines can other investors be considered, such as European developers or investors. Even private sector initiatives may be bound by this, though the language is unclear.
You know, there's a very, very simple solution to all of this. Germany, the UK, France, Sweden, Netherlands, like you name it, they could all just fight Russia. You know? They could join the war. But they won't because they're all cowards. You know. We all know where this is headed. Like, why not just end it now? But, yeah.
What's missing? No security guarantees, no defense clause, just resource control. This is absurd. Ukraine's officials call U.S. mineral deal robbery as Washington expands their demands. Ukrainian deputy slams mineral deal giving the United States exclusive resource rights on titanium and lithium, which is what Elon Musk wants. U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal sparks controversy, granting Washington control over critical resources without any security guarantees. Here are thoughts from Sir William Browder. There is no chance Ukraine will sign this insane and offensive minerals deal. This is just a way for Trump to blame the breakdown on negotiations on Zelensky instead of Putin and walk away from Ukraine entirely. So Russia doesn't want peace, Russia doesn't want a ceasefire, but Ukraine won't surrender all of their natural resources. Therefore, this is all Ukraine's fault. Ukraine wants to keep this war going. They won't give us their nuclear power plants. They won't give us all of their lithium and titanium. So Trump's just going to say, we're done. I think this is the end, guys. I think there could be this meeting between Putin and Trump. They're trying to make this happen. They're going to get a full temporary ceasefire through the May 9th Victory Day parade. Russia's going to break the ceasefire, blame Ukraine. Donald Trump is going to say, I believe the Russians. Ukraine doesn't want peace. And then all military aid and cooperation will be done in May. Russia is still weak. Russia is still beatable. I do believe Europe will step up, and Europe and Ukraine combined will still defeat Russia. But it just got a lot harder. It just got a lot harder. Because I think Donald Trump and MAGA are never going to stop trying to help the Russians. Russia and the United States is discussing restarting the Nord Stream gas deliveries to Europe. Why? This is a pipeline between Russia and Germany. What does the United States have anything to do with it? In fact, if the Nord Stream pipeline resumed deliveries of gas from Russia to Germany, then the United States would be able to sell less gas to Europe. This would hurt American businesses. This would hurt the American economy if this stupid pipeline reopened. This isn't America first. Every decision that Trump makes is Russia first.
Yeah.
Murr's ally accuses the U.S.
Well, again, we know why. It's because he's a Russian agent, Krasnov.
Of switching sides on Ukraine. Senior German defense lawmaker Kai Switter warns against territorial concessions and criticizes potential revival of the sabotaged Nord Stream pipeline. Yes, the United States has switched side. We are not your ally. The United States is being hostile towards Ukraine and hostile towards Europe. You can't stay in denial. You have to face reality. The United States is trying to become an autocracy, militarily, economically, and politically allied with the Russians. And Putin's all for it. Putin believes Trump is serious about annexing Greenland. Putin made a statement saying that the United States believes that it needs Greenland for their own security, just like Russia needs Crimea and these 4 oblasts for their security. If the United States wants to redraw the maps, invade and annex Canada and Greenland, well, Russia's doing the same thing. Russia and the United States, we're on the same page. This is what they're openly saying. I'll quick mention this story. Our stupid Vice President, J.D. Vance, decided to go to Greenland. And initially, he wasn't going to go. He was just going to send his wife, the second lady, Usha. But because of signal gates, because J.D. Vance was in this group text in which classified information was being given by Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance decided to leave the country. And they couldn't find anyone in Greenland willing to meet with Usha Vance or J.D. Vance. The last time Don Jr. went to Greenland, they paid some homeless people to put on some MAGA hats and, take pictures with them. But Trump's team could not find a single person in Greenland willing to be photographed with the second lady or the vice president. So J.D. Vance and his wife were forced to go to the military base in Greenland. This is a Space Force base. And these are, I guess, service members of Space Force who have to sit down and eat lunch with the vice presidents, even though I'm sure these people don't even want to. Nobody likes J.D. Vance, not even Trump. Concerning Canada, we've got our new prime minister. This is Prime Minister Carney. And I don't know much about his domestic politics, but just from what I've heard from his speeches, I like this guy. I think he's got a better attitude towards the trade relations even than Justin Trudeau, though I was a Trudeau fan for those last couple weeks.
Americans have no fucking clue about Canadian politics. And, Canadian politicians are so reasonable. Both conservatives and liberals, and even, the NDP, which they're just complete fucktards. They come off as just so reasonable, all of them, that Americans are like, oh, wow, you have a good political system. Yeah, you don't have any crazy fucking evangelists or, KKK members and, just whack shit like you have in the United States. But these are just terrible leaders. They're just bad. They're just corrupt idiots. So with Canada, you don't have crazy, insane, evil, maniacal nut jobs like you have in the US, but you just have incompetence. That's as bad as it gets here. And then every fucking American political commentator who doesn't know anything about Canada, they're like, oh yeah, I like this guy. It's like meeting any random person off the street who's relatively polite to you and thinking, oh yeah, they're not too bad, but you have no idea who they are.
But here is what the new Prime Minister of Canada is saying about relations with America.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. What exactly the United States does next is unclear.
Request.
All right, I shall fulfill your request. Thanks for the donation request. By the power of Ra, Mut, Nut, Knum, Ta, Nephthys, Kebet, Sobek, Sekhmet, Sokar, Selket, Reshpu, Wadjet, Anubis, Anukis, Sheshmu, Meshket, Hemzut, Tefnut, Heket, Mafdet, Ra, Mut, Nepad, Hemzut, Timfna, Sokar. I can't keep up with this. So you think you've got friends in high places? with the power to put us on the run. Well, forgive us these smiles on our faces. You'll know what power is when we are done, son. You're playing with the big boys now. Playing with the big boys now. Oh, that's pretty. Every spell and gesture tells you who's the best. You're playing with the big boys now. By the power of Ra. You're playing with the big boys now. You're playing with the big boys now. Stop this foolish mission. Watch a true magician give an exhibition how. Pick up your silly twig, boy. You're playing with the big boys now. Power of Ra. Newt. Sobek. Sekhmet. Sokar. Selket. Anubis, Anukis, Hamza, Tefnut, Neshket, Malket. You're playing with the big boys now. You're playing with the big boys now. By the might of Horus, you will kneel before us, kneel to our splendorous power. You put up a fight, just show feelings quite. You can be our acolyte, but first, boy, it's time to bow. Or it's your own grave you'll dig, boy. You're playing with the big boys. 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 Playing with the big boys now. Alright, there you go. That gives me an idea. Jesus Christ riding in a Ural sidecar with Egyptian god. It's Anubis, right? Yeah, Anubis. Jesus is driving Ural sidecar motorcycle with Egyptian god Anubis. Jesus is driving their cycle with Anubis in the sidecar portion, firing a machine gun at terrorists. Who are running out of the Egyptian pyramids. How in the hell did it fuck it up that bad? There isn't even any Jesus, it's just Anubis. What in the fuck is this? Well, whatever.
The 150-year plus relationship of Canada and the United States, two of the closest allies in the world, the largest undefended border in the world. Donald Trump, in 2 months, has destroyed this relationship. And the Prime Minister is telling his people, tough times are ahead, as the United States is trying to annex and subjugate and turn Canada into a resource colony of the United States.
You know, this will hurt us, but through this period, by being together, we will emerge stronger. I think what's happened, this was part of our discussion, over the course of the last several months, Canadian workers, Canadians as a whole across this country, have gotten over the shock of the betrayal and are learning the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves, and we have to look out for each other.
To the people of Canada, I stand with you. The people in charge of my government are insane. They're evil. And they're stupid. So for everyone in the world, stand with Canada, support Canada. They're going to have tough economic times ahead. And boycott the United States. Don't come here. I think I saw a report yesterday that 500,000 Canadians vacation in Florida every year. And something like 70% of them are canceling their plans. This is going to be disastrous for the American economy and American tourism. And Canada is talking to their friends. There are rumors that Canada might try and join the European Union or somehow get closer with the UK.
That'd be such a terrible idea. I hope that never happens.
Sharks are not monsters like as portrayed in Jaws. They are very important to the ocean food chain. They keep seal populations in check, which prevents them from overhunting the fish, which would result in their own starvation.
She's almost like a big...
I seriously doubt that.
Constantly. It's 20 years not realizing the pandemic book was a game-changer moment for me. These are, without question, sentient creatures that thrive on affection, which they've never had before. These beautiful creatures, and unfortunately, it's apart. So I think it was as if,
well, those are sharks. They're very big fish. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
UK, Europe, Australia. So Donald Trump reacted.
Make the AI do a gay depiction of Jesus and Muhammad. Oh, let me see. How do you spell Prophet Muhammad? Muhammad. Muhammad. Jesus Christ and the Prophet Muhammad are having a are gay lovers and are kissing. These look like the exact same people. Well, there's the Prophet Muhammad having a gay makeout session. Let's see. Adolf Hitler and a Jewish bear are having an MMA fight. See what that turns up. Oh wait, there you go. Nothing about the bear is Jewish. What's the Jewish hat thing? Jewish hat. What is it called? Kippah? Rabbi clothes. palette.
It sex appends so easily in this video at the 6.39 mark.
Damn it. Don't have enough credits. Can't make any more. Oh well. Let me take a look, Dodo. 639.
Only misery. Without you keeping the populations down, there'd be too many of them and not enough food to go around, so they'd die anyway. At least if you kill them, someone gets to benefit. They don't look convinced. You know a lost cause when you see one.
Considering how many fish there are in the ocean, I find this to be an extraordinarily dubious claim. So I'm not convinced, like, what's the evidence? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The European Union works with Canada in order to do economic harm to the United States. Large-scale tariffs, far larger than currently planned, will be placed on them both in order to protect the best friends that each of those two countries has ever had. This man is insane. This isn't going to go well. So let's check in with...
Channel Dead by Dog is live saying vegan bodybuilders are not optimal. Is this another, like, troll attempt?
Her parents work overnight, so we have her sometimes.
Is the chat gonna fucking load?
art files and shit from the band and stuff. That, and I get a reply from anybody. That's the difficult part. So literally the easiest part you would think is the hardest part. Jacob Lay, would Hells do a release of Evoking the Abomination on CD? I've only found the tape. I tried doing the Evoking the Abomination by Abhorrence from Brazil on vinyl over 15 years ago with listenable records. It kind of fell through. Chase told me he claims he's doing it himself now. That was 2 years ago. I haven't seen it. So, do what you will with that.
J-Dog, when's the last time you punched somebody in the face? Never.
No, it was...
He's not a violent person.
When I was in middle school?
Kat, do you hit this rascal from time to time? Not at all. I don't need to. Thought your house was haunted for a second. Dungeon, sorry. Real men cry profusely while listening to Running Up That Hill. He is a kind soul, actually. He's a nice guy. That's why that Nate thing didn't go any further than... It's real easy to talk shit to a camera, but when somebody's looking at you, you're not going to talk that kind of shit to them. It went really well. Sometimes I know, but I don't. Let Murderverse 666 or 66. J-Dog, do you like Limb Splitter?
It's fine, not really. It's just more of the brutal shit that came out past 2005 where I stopped paying attention. But I wouldn't shut it off.
Ross is trying to get you riled up. Tell us about the you slacking.
Just go to any McDonald's and try to order a coffee. They don't even know what Sweet and Low is.
Or go into our basement and talk to our 15-year-old.
Yeah, that'll really get you.
That'll really get you riled up.
Oh yeah. Goat Throne 777. Hey J-Dog, would you do an interview with the guys from Diafago? Probably not after that.
Dodo, donate $2. Do you think he watches Hamza?
$1,000 a month before I turned 18. Today it was nice to sign a new client for $409. Day 10 of trying to make $20,000 a month before I turned 18. Today it was nice to sign a new client for $497 US a month, but I have a serious issue that has been going on for weeks. Every single time I reach at the end of the day and feel like I could have done so much more, I didn't work hard enough, and every time I go to sleep it eats me inside. So I'm deciding to fix it once and for all. The problem is I randomly
Why does it look like he has a huge cum stain on his shirt?
Right? Just fucking by default, especially with all the goddamn channel talk.
Incantation?
Oh, 777. Hey,
Morning. Incantation?
not even close.
Sorry, Christopher. He said no.
Um,
Immolation?
No, but
Sorry,
not top 5.
Moy said cenotaph?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm trying to go to sleep. Because I was going to say carcass.
Switch tasks with no clear direction. Obviously, the answer is simple to just focus on one thing at a time, right? But it's not as simple as it seems when you have multiple calls a day and so many messages to deal with. So what I'm doing is creating a system that will make me know exactly what I need to do every single second of the day without having to think excessively. We're one step closer to our goal and we're only gonna get closer.
Yeah, there's a good chance he watches Hamza.
I fell back.
Look, I don't think it's a bad thing to have a goal like, you know, I want to make $20,000 a month or something. But, I mean... You're not going to make $20,000 a month by paying for some dipshit's course on how to do sales. So, there's a lot of different ways to make money. It's not impossible to make 20K a month, but that is quite difficult. There's a reason why most people do not make that kind of money. And again, you are in all likelihood not going to make that kind of money with online marketing.
Back into my bad habits again. I was off scrolling and eating junk food like my healthcare is free. And the answer to why I was doing this was shocking. A few months back, I did deep self-work and cut out every single bad habit that I had. And I never messed up until this one issue rose. Basically, whilst I was working, there was this voice telling me to push harder, to type faster, to eat faster, to basically live like a maniac for me to achieve my goals super fast. And yes, the energy is good, but there's a big problem with that, the emotional aspect. Since I would never reach the level or the crazy voice in my head, it would always criticize me. So a small problem of not typing fast enough would turn into a big issue of me beating up myself for hours. Then I'd find myself scrolling because I felt like I would never reach the level of the work that I wanted to. So I basically removed all my emotions about working harder. If I could work harder, then I would. If I could not, then I wouldn't beat myself up about it.
These are just like really stupid kids, dude. Let's watch this portion.
Well, we'll see how disciplined you actually are.
Okay, we'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Chances that Dodo and James are the same person? Also, let's watch some Hamza. I'm trying to improve Max.
I think that is highly, highly unlikely. They seem to be two very distinct people. But yeah, we're going to be watching some Hamza, apparently. How to build muscle so fast it feels illegal. This is coming from a guy who has not gotten any bigger or stronger in years. Years. So, yeah, we know he's going to give good advice. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Unicorn Jizz, donate $2 facepalm.
All right, here's a cold start on the 2025 Dodge Charger EV. Let's do this.
That's just obnoxious. Like, an engine has an actual engine, which is why it makes a noise. Like, there's something about an electric car just making a big noise for no reason that just sounds, hey, everybody, this is an expensive car. It's gonna make a big noise. Does everybody notice me? Like, it's so bad.
Oh yeah, nice quad exhaust setup. Yeah, this is obviously not good. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments.
That is so stupid. Oh my god. Can guarantee you there was some idiot bean pusher who made this decision. The government gives big kickbacks for companies that produce EVs. And some idiot who's high up in the company did some math. Oh, we can sell this car for this amount of money, and with the government kickbacks, we'll make like a 20% higher profit margin. So we got to do it by this time, and then they gave none of the engineers any like R&D time for like testing or anything, and they just shat that piece of shit out as quickly as they could.
Brother.
Well, sucks to be him. Woman shanks golf ball into the crowd twice. Oh. Yeah, I think I'd move if I saw her do that.
Yeah, they're coming. On the way. They have first aid on the way. So we ask you all to move back over here, please.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
The fifth tactic to build more muscle that it feels illegal is to eat more meat. So we all know the recommendation.
Eating meat does not make you build more muscle. There's a certain amount of protein that you have to eat, and there's a limit to how much benefit you can get from eating more protein. That seems to be at 0.75 grams per pound of body weight per day.
With protein, which is 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. I don't know why this is the case, and all of the science nerds are going to disagree with this. But you will make more gains when you eat more meat, even if you go above your protein intake for the day. I don't know why.
Show the evidence.
It is. I don't know if this science can explain it. I'm just telling you anecdote.
Oh, just believe me. Okay, anecdotally, buddy, you have not gotten any bigger or stronger in the last, like, what, 3-4 years? So, anecdotally, eating more meat makes you bigger and stronger, but I haven't gotten any bigger or stronger. Show your lifts. So, show your max bench from 3 or 4 years ago. Show your max bench right now. Hasn't gone up. This guy's made 0 fucking progress. He doesn't even, like, post any fucking content of him lifting at all, ever. Because when he does, he gets fucking clowned on. This dude struggles to bench 225 for reps. And it's been like that, again, for years. He has been completely and utterly stagnant. That could be for a variety of reasons. One, he doesn't train as seriously as he claims to. And he just likes to LARP and act like he's this, like, perfect alpha male who's on his grind set all the time, when all he really does is sit around, do nothing, watch Netflix, maybe go to the gym every few fucking days, pick up girls, go to the club with his friends, drinks, and doesn't really care much about actually training and getting better. But yeah, like, no lifting content, and he also doesn't have a Instagram either, where we can just see any of his lifting content. He has a second channel, right? Uh-oh. Wait. Hamza Advanced. Still no lifting content, I see. Alright, well, this video he did with his shirt off.
I was like a massive...
3 months ago.
So
yeah, looks about the same. And going to his main channel, let's just see if we can find a video with his shirt off from like a few years ago. This is 2 years ago.
Jeffrey is...
This is like too high up to... Right. Yeah, these are all fucking videos shot in his bathrobe. Well, he shows shirtless photos of himself in this one, I think. Why did he find a jacked white guy?
This retard claiming that you need more meat to grow more muscle while being on the carnivore diet once and 1 gram per pound is propaganda from the health and fitness industry.
Well, yeah. Consistently, study after study, and I think there being at least 2 meta-analyses now that have found the ideal protein intake to be right at 0.75 grams per pound. Whereas any more than that. Yeah, so he's full of shit and he knows it. Like, this is why he's claiming, "Oh, just take my word for it." So no particular reason to believe him. And again, he's not some like super jacked, ridiculously strong natural lifter where it's like, "Oh, I'm doing something different than everybody else is and it's actually working for him." It's not. He hasn't made any progress. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. It's just really weird how he found a white guy to superimpose his head onto when he's fucking Pakistani. It's a little strange. I think this is a video of him, maybe? Yeah, there's a video of him. Does he... Like, look. This is 3 years ago. Same size. And there you go. There's him struggling to bench 225. I mean, this is just... Oh, boy. Oh, dude. Like, what the fuck is he even doing? This guy literally doesn't know how to fucking lift. Look at that bounce. Like, what does he think he's doing? So, yeah. The guy who has made no progress is telling us that eating meat magically makes you grow more muscle. Still bigger than VG. Oh, really? Hamza's bigger than me? I don't know why this isn't...
You know what else prevents overpopulation? VG, this generation choosing not to have kids regardless of what some butthurt boomers like Brett Cooper, Matt Walsh or Crown Nutjob conservatives think.
Yes, that does very effectively prevent overpopulation. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So Hamza is bigger than me, right? So that's a photo I uploaded today. I think this was from 2 weeks ago. Right. So Hamza is bigger than me, is he? He's bigger than me. You sure about that? You sure about that? Yeah, I think I'm a lot bigger and stronger than he is. Dumbass. Bitchard donated $2. Bitchard Burgess 0 to 22. He's a close collaborator of Roger Penrose, collaborator of Hawking, who together came up with or theory of consciousness. Also, what do you think of King Carney Century Initiative? I don't know what the fuck that is.
Anesthesiologist, I was studying how anesthesia takes away consciousness, and I still think that's the best way to understand the scientific basis of consciousness, by figuring out how anesthesia works. And it's amazing that anesthesia works on all animals and even plants. And
What in the fuck does he mean anesthesia works on plants? What could he possibly mean by that?
Suggesting that they all have some consciousness, and they all act in the same way. We know that because
what?
If you can correlate their potency in putting any animal or human to sleep with their solubility in a particular solubility parameter, which is in the brain in what's called non-polar regions. So
this guy is genuinely like demented and retarded.
Everybody says the brain is too warm, wet, and noisy, which would prevent quantum events, because they have to, in the laboratory, they're done at absolute zero temperature to avoid decoherence. And the brain is 70% water, the body is 70% water. But within that other 30% are things like proteins and microtubules, within which are aromatic rings like benzene or indole rings. And these are found in psychoactive neurotransmitters and psychedelics, for example, and aromatic amino acids. So there's this environment within the protein buried inside. There's no water. Oil and water don't mix, and these are oil-like molecules. So it's not wet. It is warm, but it's not noisy because the microtubules are oscillating coherently at multiple frequencies. They're kind of like a time crystal. So that gets around the problem of decoherence and allows for consciousness, we think.
Yeah, that guy is just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Bichard Regis.
Degenerate about 10 years. Totally what I see in myself and with people that I'll train with and people on the internet. When you eat more meat and your protein goes up to 250 grams a day, 300 grams a day, and you know for a fact, wait, that's wasteful, right? Like every study has ever...
I get about 180 to 200 grams of protein per day, and I actually don't know what my body weight is right now. I know I've lost weight, but my wife, we broke up. She took the weight scale with her, and I haven't weighed myself in the last few months. But right now I'm probably around 200-ish, give or take. So yeah, you do not need to eat the kind of protein he's talking about.
Like, you know, okay, sure. All the science nerds are like, yeah, but the studies say, yeah, sure. If you try it for a month, I guarantee you'll make more gains. Just shut the fuck up about the study. You are the study, motherfucker.
So why aren't you making more gains? Please explain to us.
You are the study. If you haven't done the experiment yourself, you shut the fuck up about it. Because Jeff Nippard said, fuck you. Shut the fuck up. You are the experiment. You try it for 1 month. Go eat a fuck ton of meat. Go eat a kilogram of meat per day. Your protein will go up above 200 grams, which is more than the 1 gram.
Why would you need to eat meat? Why couldn't you just eat tofu?
Per whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. Try it, and I guarantee you will notice that you've made way more gains that month. I guarantee it. Don't fucking sit here and in the comments some dickhead will be here, oh, but actually Hamza's wrong because all the studies, listen, I'm specifically telling you, no study agrees with me. You are the study. Give it a try yourself and see what...
Right, so there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever for my claim, even though this is a very well-researched topic. It's not like this is a new concept or anything, or there's no sort of scientific interest in studying this. There's a lot of scientific interest. This relates heavily to human health. People have been trying to prevent sarcopenia, age-related muscle loss for quite some time. There's a big field of study about sports nutrition. There's a lot of money in athletics. Again, this is a very well-researched topic, and this guy is claiming, oh, no research, supports my opinion. That's a problem. So if no research supports your opinion in a very well-researched topic, that's a very, very good indication you are completely and utterly full of shit. So, yeah, buddy, if this guy is saying anecdotes are what matter ultimately, okay, well, you're the anecdote and you have not gotten any bigger or stronger. Your progress has stagnated for years. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Where was your bench at a few years ago versus now? Show your lifts. He has not made any progress.
What happens just for 4 weeks, eat a kilogram of meat per day. Your protein will probably touch about 300 grams per day, which sounds crazy. But again, you know that all the bullshit with like, oh, but it's bad for your kidneys. You know that that was all like...
1 kilogram of protein, or sorry, 1 kilogram of meat, your protein's going to be about 300 grams. I'm assuming he's recommending eating steak, right? Your average steak is about 75-ish% lean, maybe? Like, let's just go with 80. 1 kilogram is 1,000 grams. If you're eating 1 kilogram of red meat, which I think is what he's recommending, that meat, and it's at 80% lean, that means roughly 80% of it is protein, which means you'd be getting around 800 grams. We're talking about just the flesh. Joe, donate $2. Let me see. Should I keep dating a guy I don't find attractive? I really don't care about watching this. The answer is no. Thanks for the donation, Joe.
Psyoping from the seed oil fucking sugar nutritionists, okay? We don't listen to those fat motherfuckers. They can't even do like 3 burpees. I'm telling you,
what did he say here?
In the comments, some dickhead will be here, oh, but actually Hamza's wrong because all the studies, listen, I'm specifically telling you, no study agrees with me. Your protein will probably touch about 300 grams per day, which sounds crazy. But again, you know that all the bullshit with like, oh, but it's bad for your kidneys, you know that that was all like psyoping from the seed oil fucking sugar.
That was not psyoping from the sugar and seed oil industry. No one was supporting the idea that protein's bad for your kidneys. This is just layman nonsense. So high-protein diets are bad for people who have kidney disease, but there was never a recommendation to lower your protein intake for the general public that does not have kidney disease. And higher protein diets seem to be beneficial for kidney health. He's literally making this up.
Nutritionists, okay? We don't listen to those fat motherfuckers. They can't even do like 3 burpees. I'm telling you yourself, just give it a try for a few weeks, and for some reason you're gonna be speaking like me, and you'll be like, what the fuck, it actually does. You'll be telling people like, bro, like you gotta eat more meat, and they'll be looking at you like, no, but the studies say, and you'll be like, oh, Hamza was right. Everyone's a fucking nerd these days. It doesn't matter what some fucking study says, and most of these studies are funded by dickheads who are like fucking bribed by other companies, and they're all like just trying to get their own fucking...
No, they're not. You can look up some of these papers. They're funded by like National Institute of Health. Some of them are just funded by universities that study sports nutrition. He doesn't read. This guy is functionally illiterate.
Paper published or whatever, it doesn't matter. Studies are for faggots, basically. Stop looking at fucking studies. You do your own experiments and notice when you make more gains, and I'm telling
Yes, the same guy that says men are logical, men do science. Oh, science and logic are for fags. Just do random shit and see if it works.
you, if you eat more meat, not just protein, like scooping whey doesn't do the same thing. Eating like a fucking caveman, fucking steaks and beef patties and like chicken and liver and all this shit. Like you know.
Again, then why are you so small and weak?
Those TikToks you've seen with the wooden chopping board, I'm telling you right now, when you eat like that, you will make more gains. Even if the macros are all fucked up, even if you've got more protein, I'm telling you, just fucking try it for a few weeks and you'll be speaking the same way as me and you'll be like, holy
This guy is just a liar, dude. San Fran Faggot Stony Tillers, have you heard of this lady?
Buddy, hey, I gotta take my tri-MLT. Sorry, I forgot. Hold on. Sleep training. For some reason, I get insights from God that...
No, I don't know who that is. Why are you sending me this?
June is Pride Month, a time to honor and celebrate the LGBTQ community.
You know, and darling...
As it was.
You know, I don't like to see people groping each other on the street.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
Shit, like, no one believes me because all the fucking studies disagree with this, but for some reason it just works. There's two things I want you to eat for this. There's meat, specifically red meat, so basically beef, and also eggs as well. Turns out that these are like the official superfoods for humans. All of the psyoping that we've...
Superfood is a marketing term. It was originally developed by a company that was selling bananas. So the first superfood were bananas. Some marketing executive at this fruit company that wanted to increase banana sales claimed bananas are a superfood. And thus banana sales increased because people believed this stupid idea of superfood. There's no such thing as a superfood.
We've been through those pasty fucking dickhead nutritionists who told us that meat is bad for us, eggs is bad for us, cholesterol and whatever. Now your ignorant fucking parents won't let you have more than 2 eggs per day. Turns out all of that was a fucking lie, and all those fucking dickheads, those professionals in the lab coats and stuff, they're all actually apologizing for it now. Go search FDA, is like the Food and Drug Administration, whatever. Search FDA space eggs on Google. Search.
The FDA is the Food and Drug Administration. They don't make dietary recommendations. He's talking about the USDA, and if you look at the USDA dietary guidelines, they recommend limiting cholesterol intake as much as possible. So, yeah, if you try to look up what he's claiming you should look up, you'll find out they recommend not eating eggs. This guy is so fucking ignorant and stupid. All the Wally donate tillers, don't skip, or you're my slave.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay?
I can't speak for Joe here, but I hear you fine. Off with a Pikachu. Exploits too if I couldn't come up with a real in
this game.
Before you can't.
No.
Polish.
No.
A turd.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, all Wally.
It's not that high protein is bad for kidneys, but processed and unprocessed red meat is associated with increased risk of chronic kidney disease, CKD, and faster progression in those with pre-existing CKD.
Plant-based diet should be recommended for both primary and secondary prevention of chronic kidney disease. Concerns of hyperkalemia and protein inadequacy related to plant-based diets may be outdated and unsupported by current body of literature. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Bananas are only a superfood to monkeys.
Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
FDA eggs on Google. They, for the longest time, convinced everyone that eggs were unhealthy, and now with so much fucking scrutiny, they've had to accept that they were fucking lying all this time. Eggs are basically some of the healthiest things you could, probably the healthiest food, single food, that you could possibly eat. And
if you look at food associations with longevity, the foods that are most associated with longevity are beans and pulses. So lentils, black beans, so forth. Those foods have the greatest association with longevity. Eggs are not associated with longer lifespan, believe it or not. And again, the USDA never reversed their guideline. They got rid of the guideline for the upper the upper recommendation for cholesterol intake, which was 300 milligrams per day, and they now just recommend limiting cholesterol as much as possible. Ideally with it being 0. So he's completely, utterly, factually wrong about this, and he's making shit up, and this should come as no surprise from somebody who admittedly never reads studies, doesn't read anything, and just makes shit up, and trust me, bro.
And then it's red meat. I'm telling you, you eat more of these, you will make more gains. Fuck the macros, fuck thinking about calories, just eat more of them. If possible, tell your parents you want to eat more meat, you want more protein, you like going to the gym, you're hungry, whatever, tell them you want more meat, more eggs. If you've got non-ignorant parents, awesome. If you've got ignorant parents who've been brainwashed with this idea that meat and eggs are unhealthy for you, the advice that I give when guys ask me is like, bro, grow a pair of balls and just make it yourself. And when your parents walk into the kitchen and they see you, that you're having more than your fucking daily 2-egg allowance, don't try and argue with them, because usually with parents who are ignorant, trying to educate them doesn't work. Just look at them, shrug your shoulders like a little retard and say, oh, sorry, I was hungry. That's it. They'll look at, oh, well, if you were hungry, you should have, oh, sorry, okay, I'll ask you next time. Then tomorrow do the same thing. Just act like a fucking, oh, sorry, I was really hungry, sorry. That's it. With certain parents, the ones who are like so ignorant that they think if you have more than 2 eggs a day or if you have fucking protein, you'll die or some shit, you can't try and educate them because they have this weird ego where like they heard something years ago and it's like, yep, this is the truth forever and ever, and that's it. Nothing can be changed now. Even if they
So this article was published August 25th, 2023, and this is the American Heart Association discussing the USDA guidelines. Although previous federal dietary guidelines recommended limiting consumption of dietary cholesterol to 300 milligrams per day, the current guidelines instead suggest keeping dietary cholesterol as low as possible without compromising the nutritional adequacy of the diet. So again, ideally your cholesterol intake would be 0. These are the current USDA guidelines for 2025. So you're full of shit, you're a liar, you're fucking stupid.
They see the same fucking nutritionists now disagree with the advice that they pushed everyone. That's a separate point, but yeah. Just fucking don't trust anyone in this professional nutrition kind of space. Literally 100 years ago, they convinced everyone that sugar was healthy. 75 years ago, they convinced everyone that cigarettes were healthy. Fuck these fucking professionals.
No, what is he talking about? So the tobacco industry was trying to convince everybody that cigarettes are healthy. The USDA and FDA were trying to pass laws restricting cigarette advertising, and they were telling people consistently that cigarettes are bad for you. No one was claiming processed sugar was ever healthy. Again, he's making this up. San Fran faggots donate $2. Are you just sending me more stupid videos that aren't worth watching? I don't care.
Good morning.
Don't care. Don't care.
What did you?
Don't care. Great, thanks.
Bro, I'm telling you, all these fucking nerds, they can't do like fucking 3 burpees. You know, like the doctor that your mother goes to see and he says, oh, your cholesterol's too high, so you need to take this medication. That fat motherfucker who's got a degree, so he's more credible than I am. He can't do 5 fucking burpees. I am the fucking pinnacle of health. I'm a 27-year-old, high testosterone, ambitious young man. My cardiovascular age is like 20 years old.
Has he ever had his testosterone checked and showed the results on his YouTube channel? How I increased my testosterone 2 years ago. This is before he did the carnivore diet.
Jeffrey's part of testosterone, and they would go into the symptoms or as powerful as like every time I would watch one of those videos on testosterone, and they would be male. I've tried to. Fair enough. You know what? I'm just gonna be testosterone levels lower than every other man in your entire bloodline. 80% of men. Too many things in this in between, and I got tested twice. By the way, I got my free testosterone is very high. It was on the.
So, oh, that's nanograms per mil. So this is before he did the carnivore diet, by the way, 734, so that's normal for his age, 17.9 free. Again, that's about normal for his age. So the reference range is between, what does it say? 5.7 to 7.8. Okay.
The upper end of the limit. It was above the upper end. I also got my vitamin
That literally doesn't mean anything.
D tested as well. That was on like the healthy range, but a bit on the lower end. It was like 30, whatever the numerical like unit was. It's probably better if it was maybe double that. 734. So that's a big increase. That's what an increase.
So, I guess he can't claim low test is the reason he can't get big and strong. Are you lazy? Are you not training? Are you eating like shit? Well, we know you're eating like shit.
7 years younger than I actually am. I'm fit, I'm strong, I'm the pinnacle of fucking health, but these fucking guys with their degrees will disagree with me, and all the fucking NPCs of the world will listen to them, but they can't even do 5 fucking burpees, and the advice they give when you wait 3 years will turn out to be wrong and wrong and wrong. I'm telling you right now, mark my fucking words. You know those wooden chopping board, like those conspiracy theories guys? I'm telling you right now, they're always right about basically everything. It's just that you only hear it 2 to 3 years later. They'll all say some shit like, oh yeah, like, don't wear shoes, and go walk in the grass barefoot and get like a little bit of bird poop on your foot, and it sounds crazy. That 3 years later, all the doctors are like, oh, well, actually, it makes sense, and it's like, they're all these fucking...
What doctors are telling you to walk barefoot?
Based conspiracy theorists are like, yeah, like, take your pants off and get like sunlight directly on your testicles, and don't wear sunscreen, and then years later, it's like a scientist like, yeah, sorry guys, we...
What scientists are telling people to not wear sunscreen?
lied to you, sunscreen actually causes cancer and the sun doesn't. Oh, that's crazy.
Why do you think skin cancer is higher among people who live near the equator? Why do you think skin cancer is more common in outdoor athletes who spend much more time in the sun, like long-distance runners? Why do you think Australia has the highest incidence of skin cancer when it is almost an entirely white population living in a very hot, sunny country? I'm seeing a correlation between sun exposure and skin cancer here. Like, we also know how sun exposure causes skin cancer. UV radiation is ionizing. It damages protein bonds. Sunscreen does not do that.
It turns out that the sun that we've had direct contact with for all of fucking humanity is actually healthy for us. Whoa.
If it's healthy for us, then why do black people exist? Why do you think you, who is from Pakistan, why do you have brown skin and people in the UK have white skin? If the sun is so good for you, then why did we evolve to have melanin in our skin to protect against UV radiation, stupid?
Oh, and it turns out that eggs and meat and foods that every fucking ancestor of our entire bloodline have ate are actually normal human foods. Whoa, that's crazy. Listen to the fucking weird conspiracy theorists, the tinfoil hat motherfuckers. I'm telling you, maybe this...
Yes, listen to dumbasses who make shit up and don't know what they're talking about.
Some motherfuckers are watching this thinking, yep, I know exactly what Hamza means, and he's 100% right with this. Those like conspiracy theorist type of guys are 100% right. I wouldn't say 100, maybe they're wrong about something. To date, I've not seen them be wrong about anything.
Who's crazier, Tufano or Hamza? Definitely Tufano.
They just are right about shit constantly, because they just live like happy, healthy, natural human beings. I live in Bali, there's tons of them here, and whenever I see them do, I'm copying it, I'm like, yeah, these motherfuckers know, bro. It's like, oh yeah, like, he's
Alawali, donate $2. This is my favorite video viewers. Make more of them. You tranny. Also, Jasmine looks cute in this video. Good time.
It's vegan, so do you want to make...
Yeah, this was back in the day when I was riding the Zero.
I'm like...
I'd say like... and then you're good.
Yeah, I don't really eat out much anymore. I can do more vlogs, though. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
Walking around barefoot, okay, he's wearing this thing. It's like, I'm telling you, that is the right way to live, and it's the right way to eat. The sixth tactic to build muscle so fast that it feels illegal is to do the 2-hour sauna strategy. So I learned this from a podcast from...
Fun fact, Israel has the highest rates of skin cancer in the entire world. So I guess the sun doesn't like Zionist or settlers. Fuck Israel.
Israel does not have the highest rate of skin cancer. It's Australia. You're a fucking idiot. Your dumbass made the same claim months ago, and I looked it up and debunked you. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Scare donated $2. Today is my friend John's birthday. He's a lifelong pescatarian. Do your classic bicep flex and say, "What's up, John? Happy birthday," and keep making those pescatarian gains to cheer him up. How about instead, tell him to go hang himself with a piano wire. Thanks for the donation, Skur.
From Andrew Huberman. Sauna is, you know, the little room you go into, you sweat, it's all hot, and apparently like heat is like pretty
Yeah, so saunas do not make you build more muscle. In fact, they probably do the exact opposite.
healthy for you, whatever. But the 2-hour strategy is interesting. Imagine this. 2 hours in the sauna. There's a protocol that you can follow that apparently 16x's your human growth hormone, HGH. That's like the hormone which I'm not so scientific, but
Human growth hormone is not
From what I
particularly anabolic. It has very, very, very weak anabolic properties compared to testosterone. If you want to get anabolic benefits from taking human growth hormone, you have to take many, many, many times what your body could naturally produce. That's why pro bodybuilders spend tens of thousands of dollars on human growth hormone in order to get huge. It's because human growth hormone really doesn't do anything to make you bigger when you're talking about natural, normal ranges. Higher human growth hormone might help with tissue repair. It might help you stay a little leaner. But again, when you're talking about normal reference ranges, you're not going to see any difference in anything when it comes to human growth hormone. So this is just stupid.
and it will help you recover better. So basically, if you do this tactic, you'll be able to recover better, which means you'll be able to make better gains. And this is, from what I remember, how to do this exact strategy. You're going to do 4 sets of 30 minutes in the sauna. So you go in for 30 minutes and survive for 30 minutes straight. That's pretty tough, by the way. 30 minutes, like I'm amazing in the heat. Basically every white friend, almost every friend I go in with has to leave before I do. And 30 minutes for me is still pushing it, right? So make sure you take cold water with you. And another tactic is, I would suggest taking like a cold towel, like put the towel in cold water and put it over your balls, so your balls aren't like heating up too much. That's like an extra like sperm tactic, healthy thing that I learned from one of those conspiracy theorists motherfuckers.
Oh, so the sauna damages your testicles. Right, this sounds like a good idea.
Go in, 30 minutes, time it on your phone, time it on your watch, whatever, 30 minutes, and then once the 30 minutes is done, leave the sauna and basically take like a 5-minute break. Don't go in the ice bath or anything like that. You can...
This guy is like genuinely retarded. Some of these recommendations in this video are fucking stupid.
Should be extremely painful. Hypertrophy basically just means like making gains. It should be extremely painful. Once I learned this lesson, I started making more gains in the gym. I'll see if my editor can find this kind of famous clip between Chris Bumstead, who's like this big bodybuilder, and David Lade, who's like this bodybuilder, but David has stayed like the same size for like fucking 5 or 10 years straight.
Yeah, I wonder if that has anything to do with Chris Bumstead taking massive doses of anabolic steroids and David Lade only doing SARMs a few times. I wonder.
And basically he's like one of those guys who just trains to look good or whatever. And he does a set and he kind of like just stops. And the big bodybuilder, Chris Bumstead, he looks over to him and he says like, "Oh, what was wrong? Like, was that weight too light for you?" And the other guy goes, "No, it's fine." He goes like, "So why did you stop?"
Too late? That's about right. Why'd you stop? Because I have like all these other stats I have to save my fuel. That's not how working out works.
VG, you mentioned there being some good animes on Netflix lately and I need some shit to watch during workouts. What do you recommend, you sexy goober?
I've been enjoying Dan, but there's a bunch on Netflix now. Just look through the catalog, but yeah, I only just started watching Dan on Netflix. Their anime catalog's been increasing though. I think they might have Chainsaw Man on Netflix now. But yeah, just look through their catalog. But Dan good. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Yo, what's good, Richard? Nothing much, just finished a workout today and it went pretty well. So I'm just chilling right now.
What? You don't save your fuel? then you're just gonna be exhausted.
How are you gonna make any progress if you're not taking anything close to failure?
The lesson here was like, David wasn't training hard enough. He trained till mild discomfort. It's like a meme on like internet.
By the way, David Lade is far stronger than Hamza. I think David Lade's benched over 405. Hamza's never come anywhere close to that number. I don't think he's even benched 315 yet.
The internet these days is like, if you see someone with a shit physique, you say he trains till mild discomfort. Because I'm telling you the truth, once you understand this, you will make more gains. When you are training close to failure, it's really painful. Really, really painful. Like, you need a pretty high pain tolerance or just a mindset to push through. And all of us, here's an interesting point as well, all of us have different pain tolerances for each muscle. So for example, you can look at a guy's physique and know where he feels the most pain. For me, it's in my legs. That feels like excruciating pain compared to maybe like my arms or my chest or whatever, or especially my back, where there's still pain, it's still painful, but it's like kind of enjoyable at the same time. There's some muscles which are painful and enjoyable, and there's some muscles which are painful and just fucking excruciating, and there's no fucking like enjoyment in them. And guess what? Basically every single time, they're the muscles that you are lacking in. Like, I guarantee you can perfectly correlate someone's deficiency in certain muscles with just the fact that that muscle for them just feels more painful when they get it close to failure. Like, you remember the first few workouts you did? Like, just remember when you first started the gym, remember the first workout routine you were on. For me, it was like in my garage back in my hometown. And you hit this set and it's extremely painful. You wake up the next day and you're like super, super sore. And every day you'd go to the gym, it was like actually really fucking tough to train hard enough. That's basically how it should still be, even when you've trained for years. It should relatively, like every set we do, should be relatively difficult for our current capabilities. When you're a beginner and
It's extremely unusual to have persistent high levels of soreness as you keep training. That's an indication that you may not be training well.
let's say you grab like, I don't know, your mother's pink dumbbells or some shit, you know, like the 2 kg dumbbells. Like, I started really weak, right? So you grab that, you can do like 10 reps, and the last rep, you're like, oh, your form's breaking down a little bit, and you're pushing, whatever. It should kind of still be like that now. Like, obviously, you know, still maintain good technique, stay safe and stuff. But every set you do should be relatively fucking as hard for you right now as it kind of was when you were a beginner. It was excruciating to do a set to basically failure of like leg extension. It was excruciating, and guess what? It should still be like that right now. Remember, the biggest lesson of all with making gains is you've got to progressively overload. What that specifically means is that you have to basically push very hard to your current capabilities, because your current capabilities will keep getting higher and higher.
Joe Donatiller's thoughts on these polls. Do you think they're accurate? I'm really disheartened seeing these polls and afraid that the Liberals might be in power again until October 29th. Again, wait, conservatives are still, oh wait, is this, yeah, this is earlier. So the polling is still pretty close. I think these polls reflect more about what people think of Trump than who they're actually going to vote for. Like, internationally, every recumbent, incumbent party has lost, and it's due to economic issues. It'd be quite an upset if the Liberals win. If they do win, they're probably going to have a minority government. And I still have pretty good confidence that the Conservatives are going to win. And it actually looks like Liberal popularity peaked about a month ago, and it's going down slightly. So again, polling doesn't really tell you anything. They're still probably going to lose. Thanks for the donation though, Joe. Like, again, worst case scenario, they're just going to stay in power, and then everybody's going to hate them more and be like, well, we fucked up, and then the Conservatives are going to win next election. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but, you know, whatever.
Higher and higher every week, every month when you train and you get stronger and you eat clean and you sleep and whatever. So every workout you do needs to be really fucking tough if you want to make gains. There's something to be said about like specific other things, deload weeks and all that. Okay, sure. Just in general, just take this lesson. Every workout you do needs to be kind of like excruciatingly painful for you to actually make the gain from it. Of course, don't get injured.
No. Your workouts do not need to be excruciatingly painful. You only need to train around within 3 reps shy of failure per set. That seems to be the sweet spot to trigger an overload response.
After training for a little while, you'll be able to differentiate between the good kind of pain and the bad kind of pain. Never lean into the bad kind of pain where your brain literally is telling you the message of like, oh, you might get injured. As soon as your brain kind of says that in its mind, don't fucking risk it. Change the exercise, change the weight, listen to your brain once you've trained long enough. But you will feel like there's certain kind of good pain which you know is right and it's safe. Or sets in the gym need to be pretty fucking painful, and that you need to be progressively overloading, training really hard, potentially training with a friend. One other thing that's going to help you to train really hard and to push that like last rep that you need to push is caffeine and pre-workout. The best workouts of my life, those ones that I told you about, like the 2 spikes of gains that I've had in the last few years, were both times where I had way more caffeine than I would usually still have. I would have like an...
There's been long-term research on this. Caffeine and pre-workout supplements do not accelerate progress. There's no difference in rate of progress if you're taking caffeine or some sort of pre-workout supplement. The fact that this guy says his best workouts were when he was taking massive doses of stimulants just shows that this guy has no idea how to periodize his training. You should know when you're going to have particularly good workouts, when you're going to hit PRs, because those should all be planned in your program. If you're going to the gym and just randomly out of nowhere, you're like way stronger or you can do way more reps than you normally could, that's just an indication that you're not following any kind of periodization strategy at all and you know jack shit about training. Again, you should know when you're hitting PRs.
The White House is now awfully preaching hate speech. I'm not kidding.
Simply put, we will find you and we will kill you. What is this in response to? Oh, I wonder why you only posted part of the tweet. To the terrorists who wish to do us harm, we will hunt you down. Yeah. This is in response to ISIS, so I don't consider that hate speech. Thanks for the donation, Abby.
Energy drink, which...
Or not Abby, Dodo. Abby, donated $2. Do you like Maltese and Yorkshire Terrier mixes? This is my sweet girl, Abby.
What?
Yeah, they're nice little dogs. It's a nice little scruffy. Wow. Yeah, it's a nice little scruffy. That's a nice doggo. Thanks for the donation, Abby.
Has like 120 or 180 milligrams of caffeine, and then pre-workout as well, which probably has like 180, 200 and something milligrams of caffeine and all the weird cancer ingredients. This is probably cancer maxing, and it's like shortened my lifespan by like 6 months. But honestly, it was fun, and it was like the highlight of my year was like these.
Caffeine does not cause cancer. All right, well, Hamza's retarded, but we already knew that.
With the stock markets, and the U.S. stock market is down another 2% today. 2%, guys. This is insane. So the stock market under Joe Biden was going up, up, and up for 4 years straight. This is a 4-year uptrend, guys, that Donald Trump in 2 months managed to destroy. We saw a bounce here in the business. This is called a dead cat bounce. But now there's another major sell-off. And I'm going to go ahead and predict that, peak to bottom, I think the U.S. stock market's going to go down by about 20% this year. That's officially a bear market. And we're not going to have all the data, how bad is the U.S. economy, until this fall. So the big tech companies, they're going to start reporting at the end of April for their Q1 reports. Apple reports on April 24th, and Tesla reports on, let's see here, April 29th. April 29th, there's going to be some fireworks, guys. But officially, we won't know we're in a recession until we have Q1 and Q2 data, and that won't come in until September. So Americans won't really understand how bad Donald Trump has screwed all of us until about September. And this is a good thing. Like, this is how you stop Donald Trump from invading and killing people. His approval rating has to go down, and his disapproval rating has to go up. The more chaos and confusion for the Trump administration, the less they'll be able to find the...
Dodo Nutilers, it's sad that the White House has more common sense than these SJWs that support Hamas. It is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Political capital or will to start invading other countries. So I told you, I've been telling you guys for a couple weeks now, be patient, there will be opportunities. These people are evil, and they're stupid, and they're going to continue screwing up. And this Signalgate scandal, there is no defense for it. MAGA cannot figure out how to repel this with their usual tactics. And every journalist in the world continues to dig. So Der Spiegel found the private data of top Trump officials, including emails, passwords, and phone numbers for Tulsi Gabbard, Mike Waltz, and Pete Hegseth. And they're still active. These Gmail accounts were linked to their Signal apps and WhatsApps on their phone. They're so stupid. And even MAGA or Republicans don't support the lies that the Trump administration is giving to try and justify a breach of national security. This was the poll. Share of Americans who say the administration's Signal leak is a serious problem. 60% of Republicans say that Signalgate is a national security breach. So on Fox News, they're going to say, oh, everybody accidentally tapped.
It's funny how consistently Democrats are the smartest political group. Like, Republicans are just dumber.
Texts the wrong person sometimes, or Pete Hegseth didn't give latitude and longitude coordinates, therefore it's not classified. Even the majority of Republicans don't believe the lies from this administration. So MAGA, their popularity is tanking in record time. They just realized that now. Trump withdraws the nomination for the U.S. ambassador to the UN. This is Elise Stefanik. She is a congresswoman from the state of New York. And this is a plus 20 Trump district. And Trump is saying she can't have the job because to be UN ambassador, she would have to resign from the House of Representatives. And right now, MAGA is scared that if she gives up this seat, in 6 months, 4 months, there will be a special election, and the Democrats will then win this plus 20 Trump district. So we've got some interesting off-season elections coming up. There are going to be elections in Florida's 1st congressional district and the 6th. The first, this was Matt Gaetz resigning for being a pedophile. And then the 6th, this was Mike Waltz resigning from Congress to become the national security advisor. So there is polling data showing that the race in Florida's 6th congressional district is competitive, when once again, this was a safe Trump district by like 20 percentage points. So this is happening on Tuesday. If you happen to live in either the 1st or 6th congressional district in Florida, or you have family and friends, tell them to vote. Tell them to vote for the Democrat, whoever it is. There could be a huge upset next week. Additionally, in my last video, I mentioned this state Supreme Court seats in Wisconsin, once again, election on Tuesday. And here's a tweet from the richest man in the world. On Sunday night, I will give a talk in Wisconsin. Entrance is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election. I will also personally hand out 2 checks for $1 million each in appreciation for you taking the time to vote.
Didn't he already do this and then get into legal trouble over this crap? Dude, Musk is such a fucking just cocksucking turd. Just go back to Africa, you fucking worthless shit.
Votes. This is super important. The richest man in the world is handing out millions of dollars in a lottery system to people who vote for the judge that he wants to win. This is not democracy. This is oligarchy in plain sight. This is the most corrupt America has been in our 250-year history. And Elon Musk is insane.
Are about 10 sets per muscle per week enough for muscle and strength gains? Also, is this progression fine? Start with X weight and 4x6 reps up to 4x10 12, then increase weights and start with 4x6 reps again?
That is a pretty low starting point. Usually you want to start around 8 reps and then go up to 10 or 12. So you're probably going to find that you can't really progress in that sort of manner. Just because the percentage for that rep range is too high. So like something you do 6 reps for is going to be around 75%, and adding even 1 additional rep, that means like you're cutting the relative percentage of the lift by a pretty significant margin. So if you start at 8 reps, the relative percentage goes down much smaller as you increase the amount of reps. So 6 is a little too low. Usually people start with 8 reps and then work up to 10 to 12. And yes, for most people, 10 sets per muscle group per week is perfectly adequate. You can have very, very small training volumes. Even only doing 2 or 3 sets per week is adequate for most people to make strength and muscle mass gains. Thanks for the donation, though, David.
He was asked a question during an interview with Brett Baer. Brett Baer asked him, why did you call Senator Mark Kelly, who supports Ukraine, a traitor to America? And this is Elon's response.
You give it out. In other words, Democratic Arizona Senator Mark Kelly posted on X about his trip to Ukraine to push for continuing to send U.S. weapons and support there, and you posted that he was a traitor. Well, why do that?
Well, I think we should care about the interests of the United States above the interests of another country. And if they don't, they're a traitor.
Yeah, but he's a decorated veteran, a former astronaut, a sitting U.S. senator.
That doesn't mean it's okay for him to put the interests of another country above America.
Obviously, there are some Republicans who think supporting Ukraine is the right thing still, but there is a battle back and forth about how do you think it comes to an end?
So according to the richest man in the world, who is our shadow president, anybody who supports Ukraine is putting the interests of another country above America, and therefore they are traitors to America.
Q donated $2.
So it's not just the Satanic Grotto entering the Capitol, but we also have counter-protesters entering the Capitol and surrounding them.
A lot going on, right? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we're already assumed to be one instead of giving the benefit of the doubt. So here we are. I love this place so much. I'm proud to be a citizen of Kansas.
Punches are thrown.
In the presence.
He does not have permission to do prayers, but we're currently saying prayers inside the Capitol. Rob?
In the presence of all the dread demons
Rob?
of the pit.
They're currently saying the prayers inside the Capitol. He's saying the prayers. And now it's getting violent. We have a counter-protester now attacking Michael as he's saying the prayers. It's getting a little violent. Oh, it's getting... punches are thrown. Punches are thrown. We have...
That guy assaulted him first. Why didn't the police arrest the guy who assaulted him first?
Capitol Police intervening. This is on the first floor of the Capitol. Also,
Thank you, police, for being useless and terrible as always.
Welcome to the live stream for TP Student Action.
Defense of tradition, family, and pop.
The big and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Sins of the world.
What a dishonest fucking retard.
Welcome back to Shameless Potpourri. I'm Joe.
Like, if somebody tries to steal your wallet and then you punch them, do you get arrested? So why is it okay for that guy to try to attack that dude, steal whatever he has on his person, and then it's expected that, oh, well, I guess I can just get my stuff stolen? Like, it's just retarded. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Q.
It is in America's national security interest to support democracy and human rights around the world. That is why Americans support Ukraine. But what is wrong with this guy? Look at his hands. What kind of James Bond villain evil pose does this guy do now wearing all black? This guy's on drugs, and he has completely lost his mind, and he is the wealthiest, most powerful man in the world. I am begging you, please don't buy a Tesla. And if you own a Tesla, please sell it. We have to stop him.
You know, the Cybertruck on the resale market has depreciated by 58%. This is a brand new truck, and it's depreciated 58% on the retail market.
Let's get to the bad news for Russia. Nearly 100 cruise missiles destroyed in this strike on Engels Air Base. This happened last week, and we got the intelligence. Russia was storing cruise missiles at this ammunition depot, and they all went boom. They're gone. North Korea sends at least 3,000 more troops to Russia in early 2025. This was confirmed by South Korean intelligence, and this is a non-factor on the war, guys. 3,000 soldiers being sent from North Korea. That's not even 2 days' worth of casualties for the Russians on the front lines. This is for propaganda purposes, and this is for Kim Jong-un to make some money. But this isn't the North Koreans sending 100,000 troops or 500,000. An act of Congress can only be undone by an act of Congress. Trump doesn't care. France announces $2 billion in military aid for Ukraine. Thank you so much to the French. And France has announced they will allow the deployment of peacekeepers to the Dnipro River if there's a ceasefire. So if we actually do get a full ceasefire across the front lines, there is a plan. I don't know if it's final, but France and the UK and some other countries might rush in some soldiers to the Dnipro River, central Ukraine, in hopes that that deters the Russians from attacking. Now, I don't think these peacekeepers will actually start fighting if Russia reinitiates the war, but they're trying. You know, they're trying to send in their own soldiers as a deterrent, and we'll see if it has an effect. But thank you, France. EU, Sweden, and Germany to allocate $47 million for civil society and gender equality in Ukraine. Thanks to these countries, every dollar helps. Speaking of every dollar, here's the channel fundraiser, guys. We launched this Friday of last week, so it's officially been going for 7 days. And I'll refresh, and we're currently at 986,000.
Today I'm spending 24 hours with the world's strongest man. Yeah, the giant versus the beast, 160 kilos each of madness. Yeah, probably spend about £3,200 a month just on food. Eddie has a big surprise for me. We're going into the tank.
Apparently, he's fighting Maurice Pujanowski in an MMA match, which is just retarded. How old is he now? 48. This guy is almost 50. Eddie Hall, I think, is 36 or 37 years old. So this guy is almost 10 years older than Eddie at this point. Like, talk about being over the hill. So yeah, that's the... you know, the promotion thing for the fight. Like, I mean, this just isn't serious. Like, he's still old, he's still on, sorry, not old, he's still on steroids and everything, but, I mean, he's basically 50 years old. So, why is Eddie fighting a guy who's fucking 50? We know why. What's the point in risking his health against somebody his age, right? So, like, the guy's spending $3,600 per month on food. I can understand if you're doing a lot of training and you need more calories, you're going to spend more on food. But $3,600 a month, like, give me a fucking break. Like, Eddie isn't even taking it seriously. If you're spending $3,600 a month on food, you're just a fat fuck. Like, you're not serious about getting in shape for an MMA, like, for MMA training. You're just fat.
To see if I can keep up. It's like a castle over here. Hey. Hi. Oh, how are you, man? Nice to meet you. And you, man? Oh, we haven't met before. Somewhere was it FIBO?
No, I remember seeing you at the Body Power.
Oh, yeah.
In Birmingham, in England. Like, geez, would have been like 2015, 16.
Yeah, we crossed each other like, huh? Who are you?
Yeah. I'll never forget, mate. You know, a Body Power is like thousands of people, and you just see, like, I'm a tall guy, I'm like 6'2". Yeah. And I'm like, well, you know, I can look above everyone's head. And then I saw you come around the corner of a store, and I was proper like, what the f*** is he on stilts? And then you walk past, and I'm like, me. It was the biggest human.
Yeah, it's really weird. Eddie's so wide and rotund. He doesn't have the proportions of somebody who's 6'2". He just looks like a shorter, fat dude.
Human being. I mean, the moment I started following you, I think it's since 8 years we have been following each other on Instagram. Yeah. And 2 months ago, we were like, hey, we really should meet now. Do a video.
You've done awesome as well, like your films and that. It's been cool to see.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, Reacher's out now. It's sick. I was here on the airport in Birmingham.
Yeah.
One after each other. Hey, Reacher, and it's the number one UK show. So everybody knows Polly.
70 miles an hour, but I think UK is the only place where you can drive tanks on the road.
Yeah.
And there's only 90 tanks in the world that are road registered, and I've got 2 of them. So yeah, it's pretty cool. The other one's twice the size of this. Come on in anyway, we've got breakfast. So you want to do like a day in the life? You want to eat?
It's technically not a tank, but, you know.
What I eat, do what I do for a day.
When I read that you're going to do the MMA fights, I can only assume that your days are crazy. I just want to see if I can keep up with you.
Right, so at the minute, I mean, I used to eat, 10 to 12,000.
What?
Yeah, but of late, sort of to 8,000.
Still 8,000?
Well, I'm in camp now, so I'm dropping to like 4,000, 4,500.
Yeah.
And that's like my
Yeah, there you go. So in order for me to maintain my body weight, I have to eat about 3,200 per day. So if Eddie's bigger than me, training more, kind of makes sense for him to, like, that's reasonable. So, like I said, Eddie's just a fat fuck. He's a glutton. He just wants to eat everything he fucking sees. Seafood diet, seafood, eat it. There's no reason for him to be spending $3,600 a month on groceries. So all this bullshit, oh, I lost weight eating 8,000 calories per day. He's fucking lying. So why is he eating like 4,000 right now when he's, in a training camp? Like, he's just a fucking liar.
Camp calories, so to say, because I want to drop my body fat a little bit, because just to get that cardio in, just taking that 5 kilo body fat off makes you so much fitter. The minute I'm probably 157, 158, something like that.
Yeah, then we're kind of the same weight. Yeah. I'm 159 at the moment.
Oh wow, okay. There's one difference.
But in height,
that's insane. 2 years ago, cut carbs out and you'll have more energy and you'll feel better and you perform better. I'd be like, bullshit. Yeah. But honestly, I did the carnivore diet for 90 days. And my energy levels went through the roof. I was sleeping better. I lost body fat. I was like, this is incredible. So I just carried on.
So that means that I'm going on 0 carbs today.
Yeah, really, yeah. There'll be very little carbs. Very little. You get some carbs from the dairy, but yeah, very minimal. So we're going to start with 100 gram of organic salmon.
Yeah.
And wash that down with 300 gram of cottage cheese.
So 50 grams of protein for your breakfast.
Yeah. It's just a good dose of fat and protein just to get some energy in.
No.
So my main training whilst I'm in camp is fight training and swimming. And it's 4-minute rounds, so I do 4-minute rounds in fighting, no swimming, and it's 4-minute rounds in the swimming. So I do 4 fours, done. It's an expensive diet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like just that one pack of smoked salmon's like 10 pounds. It's just, but you can't have crap, it's got to be organic, it's got to be the top quality, and you got to really look after yourself.
Can you make an estimate how much your diet per day costs or per month then?
How exactly do you have inorganic salmon? Like, if it's wild caught, even if it's farmed salmon, is there any regulations on what would be considered organic salmon if it's farmed? Like they're fish.
Yeah, probably spend about £3,200 a month just on food.
You're number one or not?
Well, that's it. I always say it's an investment.
Yeah, that's true.
Right then, mate. So, nice light breakfast. We'll go for a walk now. That just helps you digest it, loosen everything up, and then we're going to head to the MMA gym and get going. Get it. Like, usually I'm like this. Oh, like a really,
no, let's do
almost
that.
running pace.
No, I need to keep up. It's
okay.
It's Dutch versus Eddie. Yeah?
Okay.
This was the first 20 minutes of the day, and I'm sweating. It's going to be a great day. So, the basement.
Yeah, home gym.
80 kilo dumbbells.
Well, farmed salmon are just fed bycatch. So they're basically just fed other fish. I don't know how would you make fish inorganic?
They're the light dumbbells.
I can do 8 times 60 with incline. Super proud, but 80,
strong,
80 kilos is...
Your head nearly touches the ceiling.
Yeah, I can clean it like this.
Jesus. Right, so we just do a little bit of stretching, mate. Just, again, the main things for fighting are calves, hamstrings and glutes. So just get them loosened off, really.
I actually wondered about it. I've seen one bodybuilder use it. It's like the pain bank.
Yeah, I've got one of those. Those are super handy for stretching your groin.
Andrew Jacked?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he can do the full split.
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
There's a genetic deficiency. It's actually called...
I've got to get a bigger one. The one I ordered is for, like, people who are small. My legs hang way off. But, yeah, I've got one of these.
The Hercules gene. So the Hercules gene is basically where you've got a myostatin deficiency. And you don't produce as much myostatin, so your body doesn't know how much muscle to put on. Have you ever seen the Belgian blue cows?
Yeah.
Cows with muscles on muscles. So they're type 1, and then the humans, more common, get type 2. So people like myself, I've got it, Andrew Jacked probably got it. And you train, and there's just like, your body doesn't know what the limit is with muscle. So these guys, this is why these guys like Ronnie Coleman, they're just so much bigger than everyone else. It is genuinely genetics.
As you can see.
I don't know if you can get a gene test. Because, like, I just keep growing, and I don't feel like my rate of growth is, like, really slowing down and tapering off. Like, I am just able to keep growing. I don't know where you could get that tested.
We and me are very fortunate with our own gym, but we understand that's not
Be
for
interesting
everyone.
just
That's
to
why
know.
there's Spedients. With Spedients, you can do complete workout, strength and cardio from your home. For cardio, you can do, for instance, ski and road trainings in a scenic environment. This will make sure you do not get bored and get the max out of your training. You might wonder how I'm able to train with the Spedients. Well, that's very simple.
Right then, bro, I think we're done. Done stretching, we've done a good 15 minutes there. So nice and lumbar, feeling good? Yeah. Okay, ready for MMA?
Yes. It's not the Batmobile, but the Beastmobile. Off to the MMA training. Right then, mate. Top floor of this building here. Combat Sports Center. Combat Sports Center. That sign pretty much sums up what goes on inside. It's old, decaying, mouldy. Hardcore gym? Yeah, hardcore gym. So you don't get spoiled? Yeah. It's no aircon in here, buddy.
I've been considering going on steroids. I don't know if it's a great idea. Like, I wouldn't take them until I'm sure I want to be on them.
Punch on the back, and then it gets really interesting. I'm going to lie on top of Eddie and he has to get loose. If he does, then we start over again. After that, I'm going to get a big body shield and walk like an elephant towards Eddie, and he has to stop me and punch me and just get very, very tired. Sounds like a plan.
That's a plan, yeah.
Cool.
2 hours before I go for max level.
Yeah. How much was your deadlift record again?
500 kilo is
yep,
the world record.
When your nose started bleeding, huh?
Yeah, and ears and eyes and everything else. So the objective when we start doing the drill is you cannot let me get up. Okay. So you're going to put all your weight as much as you can against me. No, seriously, mate, like 2 years of training, you could be like going for a world title. Seriously.
Hey guys, during my workout, I'm drinking my new product, week 16, all over the Netherlands, in the Jumbo, and on my supermarket website, Muscle Meat, milk with 75 grams of protein, €2.95. It's going to be amazing.
How about no, and just drink soy milk?
Milk with extra protein. This fight he's going to do, his mindset has to be life or death. 5, 4, 3, 2, come on, one more!
Bro, he's fighting a 50-year-old man. Give me a break. Oh, he's got to be in a life or death. It's a 50-year-old man.
One. You're not done yet. I could probably only do 1 minute. This is 4 minutes.
As soon as that bell goes, you've got to give it 100%. Give it 99%. You're getting knocked out.
Yeah, this is really good to have over here. Would it be the same weight as Eddie? 160 kilo. That's 2 wild bears. Imagine that I was on top of him, which takes me less energy than him. I got out of breath after a few minutes. And he stands up. And look at this, he continues. He just keeps going. What a crazy beast. I'm hyperventilating while I was on top. he did not get up, so I'm super proud.
I've sparred with black belts on the floor, and no one's been able to keep me down like that. So.
Wow, that's crazy. That's such a compliment to me.
That's true, isn't it?
It's true? Wow. Let's go. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. If you want to see more crazy videos, please subscribe. The more followers I get, the more I can travel thanks to you. Subscribe and leave a comment. Thanks, guys. The same with filming stunts. Sometimes things go wrong, so...
Convince me to leave Christianity.
Excuse me, I have another question.
Yep.
In the Bible, they say that on the last day.
Oh, he's doing another Muslim thing.
Eddie just hit my nose. You know, it's the uninevitable things when you're physical.
Dude, it's funny. Like, this is a thing I've been seeing with Christians now. Rather than challenging, like, atheists, they challenge Muslims. Because they know they can get easy W's on Muslims, but with atheists, they're kind of like, no.
But that keeps you alive. Big respect, Eddie. You really go to your limits. And without carbs, I can't believe it. You're the proof that ketogenic diet works.
He's eating carbohydrates, dude.
Officially, name myself the biggest meatbag on planet Earth. It looks pretty fake, but look at his punches. I was only already getting out of breath because of the shouting, and he just kept punching and punching and punching. Holy shit.
How are you feeling, Eddie? Feeling good, mate. I think the important thing is, even after that 4th round, it gets down to 90 seconds, and I'm completely calm, my heart rate's down, so I can go again. And that's important for me, is that I can do 4 rounds at pretty much 100% pace, and still have more in the tank.
Eddie told me in the car it was not his idea to make it 4-minute rounds. It was a demand of Marius.
Yeah, so I wanted 2-minute rounds. because of my fitness. But then Marius wouldn't budge on the 4-minute rounds. And after about 2...
Yeah. Marius knows his cardio is fucking terrible. Like, what is that? Dude, 2-minute rounds for an MMA match. This isn't a boxing match. Fucking 2 minutes. Are you kidding me? Like, this guy does not take shit seriously.
2 days of thinking about it, I was like, you know what? He's got every advantage. He's got 27 pro fights. He's got 16 years experience. I'm flying to Poland to fight him. Why not give him the 4-minute rounds? Give him every advantage he's got. Let him have it. So we're going to put the body bag on you now.
What do you mean give him every advantage? That's fucking normal for MMA. Like, this is hilarious.
No arms. And we're going to build up 10%, 20%. Yeah, see how much you can take. We've got Jake Oates here, so he is a K1 European kickboxing champion. Okay. Another one? Extension of that game. I'm get crying at the same time because I know what's coming. Right, we're for 100% now. Yeah, okay. It makes me dizzy, that literally. I'm ricocheting up my arm.
It's hilarious how Eddie thinks he's some generational physical specimen, but he looks like a bloated Oompa Loompa with a massively distended gut.
He is ridiculously strong. And I mean, I'm sure if he were to go and do some other sports, he could have been successful. So like if he was doing American football, he likely would have been good at that if that was his focus, you know, but yeah, the guy does not take this seriously. Like, he's known that he has to go into an MMA fight for a while now, and rather than like losing an appropriate amount of weight, oh yeah, I'm eating 12,000 calories. Like, it's just a joke. The guy just cannot stick to a fucking diet. Like, it's as simple as that, dude. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
You know what I did? I didn't think of it. It's like it went on sharp and sharp in my head. Like,
can you imagine that? Landing square on your chin.
Because you're going to be You can all imagine if you train like this, you have to have a lot of protein. So what are we cooking?
So for lunch, we've got 2 big ribeye steaks, a burger each, just for some good fats, eggs, a little bit of halloumi cheese, and then black pudding. You ever heard of black pudding?
No.
So black pudding is pig's blood mixed with beef fat.
What? Oh, okay, so it's all that.
Yes, great foods to eat if you want to be an MMA fighter and, have good blood flow, cardio, get your weight down, really fatty, gross, disgusting meat that'll clog up your arteries.
Yeah, it's so good for you.
So all the healthy stuff you normally don't get in.
Really nutrient dense. And then we're going to have a cup of bone broth.
What? Bone broth? Oh, that must be for the collagen and stuff.
Collagen, nutrients, helps digestion. So 124 grams of protein each.
Some people eat cake.
I mean, Eddie Hall's overweight. He's not in proper shape for a fight, and this is what he eats. So, maybe you should emulate success to some degree. Like, I'm pretty sure most of these other MMA fighters are sticking to plant-based diets.
Eggs, Eddie eats pig blood.
Right, we've got barbecue ribeye, burger, black pudding, 2 eggs, halloumi, and then I've got fermented foods. So I've got kimchi, beetroot, kimchi, carrot, sauerkraut, pickled onion, and then pickles.
I love the taste makers. No sauce, just healthy stuff.
Yeah, it's just butter and salt and meat. Like, it'll taste amazing. So I want to make a point as well, that is a normal size plate. Like, that's a big plate.
Yep.
And you compare it to...
It's the best mixed grill I have ever had, probably.
So all my meals are served on a platter.
Oh yeah, I see.
No, that's a normal plate, that's a platter. So everything's served on a platter.
Wow. Francis say bon appetit, he just says eat up.
In England we say eat up.
Eat up. I survived MMA training, but not a meal, 80% I could do. That's a lot of meat, but I'm ready for going to the gym with Eddie.
Yeah, we're going to go and I've got a punch bag machine there.
Punch bag machine.
So we're going to measure who's got the hardest punch. That'd be pretty fun.
That will be fun. Okay, let's get it. So, a little bird told me you have the world record punch.
Yeah, so I went to the UFC Institute in Las Vegas where they got a power cube. And that's basically measured all the best fighters in the world.
Oh, sick.
And I think Alex Pereira hit 191,000 and I hit 2018 from memory, might be 2016. So like another 10% harder than what the record was.
This is my very first time. I always wanted to do it, but I avoided it because I was way too scared because I'm so tall, I'm going to hit the iron or anything. But I got the best teacher in the world with a world record punch, so this is the moment for me to learn how to do this.
Think of your hand as like a ball of steel, and you want to smack that with that ball of steel as hard as you can.
Yeah.
So everything's loose, so it's like just bam.
Yeah, so I should not be tightened.
No, just like you've got a rope with a hammer on the end, and you want to like hit a target with that rope and the hammer, yeah? What are the records? 892. Okay, so I think 892 is a good target for us.
Okay, so I should get close to 892, then I should be very, very happy.
Very happy, yeah.
Yeah, again.
Go.
3 higher, 3 higher. Oh. 881. So sick how you put your weight in it. Oh.
I think the fact we've done fight training this morning is me up a little bit. I feel very fatigued.
Yeah. Nice. yeah.
Come on. Right. So hit 893, so that beats any pro boxer.
You beat Joshua's score with, he had 892 and you had 893.
Yeah, so basically I just f***ed AJ up.
I did 1 round and I got to 862. Pretty proud on that compared to the world's strongest punch. Oh, yeah! 863.
No, I've never tried any of those punching machines.
I won the world's strongest man in 2017, and now I look like a 10-year-old boy. Right, we're gonna do a grip test, mate.
Grip test?
Grip test, so fingers through and just squeeze as hard as you can.
I can do better.
144 pounds.
Oh.
192.
Okay, I want a rematch.
And I'm using my left hand because I broke my right hand a year and a half, 2 years ago, and my grip is terrible. But it would be better on the right.
Let's do it again. Haha, 189.
Whoa. It's actually 198.
Did I beat you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you got to do it
That's
again.
really good. 100%. You put your thumb over your fingers and pulled in with your thumb. I haven't got the luxury of doing that.
I don't know, are we allowed to do that or not?
Well, look, it's a grip test. You use one hand, and technically you use one hand, so.
Okay, well, do the thumb as well then. So see what
my thumb doesn't fucking reach.
Oh, look at it. Look. Oh, I can cheat. Oh, that's cool.
And he has stubby little baby thumbs.
189.
Oh, so I really did great.
Yeah, you did do good. 201.
Ah!
There we go.
You beat me like 3 or 3 LBS?
Didn't do my hand any good. There we go.
Okay.
201.
205.
Bastard.
205.
No! 209. There we go.
What did you have?
209.
209.
On the dot, right? Well, we can't have a draw.
Yeah, that's my question. Do you want a draw?
No,
draw?
No, we can't have a draw.
Okay.
There's no draw in these games, is there?
Whoa! 218.
218. Oh, come on, Olivia. Let's get it. You gotta beat it.
Do you remember your high school?
Yeah, I'm sure mine was 218.
Yeah, and we had a tie on 209.
209, yeah.
So 9 LBS is.
And now you had an hour's rest. Now we're gonna go on.
No, I can't do it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, man.
Right, okay.
Okay. Close. 9 LBS is not bad.
Nipple was just in my face. It's so fucking weird hugging someone that.
And he has a big surprise for me. We're going into the tank.
And then we're gonna go for a swim. See if we can keep up with me.
That's a giant fit in the tank, apparently. It's very convenient.
I think it's genuinely easier than driving a car.
It is.
It's like you're just so easy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to fill up the tank now. I'm going to put lead additive in, I've got to put octane additive in, and then I'm going to put the lead in, the unleaded fuel. So let's get on with it.
He puts lead additive in? What?
Yeah, I'm just going to fill up the tank now. I'm going to put lead additive in, I've got to put octane additive in, and then I'm going to put the lead in, the unleaded.
How the fuck do you get lead additive? Why in the hell would you even need that if you can put in octane additive?
Fuel, so let's get on with it.
That's really weird. So this jackass is literally spreading lead around just so he can drive a tank? No, he said lead additive. Yeah, you put in unleaded fuel, but he said you add lead additive.
The Beast versus the Dutch Giant. Swimming lessons from Eddie.
Do they still sell leaded gasoline in the UK? Yeah, so apparently you can still get leaded gasoline in the UK or some lead additive if you have a classic car. What a dickhead. Bro, he's literally poisoning people with lead just so that he could drive that stupid not tank.
Swimming lesson. So I was national champion swimmer from ages 10 to 13.
And I did not know that when I challenged him. So cameraman put in the B-roll of him swimming 50 meters.
So I used to be able to do 2 lengths in 23 point, I think it was 0.3 seconds or something.
Yeah, that's really
23 seconds there and back.
Wow.
So it's...
But you are implementing this now for your MMA fight?
Yes, so I replicate the round. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do 10 lengths, which takes me roughly 4 minutes. And the whole point of this is just to get one round in where it's really stressful, like you're holding your breath, you want to come up for air, water's going down your throat, you're basically choking yourself.
Yeah.
And that's replicating a fight very well.
If I lose, it's because he has the fastest swimming trunks on planet Earth.
Bro, I mean, just give me a fucking break. This guy does not have a body that is well suited for like sumo wrestling. But I mean, look at his stomach. This guy is claiming to be what? 20% body fat, I think, right now? Dude, you would not have this shape if you were 20% body fat. He's got to be like 30, at least. This is just, like, his proportions are just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way he can tie his shoes. No fucking way.
So the tightest swimming trunks on planet Earth as well. You want to spin? Do a spin. Look at that. Hey? That's lovely, isn't it?
That's cool.
That is lovely.
Okay, Eddie, I'm going to be realistic after seeing you swim. National champion. I only have a chance I can use a special swimming technique.
Special swimming technique?
Yeah. So is anything allowed? Any swimming technique?
Anything, yeah. As long as you get from there to here back, anything counts. Okay, 3, 2.
I just still won. Oh,
that was pretty
So I really thought I was going to win with sprinting, and then you were so fast that I used my hands. Then we were a little bit close, and then I forgot that you had to go way back, and then you went super speed, and it was done.
So not only were you cheating by running, you were cheating by using the lane as a pole as well. So double cheat.
Double cheat and still lost. Seriously, I gave it all. Okay. Guys, a lot of respect. If you're 160 kilos and go with this speed in the water, that's the world's strongest strength in the water. It's sick.
We have now got yogurt and blueberries as a snack.
Oh, I like that.
We'll do a little bit of stretching in there, and then we're going to head home and have another steak with eggs. This is like my last meal of the day. Big hit of red meat, eggs, and I very rarely have carbs, but sourdough is a good exception.
Again, this is the guy who can't lose weight even when he's training for an MMA fight. So yeah, great choices here.
It's good fermented, good for the gut bacteria. Yeah. And then just before bed, we'll go and do hot coals. We'll do sauna and an ice bath.
You have a whole house of it there?
Oh, we've got everything here. Yeah.
So he's lying. He is eating carbohydrates. So he just said he's doing this on no carbs, and he's eating a big, huge piece of bread.
So do sauna and ice bath, do that 2-3 times, and then finish on the warm. And then that cooling down process makes you sleepy, and you sleep like a log.
Sitting, so what on average how long do you sit in there?
Just for a competition. No, we'll sit in here until we're uncomfortably hot.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, let's go, guys. Concentrate on the breathing. You forget about the thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going.
And you haven't got a niggle or a tear.
You didn't do your limits. Huh?
You haven't trained hard enough. Okay. That's the truth.
So one more sauna, so we're warm and the blood flows correctly. And then we're finished. Let's get inside. Okay guys, it's time for the M score. I couldn't tame the beast, but I'm going to take the first point. You couldn't get my body off on the MMA.
I could not. No, so that definitely goes to you.
Okay, yes. No, 894.
893.
Yeah, then we have the wrist. That was super close. Yes. Because we had a tie on 200, and then you went nuts. I don't know what he did, but
like 9 pounds more.
Also super close. So, guys, of course, I'm big, I'm happy, but it's the world's strongest man. So if I'm close, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
What am I forgetting?
Swimming.
Okay, let's not talk about that. Okay.
It's still impressive. That was impressive. That's like some stamping through the water, that was.
We filmed it underwater. It was like a titan. But I'm not proud of it, but it was fun. Okay. This is not a competition, but my friends make more videos like this. Travel the...
I'm really hoping, Marius just beats his ass. Hopefully the 4-minute rounds and Marius just being lighter and having better cardio just makes him beat his ass. And I can make fun of him for losing to a 50-year-old man.
What you say, I am the nigga that wins at the end of the fucking day. I need broke
I mean, GTA 6, they're definitely coming out this year. I still, regardless of what you guys believe, I do believe GTA 6 is dropping this year. They're just on the hush because people keep trying to come up with speculations. Wait, so some nigga was recording me at Target?
Yeah.
Bruh. These niggas are weird. So it's some fucking weirdo hiding in the aisle recording me? Yeah, give me the link to that shit. Some bitch ass nigga hiding in the aisle like... He has FaceTime of his homie that screenshot it. Oh, give me that shit. Why hide in the aisle? Why y'all niggas record me like on some fucking girl shit? Just come up and be like, yo, are you OTG? Like, the fuck? Record me like a fucking paparazzi. Yeah, let me get the link to that shit. And then this pussy ass nigga gonna... So why would you post that shit on... Why would you not try to call me that name in person, but then you run to Reddit like a bitch? Why didn't you just call me that fugazi ass name IRL? Why hide like a bitch, say your friends see me at Target, but then gonna address me as something I don't go by? You see how pussy these niggas are? You see how pussy these niggas are IRL? That nigga labeled the shit we seen and then say a pussy ass name I don't go by at Target. Pussy ass nigga. That has to be the most pussy shit that I've ever seen myself. Go on Reddit and call me been in order. Catch the fade, bro. Fuck you niggas calling me that? Bruh. Let's see the pics. Alright, so you seen me at Target was too pussy. Look how far you are like a little bitch. I'm gonna really start watching my surroundings. Cause niggas are NPCs to me in the first place. But I'm a...
What do you think about Andromeda motorcycle gear? Limited options, but it's a fully vegan company. Their jackets are good. Right now, as far as I know, they're the only company that has a vegan race suit. And their race suits are definitely good. Their gloves, I think it's the Meteor gloves. No. So they have sport bike gloves. They have a Kevlar lining with like plastic sliders. So if you're on a sport bike, it's a good vegan option. Yeah, their Apollo gloves look nice for just any kind of riding. What's it called? I'll probably get these. Nox Armor actually just made vegan-friendly motorcycle gloves. I'm probably going to order these too. Yeah, so these are vegan-friendly now. They got rid of the leather in their new gloves, and they have the boa lacing thing, which is kind of handy. So you don't need to use a strap or anything like that. And yeah, none of this is leather. So the Nox Armor gloves, the Orsa OR4 textile gloves, and these are nice just if you're not looking for sport bike gloves. They have jeans. Problem with, like, I'd have to order them online, and I have no idea if they'd fit me properly. They do have zipper boots. like some sort of strap at the top. I don't know what their boots are like. There's plenty of vegan-friendly boots at this point. Yeah, their Neowise jacket looks nice. I'll probably end up getting that for the summer. I think that's... So that's a fully Kevlar jacket. That doesn't look bad either. And as far as I know, this is the only vegan-friendly race suit you can get. $2,681. As far as like not custom fitted, or no, do they do custom fitting? As far as so as far as non-custom race suits go, it is a bit expensive, I think. I'm pretty sure there's others that are in the like 1,500 range. Dude, why in the fuck? Yeah, even Dainese. Oh, this is on sale. It's normally 22. Yeah, so it's a bit more if you're looking at non-custom fitted suits. But again, as far as I know, it's the only vegan option. Does look nice, though. If I ever get a sport bike, I might get something like this. If I get a Ducati. I just wish you could get these without that back hump, because this actually doesn't do anything for protection. It's just there to act as like an airfoil for aerodynamics.
Really start watching my surroundings. Any nigga I see being weird, it's a dub for you, bro. I'ma approach you. That means you was terrified when you see me IRL. You was so much of a bitch that you stood all the way back and zoomed in like a pussy and then ran to Reddit like a bitch. That means you was terrified, bro. You exactly. You hiding behind your grandma, bro. Why didn't you pull up IRL and say that shit to me in person? Why don't you niggas address me IRL and call me this shit? Let's have a conversation. It might not even resort to violence. Let's just have a conversation IRL. You seen the nigga in person and was trembling, terrified. That's why you hid like a little bitch. Look at this nigga. Nigga was definitely with his grandma. I can't even see. Right in front of me. That's my shit.
He's complaining about a dude spotting him at fucking Target.
Want to do on a motorcycle. All right, so when you guys are on the bike, you don't want to have your arms locked out and your chest up. You're gonna have more weight on your wrists, more stress on your back, and you're gonna limit your ability to pretty much do anything. You want to be hugging the gas tank with your lower body and have your arms bent to where your forearms are touching the gas tank like this. You want to have your toe like this. When you jerk.
What about small LDL or oxidized LDL? So this question is about small LDL. They used to think it was more atherogenic. Look, all LDL is anywhere from about 18 to maybe 22, 23 nanometers, which is very, very tiny. Anything below 70 gets into your arterial wall and arteries are able to retain it. It's all about particle counts. The higher the amount of particles you have, the more of them get into your arterial wall through the gap junctions or the gaps between the cells, and then the cells and the arteries can retain them. And
oh my god. Look who I got. It's a gum. Look at his tail. Oh my god, he has the biggest, most prettiest kitty tail. How come your tail is so big? You're like a mini panther. I love you so much, Gum. You're my little sweetie pie. Yeah, that's a good baby. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. How come you're so handsome, huh? Yeah, you're such a handsome sweetie. Oh, I love you. Yes. You're a good baby, and I love you so much. Oh, yes, what a good baby. That's a nice baby.
And then the whole inflammatory craziness madness happens and you end up with plaque.
What's going on, guys? This is the 9mm/357 AEA Terminator, and this is listed as the world's most powerful semi-automatic air gun, and it is by far the coolest air rifle I've ever seen in my life. Modern air guns are changing the game as far as the capabilities you can get out of these things, and until now, I've never had an air gun bigger than .22 caliber, so I am pumped to try this thing. So the Terminator is a $1,200 9mm/357 semi-auto air rifle. They also offer these in 30 cal, but I wanted the bigger 9mm version, and the advertised velocity on this thing is over 900 feet per second, which I assume is with the best ammo in perfect condition. So we probably won't get that. I don't think I'll need it. I did dry fire this in the house and scared the crap out of everybody. So indoors, it is loud, but that is screaming fast.
Yeah, this is probably, well, actually, yeah, it would be restricted in Canada. That is pretty cool, though. Self-defense 22 Magnum.
This.
What was that? Damn it.
This is the Walther WMP SD, where the SD stands for, I don't know, suppressed, super suppressed, something. Oh, and by the way, it's a 22. Well, actually, it's a 22 Magnum. You see, Peter was like, oh, it's a 22. And I'm like, it's a little bit more than a 22. Which you should know that because I've already done a video on this, but Peter's memory is like a goldfish version of it. But it did not have the suppressor. And that's what really the defining aspect of this.
22 Magnum is rimfire, right? Yeah, it's rimfire. Rimfire is just super fucking unreliable versus centerfire. Like, you just always have malfunctions. I don't know if they have like a special striker or something for it, just to make it more reliable, but yeah, all the fucking time.
Particular gun, because if there was going to be a 22 caliber round that you were going to use for self-defense, of course you're going to use the one that has Magnum at the end. It just makes sense.
Oh, guns are for beta cucks? Okay, dude. Well, I guess when people break into your house and kill you and rape your wife, then I guess you can just have the, I don't know, peace of mind knowing that you weren't able to defend yourself or your family, and you got everyone killed because you weren't beta enough to get a gun, dumbass.
It's just, think about the things that represent Magnum.
Here we go.
22 Magnum. Trojan You get the point.
What gun would I get if I could get any gun? Well, ideally I'd get a, like, belt-fed machine gun if I could get any gun I wanted. But just for carry, I'd probably just get a Glock 17. Or maybe like a 43 or 19.
All right, so if you haven't watched the video already, I'm just gonna kind of go through some of the finer points about this gun because, or you can just click the link and go watch the original version because everything about this still remains the same from the original WMP without the SD, which is the suppressor aspect of it. So you have this threaded barrel here, and you know, initially when you look at a gun like this and you hear 22 Magnum, it feels odd because the gun is so big. I mean, like, Like look at it. Look at the profile. This looks like it could actually, it's actually damn near the same size as their PQ. There's no recoil. Wish I would learn how to shoot. Some people really like this European style mag release that you can see here. So for instance, you got this lever here that drops, right? Some people love that. Some people hate it. That's why I think Walther was like, well, then we'll just give you both and you can pick and choose whichever one you want to use. And the weird thing about it is most of the time this European style magazine release, it actuates both sides. But this one is actually, one side does it by itself independently. The other side does it by itself independently as well. And then of course you have your more Americanized traditional style magazine release, which I notice intuitively my mind instantly goes to the American style, even though there is something about that I really love. Another thing I love about the WMP too is the ergonomics. And really when I say what I love about the WMP, I'm really talking about pretty much every Walther.
I don't know how just because a gun fires fully auto, you can't use it for self-defense.
If there's two things that Walther does phenomenally well, it's ergonomics and the triggers. And
there's just no logical point in banning machine guns. For one thing, we have semi-automatic firearms. You can shoot as fast as you can pull the trigger. There's also echo triggers, super safeties that shoot as fast as full auto fire without it technically meeting the definition for full auto fire. And you can modify a lot of guns very easily. Glocks in particular, you can literally 3D print parts to make them full auto. So, like, what's the point of banning them?
And this is no different. Now, I will say the grip on this is a lot more, it's aggressive. It's an aggressive grip, but it's not prickly. Because, you know, sometimes grips are aggressive, but they're prickly. Like you're grabbing on, it's a block, and then I have to. Damn, this gun shoots really good.
I want to see him shoot it.
Now I'm gonna say something. It's thing shoots.
That's pretty nice.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I can say this. I'm getting some gas blowback that I'm not too fond of personally. I'm just gonna put that out there. But other than that, it's all right. Actually, the gas blowback is getting annoying. And what do you do when the gas blowback is getting on? Let's see if we can make a difference, because right now I'm not too fond of it. Let's see. Let's go and swap that out.
Squinting through clouds of dirty gas like I just got pepper sprayed by my own gun. Truth is, I forgot my usual clean 22 Magnum ammo and had to grab the only box the local shop had. Cheap, dirty stuff that smoked like a chimney.
I have the non-Magnum suppressor on the Magnum 22 Walther WMP. I don't know, I kind of really like this setup. The setup is kind of dope. My mind. You take this, but then I can carry it.
Yeah, it's too bad in Canada we're just a gay-ass country and they're trying to ban all the guns here.
Breaking news, Elon Musk is dumping Twitter. And who's he selling to? Elon Musk. That's the subject of today's video. He really is selling it to himself. Congratulations to Elon Musk on XAI's acquisition of X. Not even we could have predicted this. That's honestly the first thing that came to my mind was this kind of stuff is Elon Musk is selling to himself while Elon Musk is, I guess, writing the rules. When you see this kind of stuff happening with Musk, just always know there's some sort of shady tactics, some sort of shady accounting. There's always something misleading going on here. Elon Musk says XAI has acquired X in deal that values social media site at $33 billion. Whenever you make these deals with yourself, you can value it whatever you want. Just think of it this way. It's like, hey, I have a house to sell you. And you meaning me, I'm selling it to yourself, right? And you're like, oh, well, how much do you want to buy it for? Well, no cash. I just want ownership of your company in exchange for ownership of your company, my company. I know it doesn't make any sense. You're selling it to yourself though, but that's basically what it is. And I think it's an all stock deal, no cash exchange. The TLDR, it's a plug-in to yourself, I guess. Another way you can think about it is You're doing this mano regs on it's Elon things, right? This is who Musk is. I just want you guys, theoretically, if everyone believes your made up valuations, then you can borrow money based on said valuations of selling one company to another company that you.
Oh, is this basically the equivalent of paying off a credit card with another credit card? Is that the idea?
You own, and the cycle keeps on and going, right? This whole thing is a house of cards. And then if anyone checks on you to say, oh, well, you're just playing politics. You're just.
Yeah, dude, this is pathetic. Oh, wow, he's in trouble.
Playing politics. That's how these people talk. Musk says XAI startup bought X at 33 billion valuation. X bought by XAI. Musk tweets. Here's what someone was writing over at Barron's. How do you solve a problem like Twitter? If you're Elon Musk, you sell it to XAI. In a tweet on X, Elon Musk wrote that XAI had acquired X for 33 billion, 44 billion less, 12 billion in debt. So I guess there's a bunch of debt still hanging around. I know that Wall Street's been selling this debt to whoever wants to buy said thing. And it's always been shady with this kind of stuff because you never know for sure who's in these things. When he did Musk, the world's richest person, acquired Twitter for 44 billion in 2022. So I guess we're valuing it fine. I'll bring the tape. We don't.
So he's probably leveraging his XAI stock to, yeah, it's like paying off a credit card with another credit card. That's what I'm assuming.
We don't know their books really. They'll make all sorts of claims that.
Yeah. Wow. He has to be hurting for money bad at this point.
I want to play for you a clip of Donald Trump interacting with a veteran who directly asks him about veterans' healthcare and what he's going to do. And without any context, it's kind of disturbing to see him ramble and really struggle to answer the question. You'd think that his respect, as he proclaims it, for veterans would grant them more of a thoughtful response. But then what we now know, jumping forward to what we now know about what he's actively doing to the VA, makes this all the more disturbing. Before playing it, I want to welcome Brittany. So good to be back with you.
I'm so happy to be back, Luke.
Brittany Page. Go subscribe, Brittany Page on YouTube. The Page Perspective, our now regular collabs.
I'm so happy.
Are amazing.
It's amazing.
So let's start with this. This is from the campaign. And during the campaign, he was getting asked about, now again, a very disturbing phenomenon in how he's governing.
Hi, nice to have you here. Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Sarah. I'm a veteran, U.S. Marine veteran, and
Great.
And I'm a Purple Heart recipient.
Wait. They didn't hear this part. This is very important. Please say it again, Sarah.
I'm a U.S. Marine veteran and a Purple Heart recipient of Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. Many veterans face significant challenges such
This
as excessive
motherfucker right here.
Let me see, Twat Destroyer.
Jonathan the Tortoise was born before your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and
Wow, what a handsome turtle.
likely your
Or
great-great
tortoise, I should say.
grandparents.
Yeah, Jonathan is the oldest living land animal, and that is now recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records.
At 192 years old, Jonathan has seen a lot. Jonathan was born during the reign of Queen Victoria and has lived through 40 American presidencies. He's met royalty.
We had His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh here, Prince Edward. Of course he met Jonathan.
And in 1947, before she was queen, Jonathan met then Princess Elizabeth.
Yes, Jonathan, you know.
Teeny Lucy has been Jonathan's official caretaker on the island of St. Helena for more than a decade.
He knows my voice. I'm pretty sure he knows my footsteps as well.
The key to Jonathan's long life might be a healthy diet.
So he eats everything from carrots, apples, lettuce. He loves lettuce. Bananas are his absolute favourite.
Eat like the turt. Got it.
any sort of soft fruit that's around.
But it's more likely genetics. According to the Smithsonian, Seychelles giant tortoises have an average life expectancy of 150 years. Jonathan is ahead of the curve.
Well, it's because of his healthy diet and lifestyle. What a handsome turt.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
Wow.
Guys with their nose, what they'll do
Dude, oh my god, they're so big.
is they'll put their nose into the water. Run out of bananas, need some more bananas. And they'll put their nose into the water to figure out if it's good or not. And then once they
Oh, there's a little turt.
decide that it is good, they'll actually put their nose inside and drink through
Look at them. Oh my god, they're like little dinosaurs.
their nostrils, which is absolutely
Oh, he's munching on his lettuce.
incredible. Like if you stop and think about that, that is wild.
Oh my
Absolutely
god.
wild. Oh man,
Look at those little cuties munching on their lettuce.
they're getting me in the corner. They're getting me in the
Oh
corner.
my god.
Guys with
Dude, turts are amazing. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer.
Accessing quality healthcare, mental health support, and transition assistance back into civilian life. Will you commit to making the VA choice program that you open up permanent?
So we had VA choice, and this
So it should be noted that that was originally signed by Obama, but he took credit for it over and over again. But okay.
was something that was so important, was sought. That's where you have a choice of getting a doctor if you can't get fairly, quick service. And I will say we have great doctors. The doctors are incredible, but the administration of it is not good. And as you know, 4 years ago, we had the highest rated VA ever. We were at 92% approval rating. And I got two things done. I got VA choice, and that was basically you wait, and if you don't have a doctor within 48 hours, you can go outside, get a doctor, we pay the bill, and you get yourself taken care of. People were waiting for 4 and 5 months to see a doctor.
Wait, what? I thought with U.S. healthcare you didn't have to wait. What's this? I thought if you're paying privately, you just get instant care. What's this 4 or 5 months business? It's all a scam to make you pay more so that a bunch of jackasses can get richer.
And they were not feeling well, but literally it was a minor thing, and they end up being terminally ill because of it. Think of it, terminally ill. The other thing we did, we had a lot of people that because of civil service and unions and other things, you couldn't fire them under any circumstances, no matter what they were. And they were sadists and they were thieves. There were a lot of bad people, right? You couldn't fire anybody. So they were living with people that were horrible. And these were both authorized by Congress. One was 52 years, they couldn't get it. The other was 58 years. I got the right to fire bad people that didn't take care of our veterans.
And I know this is dragging on. I just think that we need to hear the full extent of the answer because it gets worse. And the question was, what are you going to do?
I'm going to start meditating because
Okay.
I'm getting a little.
We'll get the full, and then we're going to give you the important stuff, so stick for that.
Right? You know that. And we fired 9,000 people and replaced them with great people, with loving people. And those two things, and we
got rid of the sadists.
92% approval rating, and it's never been even close to that. Now, here's the bad news.
Oh.
They're very rapidly breaking the system up. They've hired a lot of the people back that were terrible and that we fired.
The sadists.
They're one of the problems. It's just unbelievable. And they don't. You know why? Because they don't know what the hell they're doing. And the other thing is they're slowly getting rid of choice, so that they're making it so tough that you almost can't use it. We were actually saving one interest because you save a doctor would fix them up and get them back and beautiful. Instead, they were getting sicker, and sicker, and many of them became terminal. You know, I did one other thing. I have to say, right to try. That's where you have a right to try medicines that won't be approved for another 4 or 5 years. They've been trying for 50 years, more than that, to get it approved. And, you know, the insurance companies didn't want it. The country didn't want it. Nobody wanted it. The doctors didn't want it because they didn't want to be sued. And I said, here's what we're going to do. I sat down in a room with all of them.
Actually, I can't take it. Let's skip, and see how this ends.
Nothing. No answer.
But if people are willing to sign that, We have saved so many thousands of lives. So I think you understand. But we're going to go back to choice very rapidly. Immediately, we're going back to choice. And we're also going to get rid of the bad.
Again, he just heard buzzwords. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's taking credit for something that it wasn't him. It's all very confusing. And then watching
people who are afraid to speak on the record, rightfully so, because they fear retaliation. And the report says, in the wake of federal firings and executive orders, providers and patients at the Department of Veteran Affairs say mental health and mental health care are suffering. Quote, I've been really struggling with my concentration and my ability to focus when I'm at work because I feel like I have this axe over my head all the time, says a mental health provider who asked not to disclose the location of her work and to identify only as Lynn, her middle name, for fear she could be fired for speaking out. So this is not a good situation for people who are working, who feel like they could be fired at any time, knowing
becoming face.
I have to piss. I have to piss. Piss. Sadie, N-word donate $2. Let me see. Oh, Johnny Somali.
W stream. Are you guys enjoying the stream today? Whoa! Whoa! You should have been live when you saw that. What's up? Come back. Come back. Come back. What did you say? What did you say? Hey, back the fuck. What's up? Why are you punching me? I'm a what? Why are you saying that? Can I touch the statue? So you think it's okay to be physically assaulting somebody?
Yeah, you're in my country, buddy.
Listen, but you can't physically assault me. You come to America, you think I'm gonna assault you?
So
what the fuck
you're
is that?
In a different country, buddy.
So you cannot touch me. You wanna go to jail right now?
Yeah, whatever.
You wanna go to jail? You wanna go to jail? You want me to call the police right now?
Hey, you want to piece of me?
Back the fuck up. You're in front of the police station right here, bro.
Hey,
you're in front of the fucking police station right now. What the fuck are you doing? Why don't you talk and have a conversation? Have a conversation and talk. Take the mask off. You're not a man. You hiding with a fucking mask. Hit better next time, nigga. Hit better next time. Should we follow him out or just let him go? Let him go? You're a pussy. Come here and talk. Come talk. Come talk. Come talk. Come here. Yo, come. Now you falling down the stairs like a bitch.
I love how he's like, get back here, get away. Like, he's such a fucking coward. He's getting locked up for a very long time, which I'm glad to hear. He's probably going to get close to 10 years.
He tried to slap my hat off. Footage? Yeah, I got it. You got the...
What a bitch. I hate this guy. You know, for some reason, like, have you ever seen the movie Sin City where the cannibal got his head cut off? And after his head got cut off, he still had, like, the smirk on his face. I feel like Johnny Somali would still have, like, some stupid dipshit smirk on his face, even if his, like, head gets cut off. Like, he's just, no matter what happens, just acts like a fucking twat.
I don't remember who tweeted. Someone tweeted something like, if you're an American patriot, it means you're pro-Israel, or something like that. Yeah. Right. This idea that, like, it is your patriotic duty to have this particular feeling about another country, no matter what the other country is. I don't care what country it is. So that goes too far on that.
I do think that there is something patriotic about supporting our allies, because we form alliances because it's in our national interest.
Oh, gee, I wonder if this has something to do with why he's getting pushed out of the Daily Wire.
Form alliances, and having formed those alliances, and
yeah, but you don't have a you don't have a patriotic duty to support any country that is not your own.
But you know, in this case, we just should back Israel.
Yep. That explains why. RFK Jr. dug up his wife's body and moved her across the cemetery without telling anybody. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. failed to get proper permits to move his wife Mary Richardson Kennedy's grave. Body of RFK Jr.'s estranged wife was illegally exhumed from her not-so-final resting place. Reburied without the necessary paperwork. I don't know what the story is behind that. Sounds a little weird. Imagine calling yourself a conservative when you are really just an 08 Democrat. You guys won't believe it. Democrats are the real racists. Who's this nigger lover? Yeah. Twitter's fucking stupid, dude. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. That is a Honda. I think that's an Africa Twin.
So I want to look at this stages of change model. This is a behavior change model that's commonly used in applied psychology, and it sees behavior change as a series of 5 stages. The first stage is pre-contemplation, and this basically means that the person hasn't yet thought.
Any right-wing mouthpieces that are more jacked than you? Not that I know of.
Thought about changing the problematic behavior. When the individual is prompted to think about it, they move from pre-contemplation to the contemplation stage, and typically at this stage they'll experience a lot of cognitive dissonance and they may engage in motivated reasoning. If they're able to overcome that dissonance, they move to what's called the preparation stage. At this stage they've decided they are going to change the behavior, but they haven't yet done so. They may have taken some practical, tangible steps. Next comes the action stage. This is typically defined as the first 6 months after somebody has made a definitive change in their behaviour. At this stage, they're most liable to relapse and start doing the old behaviour again. After 6 months, they move from the action stage to what's called the maintenance stage. This is basically between 6 months and 5 years, when they are just chilling, they're maintaining the behaviour, they find it a lot easier, they don't experience cravings anymore, and stuff like that. As an individual moves through the 5 stages, they experience increasing belief in their ability to maintain a behavioural change, and they experience increasing strength of conviction in their decision to maintain the behavioural change. If we look at this in the context of meat reduction, we can see UK survey results show us about 49% of people are at this pre-contemplation stage. They just haven't thought about eating less meat. The good news is that some of this 49% will be immediately willing to change their behaviour, so they really just need to hear about the reasons for doing so. Another 30% are in the contemplation stage, so they're currently thinking about whether they should eat less meat. We captured 6% at the preparation stage, where they've decided they are going to go vegetarian, but they haven't done it yet. 3% in the first 6 months of being vegetarian, and 12% who have been vegetarian for a longer time than that. So consistent with other survey data, we have about 1 in 6 people who are not eating any meat in the UK. That's already quite high if you think about it. It's useful to classify people in terms of these groups because it can tell us what kinds of interventions might be useful for them. Clearly, the person who has never thought about eating less meat is going to require quite different interventions from the person who has already decided they're going to eat less meat, but they just haven't yet taken action. In the pre-contemplation stage, the most effective interventions are likely to be recommending documentaries, recommending books, podcasts, and other media, and just having conversations with people. It's really about encouraging them to think about meat reduction for the first time, seriously. For people who are at the contemplation stage, these same interventions are going to be effective. I would also recommend just tagging them in the occasional thing on social media, just to keep it front of their mind. They're already thinking about eating less meat, we just don't want them to forget about it. That might not be so effective for somebody who really hasn't thought about it yet. When we look at someone at the preparation stage, someone who has actually already decided they're going to change, then we have a bunch of different interventions which start to be effective. This is when we can look at things like sharing good vegan food, recommending recipes, doing swap guides, really practical how-to steps at this point. They're already bought into the why. Now at this stage, they want to know the how. For people who are planning to soon reduce their meat consumption or who have recently reduced their meat consumption, there are two really cool tools. The first is what's called Intention Implementation Plan. Seems needlessly difficult to say. And basically that means making a plan for what you will do in challenging situations. In the context of meat reduction, that might be when I'm around lots of other people who are eating meat, I will make sure that I have a tasty alternative so that I don't feel too jealous. Or it might be when I come home drunk at 3 a.m. wanting a kebab, I will make sure that I have some frozen vegan burgers in the freezer. It's a good idea to have a plan for 2 or 3 high-risk situations that you're likely to find yourself in. The next tool is probably my favourite. It's called the Food Tea app. You can find it on the App Store and Google Play. Basically, it's this game where you choose which foods that you want to eat or avoid, and then they'll flash up on the screen in either red or green circles. You hit the green circles, you don't hit the red circles, and
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me take a look. Yeah. The situation in Rhodesia was just outrageously retarded. There's not too much evidence that they were planning some sort of apartheid state like South Africa. What they were really concerned with was just people getting involved in the democratic process who are just fucking stupid. So, they would allow blacks to vote if they had a high enough income and owned land. I know they did have some policies where they charged blacks more to ride public transportation. But, I mean, between that and allowing African tribes who were being supported by communist China and Russia to take over, just outrageously stupid. Even the way the situation in South Africa was handled was just fucking stupid. Like, I mean, look what happened with the RNC government. Like, ideally, they should have just gotten rid of apartheid and only allowed whites to vote. Because that would clearly have led to a better set of outcomes than, you know, what's happening now where South Africa is just becoming a failed state. You can interview people in Zimbabwe right now, blacks. They will all admit to you that life has gotten progressively worse and worse year over year since Rhodesia was, you know, collapsed. Well, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't ever want anybody to be racist, so let's just fuck everybody over for that sake. My first video to get banned on Instagram got mass reported or something. I'm just too edgy and shit. These bitches can't handle it. So, what happened? When men start talking about what women should or shouldn't do.
It's for your mouth. Let me know if you need a bigger piece.
If you come at me with something like that, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out, bitch. When men start talking about what women should or shouldn't do, I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want, and you're gonna sit down and shut the fuck up. How about that?
I mean, what do you expect? That's obviously gonna get banned on Instagram. Me giving the ugly guy a chance. Yeah. Yeah. Magnet fishing. Yeah, these looked like all murdered weapons. White people really don't know how to mind their own business. It's literally in their nature and DNA to go try to discover something. I'm very confused. He found a handgun, but I'm confused what... Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
And essentially, it trains your brain so that you will respond less to the foods showing up in red circles. It's been shown to reduce meat consumption if you play this game with meat in the red circles. The app is called Food Tea, or one word. Seriously, check it out. And finally, social media and groups, I think, are an incredibly important tool at the maintenance stage. The key thing about the maintenance stage beyond the first 6 months of behaviour change is where a new identity starts to take root, and putting yourself in social groups which...
Yo, VG is solo leveling good. Can anyone in chat like Ollie Wally or someone tell me if this is overrated or a good watch?
I have no idea. I've never watched it. People have sent me clips of some of the fight scenes and it looks boring as shit, but I haven't actually watched it. Thanks for the donation, Gay Niggas VG.
Which share that identity is a fantastic way to ensure that it stays with somebody. One of the major reasons that people stop being vegetarian or vegan is feeling socially isolated, and that they don't have others around them who are supportive. So if you can get yourself into those social groups, it much reduces the chances that you're going to go back on that later. I'll post a link to all of this stuff in the video description. Granzix one.
Okay, I desperately need to go pee, and unfortunately that means I'm gonna have to move Gum Gum. Oh, my poor little Gum Gum. I have to go to the bathroom, Gum Gum. Mwah. My sweet little kitty. My handsome boy.
Hi Richard. Vegan runner here again. I still can't eat. I'm still eating copious amounts of nicotine lozenges. I'm still drinking energy drinks. I know these are not the causes. Any ideas what else it could be? Maybe electromagnetic radiation exposure?
No, you're probably just, not kissing cats enough. Just try kissing lots of cats. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Mwah, mwah, mwah. This is my Gum Gum. I love you, Gum Gum. You're such a handsome boy. You're just a little cuddle monster. Yeah, you love cuddling. I love cuddling with my Gum Gum. You're such a good little handsome. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gum Gum.
All right.
Oh, that is much better. See if there's any dumb shit going on Discord. Christian chat.
This is a question that I had for Aquila. So Aquila is my answer. My response is to Aquila. And Aquila, I'd love to hear your answer to that.
I lost track. Could you please repeat it?
No, I bow out. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to leave the
This is
VC
exactly
too,
what you
but-
need. Like, this is where like reality kind of shows its fact.
It's like it's one of
People
these
don't care about you.
conversations that needs to be had.
Nobody
in
cares about you.
serenity. Needs to be had in serenity, and it's impossible right now.
Well, it's just what I've observed really recently.
I'm trying to figure out if you have a touch of autism or you're just cantankerous. I'm like, every time somebody
reason to be here,
speaks
but, like,
for
the most-
some reason, every time somebody speaks for some reason, you interrupt them in every single room that you're in. And I don't know if it's just like you lack the ability to read the room, or if you just get drunk on purpose, get on here and try to make people's lives miserable when
I think the problem
you
is
should really
they listen to me, and they
I don't think they
continue
do though. I don't think they do though. I think they try to actively ignore you because you come in and you just start cursing and they want to kind of move past that and you like can't read the room.
Depends on the room, I would say.
I have a topic.
Every room that you've been in, you're doing this. Like
Every room that you've been in, that I've been in.
Correct. Yes.
I have a topic
Right.
that I think would maybe frustrate some of you. Problem of
What's up?
evil.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, that's very low hanging fruit of you.
I'm intrigued.
Logical
All
logical
right.
problem or evidential problem?
I think this would rely on the evidential problem, but it could be both, depending on how you look at it. So, if we take God to be omnibenevolent and omnipowerful,
Well, clearly not omnibenevolent, right?
This is also
Got
known as
someone
the
up.
why I'm not in heaven right now problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, do you disagree?
Because heaven is perfection.
Well,
No suffering.
omnibenevolent.
well,
Right? Do you?
we can go down. We may be able to resolve this relatively quickly.
Yeah, but
depending.
do you know Christianity well enough not to beg the question on that?
Well,
This
let's see
isn't
where
question
he goes
begging.
with this.
Yeah, so if we take
Wait.
omnibenevolence,
Hang on, vegan. It's also known as Christianity has a position on this. I'm asking you if you know that.
well, I've heard a number of different ways that Christians have tried to resolve this problem, and I don't think any of them have been satisfactory.
What's the prominent one?
I'm not sure what the most prominent ones are.
Do you know the prominent one?
Well, again, you can give an
Most
answer to
scriptural,
this.
you could say,
Well,
or-
like again, we can give an answer. You can enlighten me and give an answer to
I
this.
find it
so.
so crazy that like the rest of the world doesn't know.
I'd prefer.
It
Or you
seems
just
like
inquire
there's
in
a
vegan.
concerted effort to like not
Piddle,
let
piddle.
the rest of the world.
1 second. Piddle. Vegan, are you inquiring about Christianity? Is that it?
Well, yes, because one
think he's trying to
major
debate it.
roadblock to me, even even being able to accept the idea that there could be like a God, period, is the problem of evil. But Yeah.
Okay,
So
so of the
Seems
Christian positions you're aware of,
understandable at the
which
very
was
I
the
don't
most
know. I don't know
satisfying,
why.
and how did
Okay,
it fall
none of
short?
that matters. Let's just have this argument. You can provide the answer if you think you can
Why
answer
don't you give me
adequately.
the amazing question that we need to know?
No, you. I'm asking you to provide your most satisfying answer and tell me how it fell short.
I am not going to bother doing that because I'm debating you. You can give your answer. So if we take,
I'm not debating you.
okay, then
You
you
are
can
not
keep
debating.
quiet, and
don't
then
worry
somebody
about him.
else can debate me.
Fuck that guy. No, don't worry about him.
No, I can talk when I like.
He can talk. Right. Just like, what's your idea?
Yeah, so if we take omnibenevolence to mean the desire to create the best possible world, and we take omnipotence to mean the ability to effectuate any possible world, that would mean if God is omnibenevolent and omnipotent, he would have both the desire and the power to effectuate the best possible world. The problem is we are not living
what's
in the
suffering?
best possible world. Therefore, there is no God in this world.
I don't like that one.
How did you get to that conclusion?
Well, I would say we're
conclusion,
not
we are
living in the
not
best
living in the
possible
best
world.
possible world.
I would say the best possible world is a world where children aren't raped, or there's no Holocaust, so on and so forth.
So, like, you believe we live
absence
in
of
like
sin.
a nihilistic view or a nihilistic world, like nothing matters, stuff like that, right?
None of that is, and
No,
none of that
absence of
resolves the
sin.
problem of
So
evil.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the Christian position you would already be aware of is that an absence of sin means no free choice, right?
How about this one?
No,
like, God
I
could
would reject
create
that
a
idea.
world.
No, it doesn't.
God has the ability to create a world where there
I
is
asked him,
no
he'd be
bad.
aware that's the Christian position.
Yeah, so two problems here. Two problems here. A world that lacks.
I'm trying to explain to you why this doesn't work. You can't just create a world where everything works, because that would refrain humans' ability to choose what they want to do, because they would always need to choose the appropriate thing. They
Yeah,
wouldn't have
so
free
I
will.
reject that idea. You could create the best possible world with free
Yeah, why?
choice.
Wait, sorry, what?
Really?
Yeah, so
explain.
Why can't you have free will? Why can't you have free will and no
So
evil?
everyone
What's the
does
contradiction?
good. Everyone does good in this world. What's the choice?
So is there free will in heaven?
Mongolicide school. I have Mongolicide school. Mongolicide.
Yeah,
Mongolicide
whatever.
school.
You guys don't need to dogpile on them.
So is there free will in heaven?
That's a great
Is heaven
question.
a world?
That's a great question. Well, what do you think? Is there free will in heaven? I don't think there is a heaven, so I don't have an answer for that.
Well, it depends what kind of Christian you are. If you think that the eternal life will be spent in a new body on earth and there's no sin, then it is possible to have a world.
So I'm just asking you, is there free will in heaven?
And I'm asking you, is heaven a world? Because you mentioned all possible worlds. I mentioned heaven before you even did that.
No. Nobody
Are you
mentioned
including it or
all
excluding
possible
it?
worlds. People mentioned ideas, right? You're talking about different worlds.
So
Are you telling me
heaven,
there's different
yeah.
worlds?
So heaven doesn't need to be
Are
its
we into
own
the
individual
multiverse
world.
now?
No. So heaven doesn't need to be its own individual world. If heaven is a place that exists where no evil is present, but free will exists,
Well, I know that you think
then
that there are different
presumably God could
worlds,
make an
and
entire world like
I
heaven.
know that you think that there are different levels of if you want to get into heaven or not, right? Who is actually going to be when the world turns over? How many people are going to be in heaven?
That's not an answer to my question. So does evil
But
exist in heaven?
there's a specific number in your Bible, right? So what is it? How many people in your Bible see? In your Bible, it says how many people are going to actually be going to heaven, the real heaven. You shouldn't have to hide behind these things. You shouldn't have to hide your faith behind anything.
So are you
Why
able to?
Why are you not answering
Yeah,
my question directly?
yeah. You're like a zombie, Biddle.
He's about as
Oh
bad
my
as the
God.
Muslims I've debated.
You're like Tom Cruise. You're like fucking. You're like you.
Why? I'm couch dancing or something.
Well, I won't pull the word in on it just yet.
So, are you able to resolve this issue in any way?
This
What do you mean?
issue?
Resolve the issue. I'm just asking you a question.
The external presupposition, not an issue.
Wait, external presupposition? No, I'm not trying to tell you something is correct. I'm asking you a question. That's not what I'm doing. It is not an external presupposition. That's incorrect.
I wasn't talking to you, Biddle. You zombie.
Just
So-
no, yeah, just want to make sure that everything is accurate.
Yeah, so if God is omnibenevolent and all-powerful, and he wants to effectuate the best possible world, he has the power to effectuate the best possible world, and there are worlds, apparently, that exist in Christianity, like heaven, or depending on how you define
like show
world,
games.
there are realms or certain areas that exist within the world where evil does not exist, but free will exists, then clearly God would have the power to create a world that's better than this world. So, do you have a way of resolving this problem?
God, being omnipotent, would have the ability
Vegan,
to
do you
crush
enjoy doing it?
all of these things and convert them to his ideal about what should be truly worshipped.
Vegan, do you enjoy doing that?
Enjoy doing what?
Playing the shell game.
What show game?
Shell game.
I don't know what game I'm playing. I'm asking you to resolve the problem of evil.
Yeah, but there's a biblical answer for like any of these questions, right?
Difference,
So,
right?
hang
I'm
on,
actually
Piddle,
trying to
Piddle,
understand
Piddle,
how people
Piddle,
think.
Piddle,
You're just like trying to make fun of people.
Piddle, Piddle.
Right, so
there are
give
Christian
the
answers
answer.
for all these questions.
Go ahead.
So what you're doing, Jesus Christ, dude.
Just give the answer.
They're Christian
Explain
answers.
how it's resolved.
Oh,
I mean, they have immunity because
no, I'm
they're
answering your
on their
question
side
you
for now.
asked. What are you
No.
doing? Piddle, you must have lag, dude.
Just working.
Is it possible
There are
to just
Christian
mute
answers
him
for all
'cause
these
he's
questions.
not
So,
really
so
contributing?
effectively, all you're doing, Vegan.
What are you doing?
Oh my God. Should I just stop?
Can you mute him?
Mute who?
What's his name? The guy that's name starts with P.
Piddle.
Like, fair enough. If you want to mute me,
He's not really contributing to the
Suppose.
conversation.
look at how they love you.
So there are Christian answers to all these questions. They've been around for centuries.
Yeah, so give the answer.
And
Oh my God, that's amazing.
no, I'm giving the answer to your question because you asked me, what are you doing? I'm answering that question. What you're doing is playing a shell game. You just hide one of the variables in Christianity and then assert that there's an issue.
You're not providing a resolution to the problem of evil, where evil could exist in a world where a benevolent,
There's not a problem.
all-powerful God, yet clearly there is.
I tried to be on their side, but they
Yeah,
clearly
Christianity
don't want me on their
doesn't
side.
have that opinion, correct?
So Christians don't believe in an all-powerful, all-good God.
They don't. See what you did?
Okay, so
You
then
went into
why
Christianity,
should...
which means you're hiding the variable which explains
I'm not.
this issue.
So I asked you
Shell
when I
game.
started the
There you are.
problem of evil discussion if you agree that God is all-powerful and omnibenevolent.
No, you didn't. I think
Yes,
that was
I did.
Piddle.
I
You asked the room.
asked you that? Okay.
I'm different.
So I don't
I was held
know
to gunpoint.
why you wouldn't have just said no. I don't take that to be the case.
I'm not doing an interview.
Okay, well, if you
No,
think your God
obliged.
is... Okay,
Sit
so
here
if
and
you think your
answer
God
a
is...
better
Fucking lame
question.
as shit, dude.
So if you
Fuck,
think
not
your
gonna
God is weak and evil, then then that would resolve the problem of evil. The
Ah.
only thing is, I don't know why
Really?
you'd worship that God.
That's a bit presumptive, Bacon.
If you're gonna fucking make it worth something.
All right, well, you resolved the problem of evil. God's weak and evil.
True.
Uh-huh.
Jesus Christ, dude. How do these people live with themselves? They're so fucking stupid. Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see.
Hi, long time no see, everybody. People ask me all the time, when is going to be that cake video? Well, it's right now.
Alright, well, she can die of diabetes. Yeah, I've already seen this.
That your best feature is? I mean, you're a big back, you're good run back. Basic. What do you think that your best feature is? I mean, you're
Freudian slip. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word. Oh. Channel is full.
I just searched it up and I'm gonna tell you the reply from Google, if that's okay. It says she was a virgin who conceived and gave birth to Emmanuel, a Hebrew phrase meaning God with us. Isaiah tells I don't know how to say that.
Yes,
That
Ahaz,
the
correct.
sign from the Lord is that a virgin will have a baby and that baby will somehow represent God being with us. So that's the explanation that I got off of Google since I'm not too familiar with this. But
Nice. You will need more. You'll need some information of the context and the background as well. Why is it giving to Ahaz? What does Ahaz have to do with this and so on? Because this prophecy was made before Jesus by 700 years. So some
right,
context would help us.
right.
All right. So do I continue or something else you want to show me?
I'm gonna definitely look into it. Like for right now, I don't know if we should continue with this topic since I'm not really educated on it. But I'm
All
gonna actually copy the verses that you sent. Hold on.
sure, but
I'm
you
copy.
did not hear you do not hear the argument yet.
Oh, what is the argument?
The argument is Jesus. If you read all good. If you read the verses, let's read verse 14, 15, and 16 because, as we said, we are talking about the same person, Emmanuel, from Isaiah, the Septuagint. And later on, I will tell you why I am using Septuagint, but it is not really important here. Either Septuagint or Hebrew, it's the same problem in both. Therefore, the Lord Himself will give you a sign. Look, the virgin shall be with child and bear a son, and you shall name him Emmanuel. All right, we can say Jesus somehow fulfilled this, although there is no record of anywhere in the Gospels where he was called Emmanuel. But that's fine. You can say that he was called and it was not documented. That's fine. Next verse. He shall eat butter and honey before he knows or prefers evil things. He shall choose what is good. So we also don't have a record of him eating butter and honey and fulfilling this verse. But that's fine. We don't have a record contradicting that either, say, or claiming he did not. So we can assume that he did and he fulfilled it. All right, we can assume that as well. But in verse 16, and it's the most important verse in the whole context, for before the child, who is the child? Emmanuel, right? Knows good or bad. He defies evil to choose what is good. Before choose what is good, and the land that you fear from before the two kings will be abandoned. So this prophecy give us 14, 15, 16 give us a time frame and the prophecies that will occur in this time frame. What is the time frame? The time frame begins after Emmanuel is born, which in verse 14, Emmanuel has been born in verse 14. And before the boy, the child, Emmanuel, mature up, before he can know what's good or bad, means he's still a child. You cannot differentiate good and bad, right? He still cannot choose between good and bad, or refuse the good and choose, also refuse the bad and choose the good, and so on. He still cannot. So means he's still a child. So means the prophecy, whatever the prophecy is, I will explain what it is, will occur in his childhood. All right. So what is a prophecy that will occur in Emmanuel's childhood? The prophecy, as said, that before where, yeah, he no. Oh, and the land that you fear from before the two kings will be abandoned. All right. So what is the idea of this prophecy? Why is it given? Basically, I will give you some fast look in the context. So basically, the whole chapter is about Ahaz, afraid from two kingdoms who allied each other allied with each other to take down his kingdom. Basically, he was ruling kingdom of Judah, and his enemies were kingdom of Israel and kingdom of Syria. So kingdom of Syria and kingdom of Israel made an alliance to take down his kingdom of Judah. So what happened is God did not let this happen, and he told him to calm down, don't worry, and acts and so on. And the prophecy was given to him that before Emmanuel be a grown man, before he know the right and the wrong, and after Emmanuel is born, those two kingdoms, the lands that in those two kingdoms will be abandoned. aka those two kingdoms will fall. Kingdom of Israel and kingdom of the northern kingdom of Israel and kingdom of Syria. So that's prophecy. So if you my claim now is that these two kingdoms, kingdom of Israel and kingdom of Syria, have never fallen in the childhood of Jesus Christ. So he cannot be the one who fulfilled verse 16. And historically wise, this prophecy has been fulfilled after 12 years of this prophecy. This prophecy was made 734 BC, 734 BC, and Kingdom of Syria fallen after that by 2 years, and Kingdom of Israel fallen after Kingdom of Syria by 10 years. Hence, the last one has fallen after the prophecy by 12 years, right? So this has been already fulfilled, and there was already a boy who was born to Isaiah in chapter 8, the next chapter. You can take a look as well. I don't want to make it long for you because you need to take a look still. But I have a candidate who fulfilled this prophecy better than Jesus. So later we can discuss about it, inshallah.
Yeah, of course. Sounds good. Thanks so much
And
for explaining it.
I appreciate that. So feel free to join us again whenever you want. I am active here.
Of course, I got you. You should be active more in my server though. Like,
There is no one to debate in the server, but yeah, I am active. I'm active there.
bro,
I'm trying.
I'm trying to bring people, but
do you want to debate the problem of evil?
sure.
It will take time. It will take time, but you're starting good.
Thank you.
And yeah,
Thanks.
you're trying to keep the respectful vibe in the server. That's good. Keep it up, although there is debates and so on, but that's good. Yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. And by the way, do you want to ask us about Islam? Me and AJ are Muslims. I don't know about the others. Would you like to ask us about Islam?
Yeah,
I have doubt.
So
what?
how about we start with
Sorry.
the problem of evil? I think that's a good way to know about Islam.
Yeah. It's not a refutation of Islam, but that's an argument from an atheist perspective, right? It's against Christianity, against Judaism, against any religion that
Not
have a God that
necessarily.
allows evil.
It's an
Yes,
argument
it is.
against
So
the idea.
I'm not asking. I can ask you after she finished, right? She came first. So, Rose, would you like to ask?
It's all right. I mean, I think like people are eager to ask questions, and I don't really have anything off
Fine.
the top of my head.
All right.
Yeah.
Then let's see other questions and feel free whenever you want to ask. So, Vegan, what's the problem of evil that you have?
Yeah, so if we take God or Allah in your case, since you're Muslim, do you believe he's omnibenevolent and omnipotent?
What is your belief to begin with?
It doesn't matter.
Asus,
This
right?
is an internal critique.
It matters. I need to know. I need
No,
to
it
know your
doesn't
position.
matter. This is an internal critique.
Matters. It matters. I need to know your position still.
No,
I will
you
not discuss
actually
with you unless I
don't.
know your position.
So if you're claiming that your God is omnibenevolent and all-powerful, and that results in a contradiction with the world we live in, then that shows that your own beliefs are internally inconsistent.
Can you tell me what you believe in without being ashamed from it?
I'm not ashamed. It's just not relevant to what I'm trying to debate you on.
Relevant. Tell me what you believe in, because you cannot come up with problem
So
of evil
are you
if you are
afraid
a
of
believer of
debating?
evil.
Tell me what you believe in. Tell me what you believe in. Why don't you tell us what you believe in and engage with the fucking critique? You're the one that's running in
Again,
shame.
I don't
Okay,
care
so
about
get
your
to
opinion.
it.
If you want, someone
Yeah,
knows,
so my
if
own
you
We
ask
personal
clearly
someone
do.
beliefs,
We all can
you
see you running
will
away right
know,
now.
my
you will
own
know that
personal
I am a
beliefs have
Muslim.
nothing to do with the
Right?
problem of
I
evil,
will
so
not
why are
hide.
you running?
I am proud of my Islam and I'm proud of my religion. So I will not hide my Islam. Unlike that person who I'm
You're proud
asking
of your
him, hey, I'm a
religion?
Muslim. What do you believe in? So I can discuss.
If
He
you're
is
proud
not
of your
telling me.
religion, then you shouldn't have an issue
So
with
he
debating the
is the
problem of
one
evil. My own
who
personal
is
beliefs have
leading the
nothing to do with
argument.
the
So
problem of evil.
don't come here and shout in my face like an asshole, right? Be polite, be good. Now go on, vegan.
I am being polite, and I'm not yelling. So my own personal beliefs
Not you.
have nothing to do.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to that other asshole that came
Okay.
fast at me.
Yeah, sure. So my own personal beliefs have nothing to do with an internal critique on your own beliefs. So again, do you take?
It does, because we cannot. Because the argument of evil cannot be internal critique. It is a critique for every religion, because every religion,
No.
especially the Abrahamic religions, take it the same way, almost the same way. The details are different, but almost the same way. Why God
So
let
not.
evil? Because this life is a test. You know, if there is no evil, if there is no evil in this world, and God eliminated all evil, then how will people be tested between choosing good and evil? There will be no test. And in Islam, if you want internal critique, in Islam, this life that we are living in is just a test. Our real life begins after death, the real infinite life. And this life, the infinite life, will be based upon our actions in this temporary life, right? So
Yeah. So
how
you're
will it
giving
be
me.
based if there is no option? Let me continue, Vegan, let me continue. How will it be based upon our actions if we cannot choose anything bad? If we can only choose good, then everyone will go to heaven. That's not the idea. The idea is to have good people and bad people to choose. The good people go to heaven by the mercy of God, and the bad people, if they are disbelievers, they go to hell.
Yeah, so
See, there
you're
is
just
free will.
giving me
If
an
there is
explanation of why God would be motivated to create evil. That doesn't resolve the problem.
Last thing I will add. If there is no evil, there will be no free will. Everyone will do good because there is no other option. There will be no free will. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, so yeah, so do you take do you take God to be all powerful and omnibenevolent?
All powerful, yes. What define the next word? Is it all knowing or what?
No, omnibenevolent, so all good.
Yeah, he was all good. All good.
Okay, and do you take all good to mean having a motivation to create the best possible world?
In afterlife, yes. In this life, this is not the intention to create the best world or the most mercy one or the most enjoyable one for us humans. We were made in this world to worship Allah Azza wa Jal. And how can we worship Him if there is only one way, right? If there is only a way of truth, a way of light, a way of goodness,
Okay,
So the only way to test people, as I said, the only way for God to test people who is good and who is bad, and to run this test is to let evil happen. Easy.
Khalid,
So
Khalid, can I ask you a question?
Go on that. But wait, vegan. Let's not be rude. Though. Vegan started first. Yeah?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
does
I'm
God
sorry.
have an interest in trying to put as many people in heaven or, the good afterlife as possible?
It is not the will of trying. Allah know. Only Allah knows that His will about wanting to put all people in heaven or what. But what He wills. Assalamu alaikum. Someone welcome. What He wills is that the believers go to heaven and the disbelievers go to hell. And it is upon our hand to be a believer or a disbeliever. So if you went to hellfire, that's your mistake. You had a free will and you committed to do disbelief.
Could you give me any kind of
So why would you
reason?
want?
Right, so could you give me any kind of.
Why would you want to get rewarded by heaven from a God that you never believed in? You think this is fair?
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to talk about or ask. So, could you give me any particular reason, like any sort of sound justification for why God would want to condemn people to eternal torture for creating circumstances that He created?
Again, He did not create disbelief. He gave us free will and we committed disbelief. Disbelief is not an act of God, it's an act from us. Thank you. And disbelief is punished by eternal fire.
So,
Simple.
yeah, so there were,
judged by eternal holiness.
Yeah,
or
so
eternal
there
heaven.
were many, many, many generations of human beings that existed before Islam, before Christianity, before Judaism, before all of these Abrahamic religions.
If you knew Islam, before you criticize Islam, you should know Islam. And if you know Islam, you know that we claim that Islam been there since even before Adam, since the angels. The angels are Muslim. All the prophets are Muslim. Even starting from Adam, our first prophet, till the last prophet, Muhammad alayhi wasallam. Jesus was a Muslim. Moses was a Muslim. That's our claim internally. So if you want to do internal critique, you should know the Islamic position well, right?
Yeah, so I do.
Study more.
And you understand that there have been many generations of humans before any Abrahamic faith, correct?
You said before Islam, and you know there is no humans before Islam in the Islamic narrative. Since you want to do internal critique, we say that Islam been there since Adam, and all the prophets were Muslims. They had different Sharia laws, but they had the same doctrine of Tawheed and
You're
oneness
telling
of
me,
God.
okay, you're
right?
telling me every
So,
single
there is
culture
nothing
on
called
Earth
before
has.
Islam.
You're telling me every single culture
I did not
on
say
Earth has been aware of
I did not say
Allah.
culture. I did not say culture. I did not say culture. Did I say culture? You are strawmanning me. So again, if you want to do internal critique, you should know the narrative of Islam. Narrative
So
of
are you
Islam is
telling
that
me every
Islam
single
been there
human
since
being
Adam.
on the planet Earth has known of Allah?
What you are literally asking me questions that have nothing to do with the idea. Not because every prophet preached Islam means that every person knew about Islam. All right, simple.
You're claiming that God judges you based on whether or not you follow Islam or some rough guideline of Islam. If there are people who never had any opportunity to know this, would it make sense to put them in hell for all of eternity when, through no fault of their own, they ended up in that position and God has this arbitrary rule of if you don't believe in him, you go to hell?
Great. That's a great question. But again, since you wanted to do internal critique, you should have knew the answer for this question to begin with. But I will tell you the answer basically. If you didn't have a chance to know about Islam in a right way, hence you did not have a chance to take the test correctly, like the people in islands, people in isolated places, like people in North Korea. They don't have they don't have way to know about Islam. And why would they go to hell for committing this belief? And they didn't even know. So, and other people like this.
That's a
So, what
contradiction
is their
with your
faith?
unbelief.
Definitely in Islam.
The
It is
Prophet
not.
Muhammad, yeah, so the Prophet Muhammad has stated that.
Let me continue. Vegan, I let you continue. Thank you. What is their fate? Their fate is not hellfire because they did
It
not
is.
commit this belief. They didn't know Islam to accept it or refuse it.
No.
We in Islam they are called Ahlul Fatra, people of period, or people of yeah, you can call them people of period, but in Islam they are called Ahlul Fatra, right? So what is their fate? Their fate is on Judgment Day. God will give them particular test. That test is given to us by Prophet Muhammad. Is said to be that God will gather all of them, and will order all of them, everyone who did not have a chance to refuse or accept Islam. God will order them on Judgment Day to go to hell, to walk themselves to hellfire. And the ones who will start walking and obey God in this command, the angels, God under God's command, of course, the angels will take them and fly them to heaven, right? They will carry them and fly them to heaven. And the ones that will stand in their place and disobey God and refuse to obey His commandment, by the will of God as well, angels will take them and put them in hellfire. So what is the wisdom from this? The wisdom from this, if you disobey God while God is literally in front of you, then of course you would disobey Him if you knew about His message while He's not in front of you. That's the idea, and that's their fate. So not everyone that did not have a test in this life will go to hellfire immediately. No, there is another test for those special kind of people in the afterlife. See, so you should, as someone who want to do an internal critique of Islam, he should knew about this. You should knew about this, right? Go on. What do you think about this? Is it fair now or no? Is this a just God now or no?
No. So you're telling me God put us on earth to judge us. He created a condition where we cannot be judged here. Then apparently in the afterlife, He judges us again. And then based on that judgment, so this life isn't even really used for judgment.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Again, do you know the criteria of those people who will get the test in the afterlife? Those
What's the
people who
criteria?
doesn't know and does not have the ability. The criteria is basically people who doesn't know and does not have the criteria to know if Islam's is Islam there in a real way and accept it or refuse it. All right? If they didn't have that option and they didn't have the way, like the abilities to Google, the abilities to do research on your own and so on, or anyone who preached to you and he did not have such stuff, then those people are the ones who will get the second test in the afterlife. But you, as an atheist,
And
will not
what
get
is the second test?
You already know. If you died upon what you are, you will not get tested in the afterlife. You'll go to hellfire.
Right,
directly.
so I'm asking you, what is the second test?
Exactly, the second test for those criteria of people who did not have a chance to take the first test.
No,
in
I'm
this
asking you,
life,
what is the second test?
I'll tell you. Who are called Ahlul Fatra. The second test is that God will gather all of them in afterlife, all those people who did not have a chance to accept or refuse Islam, and they will order all of them to enter hellfire by their own will. So the ones who will start walking to hellfire, the angels by command of God will take them and fly them. All right, and the ones because they obeyed God, so God gave them heaven. And the ones who disobeyed Him and refused to go to hellfire and take and fulfill God's commands are the ones who will by command of God, the angels will take them and fly them to hellfire because they refuse to obey God while He is literally in front of them, in front of them, refuse to obey.
Okay.
So imagine if they had a chance in
I
this life
understand.
while God is not in front of them.
Yeah, I understand.
So one minute. So let me
Can I
finalize.
mention the fact that you're asking the Muslim guy questions
Let
and the
me
VC
finalize.
is called
Let me finalize.
Preach to Us Christianity
Let me-
and he's preaching Islam?
Yes, it's fine. It's fine. Let me finalize. Because I am
You
answering Islam. It's
finalized.
fine. I'm
You're
not
going on a
someone who
monologue now. I understand the point you made.
Let me continue.
Okay, guys, continue the
Let
conversation.
me finalize. Yes, thank you. Let me finalize. So the
You've
idea
already
is basically
finalized. You can finish. I get it.
let me speak. So the idea is that
You
those
realize you've been
people,
speaking
the
nonstop for
criteria
5
of
minutes
people who do
straight.
not have a chance
Yo, vegan, let him
will
speak.
get tested in the
Vegan
afterlife.
gains,
Will
you're
get,
just talking. Yeah.
let me continue. Let me will get a chance in the for another test in the afterlife. But that's not for you. You know the
Yes,
truth from the wrong. You know the
you've
Islam
explained
from
this
the
already. You're
belief.
just saying the same thing repeatedly, and I only get
And
to
you
talk
asked
for
me
like 10
again.
seconds, then you go on a
Bro,
monologue for
everyone
5
told
minutes.
you
Vegan games, I'm sorry, but you're
One
gonna have to endure
minute,
it. It's just the nature of online discourse,
I
okay?
want
So
to listen to
just
finish. Let me,
let your
please
ego
let me
go,
continue.
okay?
I explained it twice because he asked twice. He literally asked twice.
No.
So go on vegan and stop complaining.
Yeah, it's not your fault, bro. Okay, who's preaching?
So, yeah, I see a
I'm not
huge...
Christianity.
So I
We are
see a
talking
huge
about
issue
Islam.
here. Would you
He
say a
finished, and
component
I
of...
wanted to talk with Christians.
You've already talked long enough, okay? So I just want to ask a clarifying question right now. Do you think an aspect of benevolence is fairness? It's just a yes or no question.
You are not gonna comment on the whole thing because you claim that you know Islam and you want to do
It's a yes or no
critical.
question. I don't want to hear another monologue. Is an aspect of benevolence
No, I don't
fairness?
care. I don't care. You said you want to do critical, internal critique of it.
Yes,
I'm gonna mute you because it's useless with you.
Okay.
And you made many.
What a fucking faggot. Actually, I'm gonna go back in.
Critique means he have to accept or at least concede for what Islam says, then refute it internally. But he doesn't know that Islam says that Islam has been here since Adam. And he said, before Adam and Christianity, what is the fate of those people? He said, before Islam, in Islam, there is no something called before Islam. That's number one. No, and first mistake that someone who should do internal critique should not do, right? Second thing, he said and claimed that people who did not have a chance to take the test and accept or refuse Islam, people in island, people in not have access to internet and does not know how about anything about Islam and so on. He claimed that the Islamic narrative is that they will go to hellfire, and as I explained to him, that's false. They will be tested in the afterlife, another test for them. So you are in no place, in no position to make internal critique of Islam until you know what Islam is. That's why I will not unmute you. It's a waste of time. Anyone who wanted to speak, go on, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I have a question.
No, you're yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Like, God knows the future, right?
Did
Yeah,
you
God
guys
knows the
mute
future.
him? Why would you mute your opponent? Are you scared or something after
Well,
you
I
rambled
don't
at
know
him
why
for
they
20
muted
minutes?
Vegan Games, and he should be unmuted as of right now. Someone should unmute him immediately, actually.
Yeah, what are you guys, pathetic? You
We will
anal
not,
taking
we will
cucks
not,
can't have a fucking
And
debate
I'm not saying
opponent?
this as someone who's a
we
big
will not
fan of
unmute
the
him
guy.
because
He's
we will
been
not.
quite rude, but
We can't hear what you're saying. The muds from your third world hut must have flew in and covered your mic.
I don't know
well, why don't we
what's
give the
the
Vegan Games guy an unmute so we can continue the discussion?
No, I
So you
will
guys
not
can let him
unmute
out.
him. No, this room is my room, and I will not unmute him, and I explain
Yeah,
myself
Phoenix, we
why.
know it's your room, and we also know that because it's your room, you must be scared of him if you muted him. We're all shaming you. We all think less of you for you having
I'm
muted
kind
your
of
Can you
starting
stop
to
attacking
advocate that
Phoenix?
position as
We
well.
opened the room to ask about Christianity.
Why don't you
Guys,
unmute
I
the
can
guy
hear.
and engage with him? We're all interested in hearing it.
Dude, you saying that it's your room only makes you look more pathetic for having muted him, just so you know.
Can you mute Terminus, by the way?
It's fine, I'll start muting. Why did I mute him? Why did I mute my opponent?
Because you're
Because
pathetic.
basically, he is not qualified. He claimed to be to do internal critique of Islam while he doesn't know Islam. Islam
Dude, just let him argue, dude.
Wow, he's just muting everybody.
So how
You didn't
does he
know
claim to
Islam?
make critique? How does he claim to do internal critique if he doesn't know what Islam is? And second mistake he did in about internal critique, he said that people who did not have a chance to accept and refuse Islam will go to hellfire. That's another blunder from, because if he knew Islam and wanted to do internal critique,
That's
he
what your
would knew
religion
that
teaches,
such
dude. You're
people.
lying.
Okay, Khalid, I know Islam.
Phoenix,
Can I
can
ask
I
a
make a
question?
simple point to
You're
you?
lying, you dog. You're a dog and you're lying.
People will be judged.
You're a dog
Such
and you're
people will
lying.
be judged on the day of judgment.
Phoenix, why are you
Thank
hiding
you.
from your debate opponents?
Because
I
he's
will
a
mute you
coward
as well
like
because I explained to you. If you this, I explained to you. Get muted. I don't care.
Yo,
He's
Phoenix,
not
just a
my
second.
opponent. He is qualified. I explained to him in front of everyone his mistakes and his blunders. I explained twice. Are you guys that brain
Brother
dead
Phoenix,
to
Brother
not
Phoenix, just a
understand
second.
what
It
I
seems like you're
Phoenix,
hiding if you don't want to talk to
can
him.
I ask you a simple question on the subject, Phoenix? If
You're
you're
just
Okay, guys,
screaming
guys,
incoherently into your
please go
mic, and
ahead,
it's not
guys.
even picking half of it up.
Guys,
Can
just
you
a second.
calm
I
down,
responded to
everyone?
everything. If you did not,
I'd love to
you know,
ask
if you
Phoenix a
left
question.
it
He's interested.
and joined, if you, yeah, keep crying, keep crying. Yeah, keep. That's good for you. That's what you are
Phoenix,
good
can
with.
I ask you a question, sir?
Go on.
Now we are
But wait, this
engaging.
will be the last question.
I'm
Just
still
before
waiting
that,
for
this will be the
Ahmed's
last
question.
question. Then I will start the question.
I like
All right,
God knows
Phoenix,
the
I can't
future,
hear you
right?
talking. Are you done talking? Can I ask you a question?
Go
I
on.
can't hear you.
I'm telling you, this will be the last question. Then I will be the one who start asking.
Okay. Phoenix, when you're talking to people online, I mean, I don't mean this question to sound rude at all, and I really don't mean it in a rude way. Is everyone you're going to meet online who's interested in talking about Islam going to know what Islam's all about? And is then therefore, is there some maybe responsibility or opportunity perhaps there for you as someone who does know it to explain it to them? What do you think about that question?
That's not
So
a
this
rude
is a
question at
paid
all. That's a
VC,
great
bro.
question. Can I answer this, please? That's a great question. Why would I mute someone instead of giving him dawah and explaining Islam if I claim that he does not know Islam? Because if you saw the way he came in and the way he wanted to debate me, he came not wanting to know the truth. He came claiming to know the truth already, saying, I want, no. When I corrected him a couple of stuff, he said, no. I want to do internal critique about Islam, not external critique, not to talk about other religion. When I asked him, what is your religion? He's the one, he says, I'm the one who, he's ashamed to tell me what he's believing in. He does not know what he's believing in. He does not tell me what he's believing in. When I ask him, what do you believe in? Tell me what you believe in. He refuses. He said, no, it does not matter because I will do internal critique. He claimed to know about Islam enough to do internal critique. So that's why I'm not going to do dawah to him because he's not here to answer. Before him, there is someone who's called Rose. And before Rose, there was someone who's called Alfred. Those two joined, those two wanted to know more about Islam, and I
Muslims are
explained
cowards.
Islam to them. Because
All
they
of
want
them.
to know.
Muslims are all cowards.
I know about Islam. Can I ask a question?
Phoenix, based on what you said.
Let me continue. Simple. Let me continue. I want to answer the question. So why
Yeah,
I'm not
sorry,
doing so?
you're cutting out.
Because he does not want to know the truth. Thank you to begin with.
No, I hear what you're saying, and based on your description, I agree with you. It sounds like you're telling the truth about it. Can I amend my question slightly? The guy wants to participate in the debate dishonestly, right? Is there then an opportunity, because it's not just you and him alone in the room. We've got a whole bunch of people listening in. Everyone wants to hear your ideas clash, okay? That's what everyone wants to hear. Everyone wants to hear you guys debate. Is there an opportunity to have people hear what you're saying come out on top of what he's saying, or vice versa?
If people here have questions about Islam, I would rather answering them if they're honest in their question, rather than debating with someone who claiming to have enough information about Islam to internal critique in Islam while he does not know anything about Islam. He doesn't know that there is nothing called before Islam. And he doesn't know that
I think
People
that's
who
why he
doesn't
was asking
have
questions, so that he could understand your view better.
If he doesn't know
Sorry?
Islam, you need to explain Islam.
He does not. That's the position. He does not want to understand Islam. He claims with the position that he knows
Bro,
Islam
you
already.
didn't you name the space preach?
You guys don't know. You guys don't know that he came here with an ego because all of you joined late. That's fine. He came with an
Phoenix.
ego. He used to clarify what he believed in, and he asked me about Islam, and he said, "I want internal critique. Don't worry about what I believe in. I want internal critique about Islam."
Okay,
So he
Phoenix,
does not want
please,
truth. He
please
wants
rename the
critique.
space. You're confusing everybody by naming the space "Preach Christianity" to us, and you want to preach Islam to us instead.
I'm not
Actually,
preaching Islam.
Bro, just
I'm
Muslims
answering you guys are the ones who asked me about Islam, and I'm answering. And now, since we finished answering, I want to ask about Christianity, right? Who's Christian
Islam's
here?
false.
And who would like to
I'm Christian.
You're
Still
Christian.
waiting for the
Basement.
respectful debate.
Yes,
Like,
I'm
can I
Christian.
ask a
I'm
question?
a Greek man who is
Let me
Christian.
clarify
Yes.
for you guys.
Hello.
So, guys, let me clarify for you guys. So, basically, the guy who was here vegan, he came to Phoenix and started to ask him questions. So, and he's not even a Christian. So, basically, he can discuss with him Christianity. Like,
Yeah,
guys,
no,
focus.
no worries,
Why you
man. It's
guys-
not about vegan guy, bro. He's got crazy gains, but it's not about him. It's about the VC, right? I mean, I try to stay on point, I guess.
So, can you guys here it is. This is about preaching Christianity and asking about Christian faith. But you guys asked me about my Islam, like vegan,
Yeah,
and
it's all
I
about it.
answered them because I'm not a pussy. Like when I asked him what he believed in, he was a pussy and he refused to clarify what he believed in. He was ashamed of what he believed in, and he said, "No, I will do internal critique." So I'm not a pussy. I'm sorry for this
Yeah,
word, but I'm not such weak person to. No,
Bro,
I will not talk about
don't
Islam.
worry
Just
about
say-
being called that, bro. The people who
I
call other
answered
people
them. Let me continue. I answered about Islam. I explained the Islamic position to him that he claimed to know, but he did not know. Then I muted him because he was not qualified to do internal critique with me. He's not qualified.
dude.
Khalid, I know about Islam. Can I ask you a question?
Now, back to the
Bro,
which Christianity? Now, for the Christians, I will
most
have
of
a
the
couple of questions. I want answers.
just so you know, most of the people in this VC, they're not even they're complete atheist, blasphemic people. They blaspheme in the easiness of their life. They wake up, they might blaspheme just because they feel like it. They have no regard to anything that is holy except their own comfort. Okay, and you can see that.
Unmute people instead of talking
You can just see that by going in the messages of this VC.
Stop muting people that you disagree with and actually let people talk. What's the point of holding a VC if you're just going to mute everyone? I don't understand. Why is if you're gonna keep trying and you don't know why they are muted. The person vegan who's muted, I explained he is not sticking to the topic yet. I answered this question about Islam, and he's doing internal critique. And he said stuff.
Don't
No,
repeat. I know,
you
we know. Don't repeat.
You said you would do internal critique while he doesn't know.
Wait. Stop screaming for 2 seconds. They're going to stick to the topic. Just
No,
unmute
you
them.
ask me something. I don't care if I'm screaming or not. You ask me something, you hear the full answer, or you don't ask.
Do you want a conversation, Phoenix? Brother, you just in here yapping and yelling. Do you want to conversate with me?
Man, I'm more. Can I Phoenix? Can I say something to you briefly?
Damn room. If you don't like it, goddamn leave.
Muslims are so deceptive, bro.
Phoenix, I'm gonna warn you right now. If you don't know who Vegan Games is, he's well known and he's got a couple of his buddies in here. So you'd better be aware that they're gonna stink up your chat unless you either mute them all or talk to them. So there you go. I don't know if you know who he is. He's a YouTuber and he's a big YouTuber. So
Bro, he's a YouTuber. Please upload this. I want you to upload this. You said you want to
unmute him then and talk to him.
I don't know, I can't handle this man yelling, yapping for nothing. Just talking. Don't even know what he's talking about.
It's impossible to talk to this retard. All he does is fucking yell over everyone.
Vegan Gains right now is 309k subscribers, and you don't think his friends are in here fucking advocating for him? I don't like Vegan Gains. I think he's an idiot, but I want to hear him talk.
Don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he's an idiot. Yeah, I don't either.
What
He's an
comes
idiot.
out your
But I
mouth
just want to
defiles a
hear him talk.
man.
I'm
Look at
curious.
you. You're a heathen.
But these other idiots, so long as you leave him muted, it's just going to be his fucking little bitch retards talking for him, and it's irritating. Fucking mute them or unmute these or mute them or.
Just a second. You guys just.
Holy shit.
Bro, Phoenix, like, why are you screaming so loud, first of all?
He wants
Second of
eternal
all, like...
critique while he does not understand
Just
eternal
gonna sing up the
critique.
chat.
Yep.
Yeah, there he goes, Spaceman Matt with his ignorant YouTuber perspective.
I don't give a fuck what he is. Even if he was Mr. Beast, I don't give a fuck. They can do
cussing,
whatever
bro?
they want.
You got a dirty mouth,
I do
son.
whatever I want. Yeah, no, it's
buddy.
Spaceman.
Felix, you obviously
Spaceman,
cannot lead the room, bro, because you keep talking about nonsense stuff, bro.
Yo,
Let's
guys.
move on the
Change the
conversation.
topic, guys.
Hating me,
You finish
ask
this.
about
Okay,
the Christian topic. Who is Christian
Ask
here
the
and want
question.
to
I'm
answer?
here to answer you. I'm here to answer you. You have people here who are atheists. You have
Dude, let's go.
schismatics, and you have.
Let's go to the point. Let's go to the point.
Ask
Let's
the
go.
question.
Let's
I'll
go.
answer for you.
The question is Isaiah 7:14 was about Jesus Christ, and did Matthew in 1:23 correctly interrupted to be about Jesus Christ?
What
you make my head hurt, Phoenix.
I will repeat. If you need, I will repeat. My question
Please.
is Isaiah
That's Discord. Wow, dude. Muslims are the most cowardly fucking losers. It's literally impossible to debate any of them. Demon Cunt donated $2.
One of the biggest...
Here's a good response from someone who is smart. Fuck you. The problem of suffering. Christian response. This is just gonna be stupid, dude. I don't know how to get a hold of this guy on social media. Literally have no clue if he has an
Welcome to
email
Inspiring
or...
Philosophy.
I've been trying to... He has a website and Facebook and Twitter, and that's it. I don't... Like, he's probably not going to see my Twitter message. That's the problem. Oh my god. Yeah. I have no idea how to get a hold of him. I'll debate him on the issue, but I'm not watching a 40-minute video where he's just gonna blab about just horse shit. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sadie Anwar donated $2.
Hey, Mom. There's 4 men on the Titanic when it hits the iceberg. The waiter says we need to get to the lifeboats. The teacher says, what about the kids? The lawyer says, fuck those kids. The priest says, do you think we have time?
Oh my God.
Hey, Mom.
Very vicious.
Hi. What's happening?
What do you think?
Hi. How are you? Come on. There you go.
You must have birds.
No, I just love
Really?
it.
It's a nice parrot. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
You came in with an ego. Let go your ego, VG. Ha ha. But seriously, I have ADHD and even I heard him talk about the second test the first time. You just missed it. He says you didn't know anything about Islam, but it's not necessary to critique Islam. Ha ha.
That's not what happened. Thanks for the donation, dude.
How would you be able to know the full way, Allah?
So okay, so how did then the question becomes, how did the people around the time of the prophet pray before even before all of the the ways of praying was established? Where so did I all
Because
go to
it's of
hell
the
because
Prophet.
they
Oh
didn't know how to pray?
yeah. This is a good question. So he's trying to understand in the beginning of Ba'athah, how did they pray? Prayer at the time of the Prophet existed in some way or the other because of the previous Sharia. Previous Sharia. When the Prophet came, okay, he first before the revelation of the five prayers, adopted that Sharia. Okay, I think the two rak'ahs or something like that. In the beginning, I think
أصل الصرارة
two
كيف صح؟
rak'ahs.
أصل الصرائر كيف؟
Yeah, yeah. Then slowly, like after the time passed, Allah revealed to him five prayers. Okay,
لا ويعذرون
so
بجهلهم إذا ما
Was
that's
it
وصل
during
التفسير يعذر
the
بجهله يعذر بجهله.
Miraj?
Is this
that's
guy just
that's the answer for you. Okay,
is
so
that
yeah,
just a
before
meme that this guy is vegan games, or is it actually vegan games?
what
I am
was
the
this?
real vegan
Bro,
games.
stop trying to divert. Okay, don't try to divert. So we gave you the answer now.
Are
Okay,
you really?
the prophet, yeah, the prophet had like when he was sent to the people, there was some form of a prayer. Okay,
Okay, so
yeah,
you're saying you're okay.
Listen, Quraysh and like there's a few Arabs actually from those who followed the Al-Hanifiyya. Okay,
Okay, so
they knew how to pray.
was that
One
was
minute.
that an accepted prayer before like it was fully established how to pray? Like
يقول حتى
was
لو
that good?
حتى
Like
Yeah,
لو
yeah,
those
it
times?
يقول
was.
إذا ما
Yeah,
وصلت
Allah.
شوية
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Saud,
was
Saud.
So they
accepted.
didn't go to hell. Those people that lived around the time, they didn't just go
Saud, I
automatically
have
to
a
hell.
question.
Yeah,
Hell.
but when the prophet came, you are
فرق
mandated to
كيف يعني.
follow him because he's a new. Like yeah,
Okay,
he's now
so
Allah is
so you're
having a
saying
new. Just a minute, just a minute. Allah has new commandments. Understand?
yeah, sure, I agree with that. But then you're
Okay.
saying like the earlier prayer around that time was still valid up to a point. I'm saying then that
Yes.
probably a lot of the stuff that you guys do are similar to what the previous people did. So it's not like you
If it's
came
not
up with
wrong,
the prayer.
why
You're
don't
saying
I
like
follow?
we came
No,
up
no,
with
no,
the
no. What do
prayer.
you mean similar? Like Habibi, similar doesn't mean it's like like they prayed using ruku and sujood. Therefore, khalas, we're fine just to do ruku and sujood. No, we
You
have
know,
to
but
pray 5 times a day.
I understand. I believe as well. You should pray five times
Yo,
a day. But
drop
the
J,
thing is,
drop J. You
you
gotta
guys say
usher
like,
me here.
"Oh, we invented everything about prayer because prayer doesn't exist with for Islam without the Sunnis." But like you guys had examples of people having valid prayer before even it was fully established how to pray
No, but
five
then
times
there
a
is new
Yes,
day.
but
prayer.
you
But
are a
and
Muslim.
these
You're a follower. Listen, you're a follower of Muhammad. You have to pray as he commanded you to pray.
yeah, but
Before Allah revealed to him the five prayers, they were commanded to follow the previous Sharia. Okay, that previous Sharia they were commanded to follow. Now we have a new commandment. Someone
I
who
don't. I
associates himself with Muhammad,
that
he
that
has to pray 5 times a day.
that's not a problem. Like I understand that argument. I don't understand when Sunnis say like there was like literally they basically take the
ترى
stance.
الحين ما
Oh, there
جاوب
was
على السؤال
basically
يقول لي
like
شلون بتصلي؟ ما جاوب
no
ترى ولا الحين.
prayer for people before then, as if like the previous followers of Allah before even Muhammad, that they didn't have any prayer. Like I believe the Salat existed way
No,
before
wait, who
the
told you?
Sunni.
Wait. Who are you talking to? Have you talked to a scholar? Go to a Sunni scholar and they tell you no, they actually had
No,
prayers. Okay, it was. Yeah.
no, I hear a lot of
It
Sunnis
was
saying you don't
reduced
know how to
to
pray.
5
We
prayers.
basically invented prayer. Like there was no one praying the
Wow.
Salat before this. I mean, literally says that Abraham
Baby,
prayed the
every
Salat.
Sunni would tell you. Every Sunni would tell you that the Prophet peace be upon him, like before he was following Al Hanifiyya, Hanifiyya, they prayed, they prostrated, they bowed down. Okay, they did
Yeah.
tasbih. That's salah, by the way. By the way, in the Arabic, the word tasbih or subha just means prayer, literally. Okay, they were prostrate and do tasbih. They had that before the Prophet.
Okay, so the
Everyone
Saud,
was
idea of
Saud, check
prostration
chat.
was
ترى
predates
ما
way
بيجاوب على
before
السؤال خليه
the
يجاوب عليه
Prophet
والله.
Muhammad, right? That was
Huh?
Check
not
out
the
chat,
first people that
Saud.
prostrated to Allah, to themselves
I
before
looked
God,
at it.
right?
Yeah. It
That was
was
not the
What
50
is
first
it?
people,
Am
before.
I
the
wrong
first
or am
generation.
I?
No, it
So
was
I'm
revealed.
saying
It
like there's
was
already
more than 5
historical,
prayers only.
records
It
of
was
how
what?
people prayed. So why do you say
Reduced
like I don't know
to
how
5
to
prayers.
pray? without the hadith. There are records that of how people prayed before even the hadith, and I believe a lot of how we pray today is probably based off of that. It built upon something. I don't think like the prophet said oh, let's start from scratch, like we're gonna do a whole different ritual of prayer. I believe there's some commonalities. It's different, but it's definitely
the backbone of Salah, okay, is three things. I'm not even kidding. There are three things: tasbih, prostration, bowing, ruku'. That's the backbone. Okay, you go to Mu'jam Lisan al-Arab, the lexicon. As-salah, as-sujud, wal-ruku'. Like that's the first thing he gives you. Like what is the meaning of salah, sujud, and ruku'? Okay, you go to Lisan al-Arab, to the root sabaha. Okay, he tells you subha means it was synonymous with salah because they had to do tasbih. They had to say subhanallah and do tasbih and stuff like that. Okay, so that's basically the backbone. They had that before the Prophet, and like those who followed the religion of the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, al-Hanifiyya, they had that. They would prostrate, they would bow, they would say subhanallah, they would do dhikr. Okay, but they I don't think it was like necessarily in specific times. The Prophet came and he had a following, and the people were doing the same thing. They were they were prostrating and they were doing tasbih, and Allah then revealed Al-Fatiha. Okay, and they I think they had to do it like in two specific times. That's the beginning. The first thing they had to do is 2 rak'ahs and 2 specific times. Later, they got 5. They got 5 and 7, like with the 17 rak'ahs in total. So this is how it was. This is how it was. I don't see any complication in this.
قول له تكفى سأله شلون
yeah.
تصلي؟
So then the backbone of prayer, does that predate the Prophet?
Yeah. Oh yeah, pre.
Yeah. So then wouldn't I possibly know how to pray?
You can't. Because now the kayfiyya that I said, backbone of what a prayer linguistically, but now, okay, the Prophet wants you to pray like him. That's basically the point. Pray like me. Okay, they had prayer before, but it wasn't like the Prophet was commanded to pray like afterward. Okay. Now you have to pray like
Why
the
would you
Prophet.
give a salam with someone who has Abu Lu'lu as a profile picture? Think before answering.
I don't know if he believes that or not. I don't know.
There's the dumbest who gives salam with Abu Lu'lu.
Wait,
His name is Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, not Abu Lu'lu.
Bro, what the hell's wrong with you? What the hell's wrong with it? Ashhadu Ali, can you just change it, please? It's offensive in here.
Well, how is that offensive, Habibi? That's my religion. Lakum dinukum wali dini. Why is that offensive?
No.
Okay,
Okay.
Don't be so defensive.
How is that offensive at all?
You're mushrik.
How is that a mushrik? Explain
You can't say this unless you are for sure, Amr.
Yeah. He says
I am for sure. I am for sure.
Yeah. His religion is Abu Lu'lu assassinating Omar. He's a mushrik.
Why? Okay. Why are you? I feel like every Sunday I talk to is very like the hatred towards Shia is insane.
Yeah. Because we hate you.
I don't think Shia have the hatred.
Habibi, I'm Shia.
You're Shia?
Yeah, Habib. I'm Shia.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
kinda. I mean, no, I don't know, like Zaidi leanings. Anyway, so, Habibi.
I was wondering if
you need to respect, because if someone did that to the Prophet, you wouldn't say the same thing. Don't be a hypocrite. Don't say if someone did that to the Prophet, let's say someone like had like a very offensive profile picture about the Prophet, peace be upon him. Are you gonna be happy? Or are you gonna you have your own opinion and we're free and all this?
هذا صورة مالته. Okay.
Oh, you guys are talking about my picture. Oh, okay.
So I was wondering.
That's all. We're not gonna tell you to change your opinion here. Yeah, if you have your opinion, have your opinion, but don't try to be offensive. Don't be. Yeah.
والله I didn't try to be. I said السلام عليكم وهذا رد عليك أنت كافر أنت شو اسمه.
أنا قلت لك وعليك السلام.
مو أنت هذاك.
So I was wondering if any of you would be willing to debate the problem of evil.
No.
Go away, please.
Yeah, go away.
This guy literally sounds like vegan gains.
Yes, I am.
Wait, really?
He is.
So why wouldn't you be interested in resolving the problem of evil? Because I see that as a huge issue in your theology.
I love steak. I love steak.
I love being evil. I love being evil.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
we're
okay,
just having a
fine.
different
I mean,
discussion. I
again,
don't think this has anything to do with not someone wanting to debate.
Ashhad,
Because we're invested in another
change,
discussion
change your
already.
profile picture.
What?
Change your profile picture.
Can't order me to do something, have you?
Okay.
So vegan games, are you just
change
looking
your
to
profile
the
picture.
If you don't want to change it, then
problem
get
of
out.
evil?
Because there is
That's not really the
here
easiest.
most of those.
قال لك انت هذا السيرفر
Probably
مالتك
some expert in that.
مش سالفة مالتنا بس هذا الشات مالنا.
So what's the issue with debating problem of evil?
You shut up, please.
They're just irrelevant, basically.
I think
Like, we don't
there's
have time for atheists.
I
or
think
whatever you are.
there's a lot of nuance to it. It's a very philosophical question, like very like a logical one as well.
Please, you just solve your own religion, then go to other.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like some sort of issue, though. He was asking what the issue
we have
is,
been kind of
as in, like,
let's
is
go back
there
to the
any
thing.
uselessness to the critique?
Well, I believe like most of the talking points for the problem of even have already been mentioned, and it's very hard to debate it because it's like paradoxical in nature. Because the question you're asking is if like either what was it? Either God is not almighty, or if he is, he's not all good because he lets bad things happen. That's
Yeah, so I'd just be interested in how Islam resolves that problem.
It's like saying, you know, the teacher is like is evil because he's like he has a
because
you know he gives people exam. Yeah, exactly.
The problem is
Why-
the
why does
teacher's
he-
all
why does he give
powerful,
us
so
example?
the
That's
teacher
it.
could avoid
because-
suffering
okay,
and pain.
vegan.
No, can wait,
vegan.
he can listen.
Hold
he
on.
can. He can listen. Just a minute. The teacher is powerful enough in that context. Yeah, he's like he can, for example, give you, for example, very very easy questions that everyone will pass. He can do that if he will. But why does he give you above average? I guess. Or
So
sometimes
if
average
you had a
questions.
teacher that could allow you to have any knowledge you requested at the snap of a finger, that would be an ideal teacher rather
No,
than
you're
having to make
misunderstanding.
students
Wait,
study.
Listen.
Hold
In
on.
my analogy, just a minute. In my analogy, the test is equivalent to this life, and the teacher, والعياذ بالله, بالله المثل الأعلى, is equivalent to God. Okay, so if you said why does this life contain evil? Why does this life contain pain and suffering and confusion? When God is all powerful, I can say the same thing. Why does the exam of that teacher contain hard questions? But can't he just make it
Yeah,
like
so the
completely easy?
teacher
Like
analogy
everyone's
you're
gonna pass?
proposing omits the ability to be all powerful. That's the
V-
problem.
vegan gang. Do you mind if I ask you a simple
How?
question?
Shoot.
Okay. Are you saying that like there should be a place like, you know, if God created us, there should be like no evil, and it should, you know, everything should be comfortable, etc., etc.
Yes. I don't see
Okay.
why.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let me respond. I just I'm asking yes or no. Okay. There's a place like that. It's called Jannah. You have to earn it. Okay.
Why do you have to earn it?
It's just purpose.
Because God, okay, is the Most High. Okay, is not gonna make you control him. Basically, like do just a minute. God won't make you control him. You either give me what
That's
I
not an
want, or I'm
explanation
not
for
gonna
why
do
God
anything.
does that.
No, that is actually an explanation.
No,
You're
it
gonna be controlling God if Allah listen. If He didn't create pain,
None of this.
okay,
Yeah,
you're gonna be controlling Him.
you don't have to control him in order for him to have an interest in not causing pain and suffering. It just means he doesn't have an interest in
I
pain
already
and
told you
suffering.
there's a place like that. It's called heaven. You have to earn it.
Yes, and you haven't explained why you would have to earn it.
Listen. With free will,
It doesn't matter.
With free will, you would have to. You would control him. Actually, like he would be controlled. Like it's basically imagine that you have a kid. And the only way for you to motivate that kid.
That's the problem. You just injected a circumstance in the hypothetical that gets rid of your power as a parent of all powerful.
Shush for a second. Just shush for a second. So imagine you have a kid, and the only way for you to tell him do this and not do that is to give him like candy. That's all. He's gonna control you. And God is the Most High. He's not gonna allow you. That's why you have suffering in here. That's why you have pain. Exactly.
Yeah, so is God all powerful?
Yes, he is.
So he could create a circumstance in which he does not have to do that to create human beings that are ideal to go into Jannah.
Logically, no. No. It's like asking why God is all powerful. Why can't he create a rock that he cannot carry? That's basically what you're doing.
I don't think that you're gonna get anywhere with this.
Well, we're not getting anywhere with this because he's not willing to engage in the conversation.
No, vegan gains. You don't understand.
There are three actions.
I don't think anyone understands here. I don't think you guys understand each other even. Like you have to understand.
Well, he's not letting me talk. He just goes.
I understand what Vegan Gains is saying. It seems like he's just asking, look, if this is an all benevolent God, why is he adding the possibility for suffering where there does not need to be any since he's all powerful? He could just create some state of affairs. Sorry, wait, I wasn't quite finished there. Just kind of simmer down, right? Just simmer down. So as I was saying, he's just asking why a God that's capable of creating a state of affairs where no suffering has to take place would create a state of affairs where there is suffering, especially since God knows who is and isn't going to pass the test. So he's actually necessitating suffering.
Ban that question mark, guy. Ban that question mark. This is the guy you're debating. Just keep that in mind. This is him on my camera. Just keep that in mind.
Dude, ban this.
Ban the question mark, bro. What the hell was that, bro?
Disgusting.
Yeah, so I asked you a very simple question. If God has an interest in effectuating the best possible world and he is all powerful, then he would have both an interest and the means of effectuating the best possible world. If your explanation for evil is he's allowing for free will, thus requiring evil, I reject.
I'll deal with this.
Okay, I'm not done. You get to talk, I get to talk. That's fair. So if your only explanation for him allowing for free will, allowing for evil is free will, one, I see a huge issue with that because I don't see why that would necessarily require him to get rid of free will. You could have a situation where you do have free will and evil does not exist. Jannah would be an example of this. Is there evil that exists in Jannah?
Have you listened?
So that place.
Have you listened to what I said, Habibi? You haven't listened to what I said.
I still wasn't done, and you interrupted. So there are places. No, you interrupted again. So for one thing, there are places like that exist. Free will exists in Jannah, but evil does not exist in Jannah. And on top of that, I reject that premise. I don't see how it's a logical contradiction to have to get rid of evil but allow free will.
We already told you. Okay, you're gonna be able to. You're basically gonna control God. If that's the case, that's like.
Why is that
God,
entailed?
All God.
There's just no consequences.
Listen. Stop interrupting. I'm gonna be moderating here. Okay, stop. So, your question basically is why can't God just create a reality where there's free will and there's only pleasure? There's no suffering, right? That's your question.
Yes, that would be entailed from a benevolent, all-powerful God.
I gave you an analogy.
You didn't. The analogy was disanalogous because it assumes the teacher is not all-powerful.
No. That's not my analogy. See, you're not even listening. My analogy was the child. Imagine that you have a child, right? This child, the only way for you to motivate him.
You just said the only way. You just said the only way. That assumes not all powerful.
Shut up for a second. Okay. The only way is to tell him to do something or not is to give him candy. That's the only way. This kid technically is in control because he can just sit. Okay, sit down. He's not going to be punished. You're not going to deprive him from food because there's going to be suffering, right? The only way is basically more positive side motivations. So he can sit and can do nothing because he doesn't feel like it. So he's in control, technically. So for God to be the Most High, he must create something.
Hey, block this guy.
Bro, Okay.
Yeah,
disgusting people. I'll have to report this retard. Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, so your analogy makes absolutely no sense. I don't know why God would have to motivate anybody to do anything. All he has to do is create a world that is devoid of suffering and devoid of evil.
Bro, wait. Why? Okay, so wait.
Well, again, we're assuming God is benevolent and all
just a minute.
powerful.
Why would God give you free will and consciousness without wanting something from you? Makes no sense.
So God is imperfect. He needs something from you?
I mean, not need. He wants. There's a difference between wants.
Okay, so God wants things, even though he's a perfect being.
Yes. Yeah. Perfect being can want things. Like what's
so he needs our attention. He just thrives off of attention. Is he a narcissist? Does he like go into some anxiety panic attack if I don't worship him?
Something, by the way, VG, right? Because according to Islam, right, Allah is also all-knowing, not just all-powerful, and that means that Allah also knows which people will and will not pass the test. So before creating such beings, Allah actually knew that certain people were not going to pass the test, and He created them anyway.
Okay, but that sucks for
now
them.
Now you're
Who
going
cares?
to the free will problem.
Well, you
We're
just
talking about
said
the evil problem.
You just said God has created a test. If he created a test that he knows certain people won't be able to pass, then that completely violates.
Right now?
That completely violates
That is
the idea of like fairness and him actually giving a test.
The problem of evil is not the problem of free will. You can answer
Choose
the
a topic,
problem of
bro.
evil in
Jay,
different
let
ways.
us speak, bro.
That does not entail free will.
Jay, let us speak, please.
Like I say, you won't get anywhere because each religion has their answer to the problem of evil, but their answer doesn't. Their answer is not a universal answer. Otherwise, it would be one answer for all religions.
Yeah, so basically, your only explanation for why God allows evil to exist is because he just arbitrarily wants to create a condition that forces people to worship him, or else he'll go into some sort of tantrum and anxiety panic attack if he doesn't get the attention he wants.
Again,
Vegan, I have a question. Are you trying to say?
I mean, why? Okay. They're only okay. Do you believe God is all wise? Or do you believe the wisdom doesn't exist?
Well, apparently in Islam he's not all wise because he permitted the Prophet Muhammad to have sex with a 9-year-old.
Polemics like this is stop doing polemics. Like we're trying to understand one another. Okay, the ideal conception of God is that he is a being that is all wise, all knowing, all powerful, all of.
You can't give me right? So if he's all wise, then give me a rationalization why you made an arbitrary set of rules.
Vegan, can I give you?
Shut up and you'll get your answer. Okay,
guys, Galf, your answer is not a universal accepted answer.
It doesn't matter. I just want to hear his answer.
No,
it's just an answer that makes your religion work for you. It's not a universal logical.
That's fine. Just let him answer.
That beats
why not?
the problem of evil.
Why not? Just a minute. Why not? Yeah, go ahead.
Because
do you know my answer?
Because it's not a universally accepted answer. Nobody
Do you know my
nobody
answer,
still
Habibi? Do you know my answer?
Maybe he knows the answer of Islam. Maybe he knows the answer of Islam.
No one knows the answer. That's why it's still a paradoxical question.
You know my answer.
The thing is,
okay, it's just like you're gonna be muted.
No.
Just give an answer.
Sure. Okay. No. Okay. Let's go back to the topic. So why not? Why not? Like, what's wrong with my answer?
What's wrong with your answer? Because it violates the idea of benevolence.
What's the idea of benevolence? See,
so the idea of benevolence is having an interest in creating a best possible world. If God has an interest in creating the best possible world, and he has the power to create the best possible world, then he would create the best possible world. This is not the best possible world.
It's called Jannah.
There is no best.
Well, no. If he creates other worlds that aren't the best possible world, then that would violate the idea of benevolence.
Habibi, there is no best. The one who decides that this is the best is God. There's no best.
Oh, so this is the best possible world?
Yes, there is. Like,
Okay,
there you
so
go.
the best possible world is a world where children get raped. The Holocaust happens. Do you think that
yeah,
are
I
you
mean,
in
what's your
favor of
argument
Israel
against it?
killing
Okay,
Palestinians?
vegan. Can I put it simple? If you don't like this world, go make your own and go live there.
Okay.
That's not a substantive response. He's trying to gather what you guys consider best possible under God's lights, right? So presumably what you're saying is that despite the fact that God could have created a world with less child rape, God chose the one with more child rape, which is this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go create a world.
So
with-
explain that reasoning with a benevolent God.
Listen.
objectively wrong. Yalla. Just a minute.
Vegan gains. Okay, just to make it quick and simple, because we're not Christians. We don't have the same worldview as Christians.
I'm not
God
expecting
has-
you to. I'm just asking you to give
okay, then listen.
answers.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm just gonna answer you. So God has eternal attributes upon which He acts. From these attributes is His worthiness of being worshipped. He is worthy of worship, so He creates things that do worship Him because He is worthy of that worship. So that's the first thing. Then He created us with free will to go and worship Him. This is the point. This is the point. Then
None
God
of that has
also
to do with
accepts-
benevolence.
Also, God, because we don't have the same idea of benevolence as the Christians. The thing is, God, for example, He.
So
punishes,
okay.
He
So just to
forgives.
clarify, wait. Before you continue, just to clarify, wait. Before you continue, just to clarify, you do not take benevolence to mean an interest in creating the best possible world.
Remove this this guy.
Breakfast. Okay. Yeah, I have to lock him, bro.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Okay, yeah, knock him.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Disgusting.
Yeah. So can you answer?
So the thing is that God.
No, it's a yes or no question. Do you not take benevolence to mean an interest in creating the best possible world? It's a yes or no.
No. God will not in your idea.
I'm just asking you a yes or no question. Does God have an interest in creating the best possible world? Yes or no?
He said no. He said no. He said no.
Okay, so then God's not benevolent. If He's not benevolent, then why would I have an interest in worshiping?
You're like making your own definition and then saying God is not this.
Because the thing is, you're making your own.
So if God said child rape is good, then child rape is good.
Well, He never said that is good.
I'm asking you where goodness comes from. If goodness comes from God's commandments, that means if He commanded that child rape is good, then child rape would be good, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so is that why you believe in the Prophet Muhammad who raped a 9-year-old?
Oh, here we go.
A 9-year-old, and you're going.
Okay. Do you want to be muted? Like, or do you want to have
What
a
an
call?
idiot.
Because
Guys. Let's have a rational. Let him speak. Let him speak and have a rational discussion.
God, He creates.
Yeah, he muted me. I'm just leaving. Loser. Yeah. So if they're gonna basically go by divine command theory, then they don't believe in a benevolent God. Divine command theory completely negates that idea. So they ended up conceding that God's not benevolent. People are retarded. They don't even understand what they're saying. Dominus Julianus donated $2. Do you like this song? Let me see. No. Broski donated $2. What's the point of cardio? Why do you do cardio? For health and fitness.
I uncovered a
Chinese CCP donated $2. Let me see.
group of 10 cybercriminals on Discord who hacked into and spied on over 30 people. And the way I figured out is because I somehow got access to their Discord bot, and I'm going to show you everything inside of the server. And there's a twist. Some of the people that got hacked are kind of pieces of garbage. Now, for each one of these victims, I want to show you the levels of spying that these cybercriminals can do while they're inside of your computer. Now, in the very basic level of spying, these guys get the information about your computer, but they also get the information about your Discord account. Now, when someone gets information about your Discord account, they usually get your Discord token. This is called a token grabber. Now, if you have someone's Discord token, you can get their username, their ID, but you can also see what their Discord email is. Oh, what's that? You can also see their phone number associated with the account. But if someone grabs your Discord token, they can log into your account, which means they can also see what credit cards you have on file that also contains your billing address. Now, I'm going to be honest, it's a little unsettling that these random cybercriminals on Discord will have your home address, but even if you use a burner email and you don't buy Discord Nitro, they still have your Discord token.
You've been watching or something.
Oh my god.
Fucking legend is here. Holy shit.
Yeah,
VG.
bro, what did you do to get muted and get kicked out of the Islam VC? I was looking at it.
I literally, so I asked him about the problem of evil, how Islam resolves the problem of evil. He said divine judgment. So I asked him, considering that there are people who don't know of Islam and they die, do they go to hell? Then he said, no, this is resolved by Allah giving them another test in the afterlife. So then I just asked him, okay, since this test in the afterlife is fundamentally different than the test in the real life, this seems to violate an idea of fairness. So I just asked him, would a benevolent being inherently be fair? Then he just absolutely crashed out, started yelling and screaming, and muted me, and then refused to answer any other questions.
Wait, were you talking to that Gandalf guy by any chance?
Is this the real Vegan Gains?
Yeah.
This is the real guy, bro. Holy shit.
Holy shit, I'm freaking out.
You might be
Don't
Gains, man.
forget,
I'm
bro,
a fan of you.
bro.
If you're a vegan, you're
freaking
not
out.
a man. You're a sissy boy.
Yeah, you guys are like, you guys don't even understand, bro. Yeah, like, have you ever seen any of Vegan Gains' versus videos? Have you ever seen any of them? Like the roaming millennial one was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
She's so fucking stupid. Is she actually still getting criminally charged for, like, helping Russia?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't followed her since your beef with her, but that was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh man. Anyway, Rage Bait, you want to debate Vegan Gains?
On what?
Veganism?
Why we would debate
Vegan
that?
is for women. Men shouldn't be a vegan. If you're a vegan, you're a kissy bottom.
Why would we debate that?
I don't know, bro, because you're always ripping on it.
Ripping on what?
Veganism.
When did I do that?
Okay, whatever then. You guys are pussies. Anyway, Vegan Gains, are you open to the possibility that God exists?
Oh, God.
If there was adequate evidence provided, sure.
Have you ever read Hegel?
No.
You got to do that, man. That's like the best case there is for God. Like, if you actually want to understand it, like that's how you do it.
Yeah, it's probably fucking stupid.
But it's not God in any like Abrahamic sense. Just letting you know right now.
Is it just some stupid bullshit about, like, oh, there could be some naturalistic reason, and that naturalistic reason is God? Is it, like, usually it's that horse shit?
It's just
no, it's not. No, it's not.
absolute idealism.
We're talking about a personal fucking, God, like the whole nine, and omnipotent.
Why are
God.
you deceiving him, bro? It's not not like that.
The only argument you could make is that it's a possibility. Like, that's as far as you could go. And that's only for an all-powerful God or a limited God. If you add all-powerful and benevolent, that's impossible. But yeah, there's no case you could make for it. You can only say it's a possibility, kind of like space dragons. Like, yeah, I guess there could be space dragons, but I don't know why I'd believe.
Dude, Antonio, do you remember me?
I wish Antonio Wolf could speak right now, man. He's the fucking Hegel god. But
why can't he speak?
I don't know. He's doing something.
Oh, yeah. This guy, like we spent like 2 hours in the VC the other day, and this guy claims to be able to prove that God is real. Did you see that, man?
It's just beta male fucking horseshit. The only reason people believe in God is because they're just weak and pathetic, and they want to think there's a sky daddy watching over them or some shit, or they can't handle the reality that life is meaningless.
Instead of one being a vegan, you're right, Vegan Gains.
Vegan Gains. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I really am. I think that you red pilled me really hard on veganism back in the day, and if I could kind of return the favor and red pill you on this,
make the case.
Yeah, man, it's gonna follow from pure immediacy. It's it's pure immanence. It's self-generating. Like there's no stopping it. It's there.
Nobody understands what that means.
What are you saying? God's a brute fact?
No, not at all. No, I'm not appealing to brute facts. I'm saying there's no way for that much logic for you, on the fly like this. You just have to read it, man. You just have to read it.
Your argument is that God is the universe, right? Because that's what Antonio told me last time.
No, not at all. Yeah, so God is going to be both immanent and transcendent. It's panentheism. It's a little bit different than classical theism, but
yeah. Okay, so he is the universe, but he's slightly slightly like above it, right?
That's like not really accurate, no. But whatever.
No?
Forget it. Just forget it. Forget it. Just forget it.
Okay. I've never read Hegel, but like, I think the
I feel like
idea. I think the idea is like what you said. You mentioned panentheism, right? So like the idea would just be like there's this substance to reality, right? I'll use
No.
like Spinoza terms. There's there's this substance to reality, and this substance is mental. It's ideal, right? It's idealism, absolute idealism. That's what the view is called. And basically, reality is just a mode of existence that emanates from this substance. Is that accurate? I'm putting it in like
No, not really. Not
Spinoza
really.
terms.
Not really, man. That's better than most people would do, but like not really, no.
Okay. Like I said, I never read Hegel, so I'm just making shit up. But
Yeah, that's all right. Anyway, I know I had stuff to ask Vegan Gains, but I'm drawing a blank now. That's
Dude,
rough.
you guys, this guy's a
Vegan
celebrity,
Gains, I
man.
wanted
You
to ask
guys,
you, let me just ask Vegan Gains one question.
He's
Yo,
a fucking nobody.
what
The
protein? Shut the fuck up, nigga. What protein brand do you use?
I'm not sure. I just tend to get whatever's the cheapest. Found one on Amazon recently that's like $20 per kilogram.
What is it called?
Let me just take a look. I
Appreciate
gotta go
it,
through
man.
my
Appreciate
orders. UPIC
Yeah, I've been
organic
getting that
fermented.
vegan.
It's UPIC organic pea protein powder.
Okay, base. You pick. Is that what you said?
Yeah, YUPIK.
Oh, okay. Have you ever tried
No.
Vega pea protein?
Yeah, I've tried it.
How does that compare to this?
Well, they're all the same. The only difference is the Vega is more expensive.
Okay, fair enough.
It tastes
That's all I
better.
had. Anybody else want to go ask a question? Go ahead.
dude, y'all called Vegan Gains over here, man. He's a celebrity, man. You guys gotta have some questions lined up.
Yeah,
man.
I know. I feel terrible, dude. I feel terrible. I've been begging this guy to join my VC, and I just oh, I'm shit.
Dude, Vegan Gains, I just want you to know that you're awesome, man, and
Well, thank you.
you're an inspiration. You're an inspiration, and just keep doing you, man. You like even if I imagine like most celebrities have like haters or whatever, but you're fine, man. I watch a lot of your videos. You're good, man. You're a cool guy,
Yeah,
and I
bro.
appreciate you.
Well, thank
I
you.
appreciate
Yeah.
you.
Yo, you turned me on to veganism when I was in like high school. Like I wasn't vegan back then, but you kind of opened my eyes to like the world of veganism initially. So appreciate it, bro.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, man. Vegan Gains, man.
is
I mean, I
just a
used to.
bag boy. Why you think about vegan? I thought
I
basically
used to.
doing
Okay,
crime.
dude, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
You mean, real men.
Anyway, yeah, Vegan Gains, man. I used to watch your videos, man, like after school, sometimes with my brother, and we would laugh our asses off, man. Like it was so special to us, man. Like you really mean a lot to me. It's
Well, glad I could give you that enjoyment.
All right, guys, stop sucking his dick too much, man. He's gonna go to his head.
Hey, Vegan Gains, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Okay, my question is, do you hold like indigenous communities to the same standard that you would hold like an American person in terms of their meat consumption? Since
Yeah.
the indigenous communities would eat far less amounts of meat annually, in terms of like their consumption might be like maybe once a week or once a month compared to Americans who eat like on average maybe 2 servings of meat
I
a
don't know
day.
if that's even true.
I don't know if that's true, but like let's be honest, by volume size, right? Someone in a
don't even know
rural
if that's true.
community in like, okay, can I be more specific? Like someone in a rural community that's like poor in Madagascar is going to eat far less meat on average than someone in the States, because by volume we are far bigger consumers in the States. So I mean, I could find the numbers for you in terms of the volume of meat we eat per year.
I'm not sure
but
if
do you
that's
think
true,
that, like,
but the issue is they're eating meat, period.
how is it not true?
Well, just because you're born in a rural community, that doesn't mean you can't eat high amounts of meat.
Well, in the rural community I grew up in Africa, typically you would eat meat like maybe like once a week if you're rich. I grew up in Cameroon, and they do like once a month on
not
average for most people.
universally true. So it's not
That's not universally
necessarily
true. So I guess I was comparing my very specific experience, but I didn't want to be like. So I'm going to compare my very specific experience when I lived in Africa versus in America, where like meat is far more accessible. And I was wondering, do you think that those two are equivalent in terms of overall harm to the environment or to animals?
Well, you're obviously committing less harm if you kill fewer animals. The issue is that you're doing it, though.
Oh, so you're vegan because you like prioritize the lives of like animals, not necessarily because of the environmental impact of veganism necessarily.
I mean, I don't know why I'd necessarily care about environmental impact. You could measure that in a variety of ways. You could measure that in terms of like pollution. You could measure that in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, which aren't necessarily pollutants. You could measure that in terms of air, water quality, forest, like deforestation. Like I'm not necessarily against some of these things. Like I think
okay.
clean water
You're
is a
not
good
against
thing, but I don't
deforestation?
think deforestation is necessarily a bad thing.
Okay.
Wait, but why wouldn't you think deforestation is bad?
Because there's a lot of wild animals that rip and tear each other to pieces and torture each other. So if you get rid of those animals, then I see
Yeah, but
that
what
as
does that have
good.
to do with deforestation? Like even if you take away the animals ripping apart each other, I still see deforestation being an issue for like the entire
Whoa, why is
ecosphere.
my camera on? What the fuck?
Like you don't see it being like globally damaging to the entire ecosphere.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Air quality.
And, like on a holistic basis, you don't think so?
I don't know what you mean on a holistic basis. Like I mean,
So when you like all things considered, like when you take into consideration all the negatives and the positives, you still don't think that the cons outweigh the pros?
not for every situation. Like if you have a
Okay, so
forest
what's
where only like squirrels and deer are running around, then yeah, I'd be inclined to not deforest. But if you have like wolves and coyotes and shit, then I'd be more inclined to promote deforestation. Especially if you're talking about it massively improving human well-being. So that's usually why we cut down trees and stuff, to build things for humans that makes life better.
Yeah, but deforestation also leads to the extinction of vegan animals too, right? Vegetarians.
Yeah,
And we
I'm
also know
not.
like deforestation is fueled by like overconsumption, which I imagine like is something that you as a vegan are very aware of.
Wait. Sorry.
Well, I don't know what you mean by overconsumption. You can define that in a variety of ways. Like, again, like if more humans are being born, you're gonna have to chop down trees in order to make houses and human habitation. You're gonna have to have more farmland. You can reduce farmland by switching to a plant-based food system, but that doesn't mean we're not going to have to cut down trees or remove forests or something for some reason. Like if you want to create nuclear power plants or dams for hydroelectricity, you're going to have to do that.
Don't you think though that carnivorous animals exist for the sake of keeping a balance between
No.
omnivores and herbivores and such?
No,
Depends on the extent.
they likely exist because they can exist, not because they create some sort of balance.
So you think in a hypothetical world where there are no carnivorous animals, that if all there were just herbivores, that there wouldn't be a mass issue with deforestation or plants going extinct due to the massive surplus of vegetarian animals?
Probably
No, it
not,
can't.
like on the net anyway.
But okay, how do you even like conceptually like how do you mean probably not? To me, it's like the polar opposite.
Yeah, so I've seen some research on how many animals predatory species are even able to kill, and it's a remarkably small amount. So I don't see how they're really contributing much to controlling like prey species. Seems like they just fill an ecological niche simply because they can.
Okay,
so vegan gains.
Wait, I know. Wait, that was the question I remembered. I remembered.
That's the question. I was just curious. Vegan gains. Do you think climate change is a concern
Let's just go
overall?
show. What the fuck? Like, okay. All right.
Yeah, climate change is a concern.
Okay. I was just curious about your politics.
So vegan gains. I remember what I wanted to ask you. Back in the day, like years and years ago, you talked about your experiences with like astral projecting and shit like that, deep meditative experiences.
Yeah.
How could you?
Dude, I astral projected.
Yeah. How could you? Like usually, people that go through things like that kind of understand. Whatever. Shouldn't use the word understand. They usually have a religious, like they get a religious inclination out of that. Like, did that not happen to you at all?
Not for me.
No, I don't know why to make any of those assumptions. Like, I've had psychosis before. I actually hit my head really hard in high school where I passed out. And after that, I was actually hallucinating fairly frequently, so I probably had some kind of brain damage. And I'd see ants, like, crawling across my wall sometimes. I'd hallucinate all kinds of things. It doesn't mean any of those things I saw were real.
I understand. Yeah, I just okay. Okay, man. I hope that your mind gets changed on that. But oh well.
Okay, so vegan gains, do you subscribe to then the theory of evolution? I mean,
Yeah.
you're obviously not religious, so.
Yeah, evolution is clearly a thing.
Okay, so from that perspective, then explain to me how you think carnivorous animals exist just because they randomly managed to survive? Like it was just randomly they managed to like make it work.
Well,
There isn't
pretty
like
much. Like I don't. There may have been selective pressures involved that made carnivorous species arise, but there's no reason to think that there's any kind of necessity within any given ecosystem for carnivorous animals. What likely happened is that some of the adaptations to eating certain foods also allowed other foods to be eaten. So, like, if an animal evolved to eat plants, some of those adaptations, like being able to digest, have a stomach, whatever, also allowed them to just eat anything. So they might have been able to eat meat, and some of those animals ended up preying on members of their own species or other species, and they may have made specific adaptations to that. And it's not that they fulfill some sort of necessary ecological niche. It's just that they found one that they could inhabit.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have a question for you.
Okay, this is the part. This is the part. Okay, this is the part that I'm struggling with your entire.
I'm eating some meat right now. Is that okay?
How are, like, there's like I hunt for wild animals and stuff like that, and the first thing that I know about deers is that carnivorous animals such as wolves and such, they don't prey on, very rarely unless they're in packs, they'll prey on bucks and the larger ones. It's usually the does that they go after. And that's a lot of carnivorous animals too, because vegetarian animals, herbivores, are much larger most of the time than they are carnivorous animals. If there was, for all these carnivorous animals cease to exist, I don't see how there wouldn't be an imbalance or some form of shift towards more deforestation based off of these herbivoric animals existing. Like, that just logically makes sense, and intuitively, that's something that would make sense to me too.
Yeah,
like
so
even if you apply this to like.
Yeah,
Sorry, go
so
ahead.
you can look at the whole wolves in Yellowstone thing. Originally, a paper was released talking about how they thought the reason there were ecological issues in Yellowstone was because wolves went away, then elk overpopulated, and then they were eating too much of the flora and fauna. What actually ended up being the case was wolves didn't do anything to alter the populations or behavior of elk populations. Only human poaching elk were actually doing that. And elk would just do whatever the fuck they wanted, and wolves didn't do fucking anything. So again, I don't know why it would be necessarily true of any particular ecosystem that you need any particular predator.
I think just from the perspective of like to me, just take away even like the deep like intricates of evolution and like prey and all that stuff. If you, by necessity, like human beings, if we all started having 4 children, we would overpopulate the earth so much, and we would,
we're breeding way less.
Okay, but I'm saying hypothetically, right? So like that's like we didn't have what's it called, predators, or we weren't preys to other animals. But for example, a lot of the reason we didn't have an explosion was because of disease and stuff like that. That's how humans died off, right? So we had our population levels relatively lower until we fixed that. By necessity, now that our population has reached 7 billion, whatever it's projected to slate and going forward, we are going to consume more resources.
Yeah,
I don't see how this wouldn't be
going to drop.
Sure, but that's because our fertility rates are going down. What I'm saying is that the same logic
right, so
applies.
It's not necessary for humans to get wiped out and killed by anything. We're just breeding less.
No, but that doesn't necessarily answer the question that
well,
I'm
yeah, it
posing
does.
to you.
You just showed there's a mechanism in which populations can be controlled without the existence of predation. Species just breeds less.
Yeah, but you're not negating. I'm not making the argument that there isn't other factors that can lead to predation or species breeding less. What I'm saying is that predation still acts as a bottle cap on that, or a bottleneck. And you're saying no, it doesn't.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I haven't seen compelling evidence that in any particular ecosystem, predation is a necessary factor to bottleneck populations.
I'm not saying it's a necessary one. I think you're now changing my argument a little. The original point of contention that I had with you was that you were saying carnivorous animals don't seem to have, like, there doesn't seem to be a necessity in them, that they affect what's called herbivore animals in any way. But to me, it seems quite the contrary.
Yeah, so my original statement was I haven't seen great evidence to suggest that in most ecosystems, predator species actually control prey species to any great degree.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, here, we're prey species, we're predator species, correct?
I mean, depends on how you look at it. I'd just say humans are opportunistic eaters.
Okay, but we still fall under predators, like under definitionally.
No,
like
not really. I mean, we were prey at one point.
Okay, but we're now predators, correct?
I guess
like
if
we're
your
predators,
definition
we're
of
predators
predator
against
is just,
buffaloes.
Yeah, I guess if your definition of predator is any animal that kills another animal.
Well, what's the definition of a predator versus prey?
I would imagine it's something like that.
Okay, perfect. So then, by definition, when we're talking about buffaloes, for example, humans are predators, and our prey would be buffalo, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Even just among the human species, from what I remember reading, historically speaking, the Native American tribes almost caused the buffalo to go extinct.
Well, they did cause them to go extinct.
Perfect. How did the predators the carnivores not act as a bottle cap on the prey?
Yeah, so that's just one example, and that's not even a bottle cap, that it caused species extinction. So in your viewpoint, predators can actually cause ecological imbalance.
No, but that's my point, is that it goes both ways, right? So what I'm saying is that it makes perfect sense where I just demonstrated to you that carnivores can act as a bottle.
So I'm not claiming every single ecosystem has predator species not bottlenecking prey species. I'm just saying, on the aggregate, on average, I haven't seen great evidence to suggest that's the case in most ecosystems.
I don't even know how would you, like, like what kind of studies would you even need to demonstrate that? I think you can just intuitively reason that out.
You could
Like I just
intuitively reason
demonstrated
out
you
the
can.
other way.
And I agree with you. It goes imbalances both ways, but you don't seem to think that if the carnivorous species were to be extinct with this flip of a switch, that there wouldn't be an imbalance in terms of deforestation. Like, do you think there would be more deforestation, more plant species that go extinct if all carnivorous species were wiped out?
Probably not.
Okay, so you don't think because all these herbivore animals now don't have to worry about being prey, now they're going to breed, and when they do breed, their children are going to grow older, and their children are also going to feed because of lack of predators, sorry. You don't think this is going to lead to more strain on plants?
Generally speaking, no.
Prove that.
I don't have to prove that.
Okay, prove it to me. Prove it. When I say prove it to me, just from reason that out to me.
Yeah, so you can look at a variety of ecosystems in which this isn't the case. Yellowstone National Park, wolves did nothing to bottleneck the elk population. That's been well researched. Alan Savory, the arch retard ecologist, he had the same fucking hypothesis, and he convinced a bunch of people to go hunt down and kill elephants because he thought elephant herds became too large and were just eating up all the trees, which later turned out to not be fucking true. This was just due to natural changes in climate change. So there's quite a few examples you can point out here.
But were those changes, did those natural changes that you're referring to occur also because an absent of those predators?
No.
So you don't think the predators being removed from that factor play no
I don't think wolves cause climate change.
No one's saying, I'm not saying that they cause climate change, but what I'm saying is, and I'm being specific towards the predator prey, I'm saying is that absent wolves, let's just stick with the Yellowknife example, did they remove in the controlled Yellowstone, in the Yellowstone study that you're referencing, did they remove wolves altogether from that? Did they control for that?
Yes, there were no wolves in Yellowstone. And they reintroduced wolves, and they had no impact whatsoever.
Okay, you wanna send me that study? I'm actually interested by that.
Let me see.
Were wolves, like, was their primary source of diet buffalo prior?
No.
Okay, so then that would make logical sense that there's going to be no impact in buffaloes then.
Let me see. So there's
like
an
that
original.
doesn't even... Well, yeah, that sounds to me like the wolf isn't even a factor then. Like if the wolves prey,
that's the point
isn't buffaloes.
Wait, but that's so they were studying elk populations specifically. Wolves did not impact elk populations.
Okay, prior to removing wolves, were wolves' main source of diet elk?
I'm not sure. It could have been a bunch of shit. They probably ate rabbits and crap too.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. Because like I was saying earlier, when it comes to elk, like I'm curious, I don't know if elks are like this huge, they make up a huge swath of wolf diet.
So here's, give me a second. Where's the fucking server? Oh, god damn it. Wait, here we are.
Just a quick Google, just a quick Google search on, like, and this is again full transparency. AI is telling me, yes, wolves in Yellowstone National Park.
Yeah, the
primarily
AI is stupid. You can't rely on AI, dude. It just goes based off of the amount of articles it read.
Since the reintroduction of wolves to Yellowstone in the mid-1990s, they have significantly impacted.
I just gave the link in chat.
Okay, I'll check that. Causing a decrease from about 20,000 elk in the northern herd to roughly 8,000.
Yeah, no. So that was the original paper. The authors disavowed the original paper based on new data. Here's the
You want to talk about
articles
vegan
talking
gains?
about
You want to talk about vegan gains? Vegan gains? With beans? Really?
Or vegan gains.
So, just pro tip, do not rely on AI for research. It just goes based
Oi.
off of the amount of articles it read. Those articles
Oi,
don't
vegan
necessarily
gains.
need to be true. What?
I'm not saying it's necessarily true, but I'm
To be-
also
to be-
maybe your
to
study
be
is
a-
also incorrect.
To be a vegan, do you admit that you are denying reality? Like humans are by and large, we eat everything. We eat like meat, we eat plants, we eat everything. So being a vegan, you are actually going against your fundamental nature. Do you agree with that or no?
Do you believe in
Why
human
not?
rights?
Absolutely, I agree in human rights.
Okay, well, do you agree that's delusional and you're going against your fundamental nature because humans have committed genocide, tribal warfare?
Actually, no, because I'm actually a part of the human species and humankind.
Yeah,
Therefore, I
humans
believe
kill
that
each other.
humans
Have
don't-
you ever heard of Nazi Germany? Do you understand there's been
Oh
many
humans do
genocides
kill each
throughout
other.
history?
And so animals kill each other as
So
well.
you're
And you can stop
delusional.
interrupting me. Animals also.
Yeah, so you're
No, you're
delusional.
delusional. You're delusional. Because
so your viewpoint is delusional. You're denying your nature.
you're coming along and saying that
Yeah, so
no,
you're
we don't have to
stupid.
eat meat, which you're actually going against your fundamental nature. Because even if the
My
humans are meat,
fundamental
then
nature is
the
not
animals
be
are-
stupid like you.
Okay.
Vegan gains. So, do you think that different people just genetically are less? They react better or worse to a vegan diet? Like when I went vegan, I felt great. Like energy levels were the same or better. Like no problems. But do you think others, just because of their genetics, might struggle with the transition more?
No, don't see any reason to think that. There might be some people with certain food allergies, or if they eat bananas or something, they might break out in hives or some crap like that. But all these people like Jordan Peterson, Michaela Peterson, just the whole Peterson family, they're all lying, delusional fucktards. Like Michaela Peterson has stories where, oh, my health was failing, and switching to just a meat diet cured my arthritis. This is after she got surgery where her joints were completely fucking resurfaced. So I don't know how she can claim the fucking change in diet cured her arthritis when this is after surgery completely resurfacing her joints with artificial materials like fucking plastic and titanium. So every story I hear about these people saying, oh, my body just didn't react well to a vegan diet, like, it's anecdotal and it sounds like complete fucking horseshit. If you show me some actual evidence that for some reason, even though people are getting the exact same fucking amino acids, exact same fucking, micronutrients and all this shit, somehow they're getting issues. Like, unless you can actually show any demonstrable proof for that, I reject the claim.
I don't. You self-contradicted yourself within the first statement. You said if somebody, for example, has allergies to certain types of vegetarian plants and they can't actually consume
Yes,
it.
there's food allergies. Like, there's nut allergies. There's thousands of different species of edible plant foods. You can also be allergic to meat.
Okay, fair enough. So if the person consumes meat in general, let's say over a 6-month period of time, they went from a vegan diet to a meat diet, including meat within their diet, and they report that their energy levels are much higher, brain clarity, body fat lower, and in general they're much better. Why wouldn't you actually count that as something that is by necessity because of the diet?
Yeah, so the only way to lose body fat is to be in a caloric deficit. So if somebody says they changed their diet and they lost body fat, that's not from eating meat, that's just from eating less calories. And generally speaking, all these fucking dumb shits who say, oh, I was so weak and frail on a vegan diet and I have so much more energy, like almost universally, all these people claim that they actually gain an uncomfortable amount of body fat. That stupid, dumb, fucking fat bitch, what's her name? Vegan Deterioration. She was claiming she wasn't getting enough nutrition on a vegan diet. She was so weak and frail. Then she uploads a video where she admits she gained 20 pounds and she wants to lose weight. Admits later she
I
can't
love how
seem to
we have
lose
these
weight.
certain counter examples, and that's great. But the fact is that that's kind of a 7th grade level of understanding of metabolism. It's not just caloric intake.
Yes, it is. It is entirely
metabolism is
caloric intake.
So, no, yeah, the metabolism is not a perfectly
Can
efficient
you
system.
violate the laws
And
of
so-
thermodynamics?
and so- Nope. No
Okay,
violation
cool. Then
of
caloric intake
do our
is
bodies give
fundamental
off
to
heat?
weight loss
Do
or
our
weight
bodies
gain.
give off heat? Yes. Do they process energy, potential energy into kinetic energy? Yeah, a lot going on there, right? So we conserve energy, right? But it depends. Like it's a massively multivariate equation, not fucking 7th grade level math.
No,
sorry,
it's 7th
you're
grade
out of your
level math. You can look at
You're out of your
metabolic word
depths, dude.
experiments. Okay, so dude, you're a stupid idiot. You can look at metabolic word experiments.
Yeah, you can
Anytime
call
you
me
look at
names.
weight loss or weight gain in a metabolic
vegan
word,
gains,
it almost
dude, enough said.
perfectly coincides
You're
with
vegan
expected
gains,
weight
enough.
loss or weight gain based on caloric intake. So you're a fucking idiot.
I think even at,
well,
I think even
I
at
really
understand you with all that
what is
cum
this,
dripping up
dumbass?
out of your
So,
mouth.
what do you have to say to that, dumbass?
intuitively being vegan
Asked
makes no
and
sense.
answered.
No way you're fucking natty. I'm
Vegan
not
gains.
buying it. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I'm natural.
Vegan gains. I'm eating meat right now.
If
I'm
human
eating chicken
beings,
right now.
if human beings, if a vegan diet was something that human beings can thrive off of, not just be in survival mode, but thrive off of.
Yeah, so how much can you bench?
You would see this enlarged throughout human history, but you don't see that be the case.
What the fuck sense does that make? This is like claiming
makes a lot
most
of sense.
most people used to smoke cigarettes. If cigarettes were antithetical to human thriving, then nobody would smoke cigarettes. Therefore, cigarettes are good for you. Like, what kind of fucking retarded argument is that?
No. Your argument that point would make sense if you actually took it to proper logical conclusion, which is if smoking was such a big issue, we would see a reduction in health. Which we did see.
Yeah,
So
and we see a
that's
reduction
how
in
we
health
actually
with meat eating.
And through decades of data, we have seen historical trends that people who smoke, it results in lower
Same with meat eating.
quality of life. Well, no. But what I'm saying is now we can apply this on a holistic basis throughout all of human history. If humans prior to modern technological innovation were able to thrive, not just survive, but thrive off of vegan diets, we would have seen throughout history massive amounts of societies that were thriving off of vegan diets.
No,
that is not the case.
No.
Okay, so then explain to me, why is it that matriarchies are very rarely even in existence of history?
Those two things are completely and utterly fucking unrelated.
The
And
logic
if there's
is exactly the same.
Yeah, so no, it's not. So if
How is the logic different?
the logic is the fucking same, the situation is completely different. Men are dominant over fucking women. Men actually want to do work and do stuff, whereas women just want to fucking whine and complain all day. That's why you don't see any fucking matriarchies.
That sounds like vegan bitch.
Sexist, much.
No, it's not
That sounds like
sexist.
the point
Anybody
makes
who's
the
ever
point-
dated a woman will fucking say, yeah, women nag. They don't do anything and they fucking nag. So yeah,
They do
men
when they're
get
around
shit done.
vegan. I think
There's
it's
a reason
too.
why you don't see as many women on
time with that
construction sites. There's a reason why you don't see women fucking building bridges, risking their fucking lives
proving
doing
my point.
anything. It's because they're fucking lazy and they just want to nag. So that's why you
You're
don't see
proving my point.
matriarchies. So
You're
the
proving my
reason,
point.
yeah. So
Lack
buddy,
dude, it's lack of protein, dude. It's lack of protein.
lack of
He's a fucking
protein.
faggot.
Oh, okay. Turn on your cam. Turn on your cam, buddy.
Boogeyman.
Turn on your
Yeah,
fucking
dude, I'm
cam.
not a fucking-
Lack of
I'm
protein.
a
Turn on your
fucking- I
cam.
don't have a
Turn on your
fucking
cam.
dude.
Where's my lack of
Moron.
protein,
I'm
dipshit?
not
How much do you
afraid to
bench?
show you fucking
How much do you
Vegan
bench?
gains, Vegan gains.
How much do you
You're
bench?
not
Dude,
natty.
Vegan
I'll
gains.
smack
Weren't you
you.
appealing?
You're not
You're
natty.
a little
Dude,
pussy. Take
vegan-
that shit down a safe space
Dante,
where you might
chill.
spare somebody.
Vegan
from
gains
fucking
is so
pussy.
cool, man.
Tell you this
Vegan,
forever.
weren't
I'll
you literally
fucking
just
shit out
saying
of that.
you don't
Yeah,
give a shit
so-
You're
about
not
animal
natty.
cruelty?
You've never been natty, you piece of shit.
Okay, you guys chill.
Yeah, so
Vegan gains.
buddy,
You guys are just haters, man.
so stupid. You're making a fucking claim that the only reason we wouldn't see successful vegan societies in history is because vegan diets are counterintuitive to success. No, the other explanation is there was never any fucking political or social motivation to be vegan.
Vegan gains. I got
does
to I got to dip out now, man. But
there wasn't any political.
Okay,
there
guys,
wasn't
shut the
any
fuck up,
political.
guys. Shut the fuck up. Shut
Dude,
the fuck
dude.
up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
What do you mean?
Shut the
Most
fuck up.
people
Who's the
didn't
guy
eat
who
meat
said
back then
something
because they
about
were
history
too
of the
poor.
vegan diet, like
Okay,
thriving
Shut
and
up.
stuff?
They
Shut
were
up.
Go, you
dirt
stupid
poor
fuck.
farmers. They ate plants most of the time.
Suck his knob off. Go.
Vegan gains. I gotta go now, man. But you have mods, so if people are giving you shit, you can
sure.
mute them. All right.
Who's the guy who was talking about through history, thriving on a vegan diet?
Yeah,
something
so
like
your
that?
claim was vegan diets are unsuccessful vegan diets are
That
unsuccessful.
wasn't
That's
me,
why
by the
you
way.
don't see any vegan societies. That's only one explanation.
Yeah, where
the
is that
other
guy?
explanation is that there was
Right,
never
everybody.
any political interest to have a vegan society.
Okay, sure. Even if I grant you that there was any political interest, the question is to ask then why would they incentivize it? If veganism was something that's so powerful, if what you're saying is that
Okay,
being
cool.
a
So
vegan is actually
we should
Let me
still
finish. Let me
enslave
finish.
people. We should treat
Let me-
women as
let me
second-class
finish.
citizens. They shouldn't have any
Let me
rights.
finish.
We should be able to
No.
rape women. Every successful society had slavery. They had fucking women subjugated. They were raped. They were treated as brood sows. So that's clearly what makes a successful society.
No.
Do you
You're
understand?
strawmanning the
Do you
argument.
understand that
You're
just because
strawmanning the
every other
argument.
society
You're
has
strawmanning-
had these
Stop.
qualities, that doesn't mean those qualities are necessary or conducive to success?
Yeah, but fair enough. But you're missing the point, right? We're talking about incentives here. If what your claim is that being a vegan brings you that big of a quality of life, when we're talking about food, it's something as simple as what a person consumes. So if a person is consuming something and this in general makes them a better human being, their quality of life, performance, and all this is going to increase.
Why would
then you would-
I'm not holding to that opinion. If you eat even one single
Yeah, he's
piece
not.
of meat a year, you're not vegan. I'm not
Exactly.
claiming
No.
eating one single piece of meat per year is going to cause you to die sooner or have a lower
No one's
quality of
saying
life.
that. You're saying that being a vegan is a higher quality of life, correct?
He look at
No,
the side
not
chat, please.
necessarily.
Okay, perfect. So then this contradicts your original point where you said that veganism is necessarily a better quality of life than carnivore
not what I
diet.
said.
Barely.
That's
Yeah, you
not what
did.
I
Yeah,
said.
he didn't say that.
If you want to walk
I
back what
said
you said,
meat
then
intake is associated with chronic disease and earlier death.
completely change the argument, bro.
No, I didn't.
Okay, a vegan diet doesn't make you thrive that much more than an omnivorous diet. It's about the ethics.
Okay, so we're
And
talking
for
about
short-term survival,
we're talking
an
about-
omnivorous diet might actually be better for short-term survival, but
So
we're
then
talking
don't change
about
the
long-term
argument.
survival.
Don't change the argument. We're
I
not
didn't change
talking
the
about
argument.
ethics of it. I'm not talking to you, vegan gains. I'm talking to
Yeah,
Jackson.
are you just
who's
gonna-
trying to change the argument.
I can change the argument, dude.
Great, and I'm saying I don't care about you changing the
Okay,
argument.
yep, there you go. Don't respond, because you can't.
You're a moral relativist, correct?
Just evade. I didn't know, I'm not. You just
I'm a
evade.
moral
Then prove to me-
anti-realist.
Okay, so then prove to me that your moral framework is objective.
So you're gonna change the
I
argument now to
literally
not
just
respond to
said I'm a
mine?
moral
Okay.
anti-realist. What kind of stupid fucking
Jackson,
question is that?
you're the one that said that you're not. It's not your moral relativist. So then what are you?
I didn't say that. What?
I asked you if you're a moral relativist, and you said no, you're not.
No, I'm saying no. Like I'm not gonna respond to that because you haven't responded to my argument.
What? Okay, so you're okay. It's an ethical argument. So then let's
Okay, can we
talk
get
about
back
the
on
ethics. Are
topic?
you a moral relativist?
Maybe respond to my argument.
That it's about ethics. Okay, so let's get into the ethics. Are you a moral
That's not
relativist?
what my entire argument was.
Can we get back on
So
topic?
now you're
I'm
dodging.
saying
You
in
bring up-
short-term
you bring up
survival, an
ethics of it,
omnivorous
and then now
diet
you're dodging.
might be superior, but in long-term survival, and a vegan diet is probably superior.
Yeah, have you ever heard of
Yes, it's not,
antagonistic
because it clearly
plytropy?
hasn't happened throughout a historical human
Have you ever
tradition.
heard of antagonistic plytropy? Have you ever
That's why
heard of
veganism wasn't
antagonistic
used through history.
plytropy?
I'm gonna cut
No,
your
I
back.
haven't heard about that.
So antagonistic plytropy is a phenomena where adaptations or behaviors are beneficial
Bro,
for
you
survival earlier in life, but not beneficial for survival later in life. So just because meat eating may be associated with benefits for survival early in life, that doesn't mean later in life, when you live to 70, 80, 90, 100, that increases your chances of survival. So when you make claims like this, that, oh, well, why didn't previous societies ever adopt vegan diets? It may have been because it was not conducive to survival earlier in life, but it may be the case that it's conducive to survival later in life. But because people were so focused on early life survival, they just didn't adopt that diet. Or it could just be the case they just didn't fucking want to. People are irrational and do stupid shit.
Dude, what are you talking about, man? Throughout the agricultural agricultural era has existed for about 6,000 to 8,000 years. Correct me wherever the exact numbers.
Okay.
But the point being is that
I'm gonna cut you so bad.
They had a combination of animals. They had a combination of animals and plant products. They could have easily, if being vegan.
Oh my god, you're not getting the point.
If
you're
vegan
dodging the point.
Superior. No. I'm answering the question right here directly. If being vegan was that superior, they could easily have stopped consuming.
I'm not claiming
you
it's
didn't understand
that
the
superior, and you're not even understanding the concept. So when you claim meat eating is better for survival, that doesn't mean it's beneficial for survival throughout the duration of the life cycle. Under certain environmental conditions, like if you're living in a fucking tribe, having access to meat may be beneficial to survival in the short term, but if you continue that pattern of eating into adulthood, you may not live as long. That may be an explanation for why previous survival. That may be an explanation for why previous societies who had to deal with weather issues, they weren't as productive, they couldn't farm as much, had to rely on meat eating. And another reason could be they were very productive. They just liked the taste of meat and ate it for that fucking reason, and they had no fucking science, no studies to actually assess whether or not it was good for them.
Are you literally, whoever the guy that jumped in and said that it's nutrient dense only proves my point that actually.
No, it doesn't. You can get the same nutrition from a vegan diet. It just takes more effort. Like, okay, back in the day, when they only had like
6,000 years ago,
simple agriculture, a vegan diet wouldn't be better because it's harder. It's less practical back then.
Do you think nowadays? Do you think that the supplementation that exists nowadays for you to be able to get all your essential meat and acids, vitamins,
your animals take supplements. The animals you eat take supplements. Most B12 supplements are sold to the animal agriculture industry.
Were you able to get the same dense minerals that you get now from vegan supplementation as they were 6,000 years ago?
Are you going to stop eating meat because the animals you eat take a B12 supplement?
What?
The animals you eat take a B12 supplement. It's added to their feed. Most of the B12 vitamin produced is sold to animal agriculture. So the animals you eat take supplements. Like, yeah, guess what? Supplements are fucking beneficial. Why wouldn't we take them?
Wait. Are you saying that absent B12 supplementation, organ meats would have zero B12?
Yes, if the animal doesn't have an ability to produce B12, yes, and they die. That's why animals in animal agriculture are supplemented with B12.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying
the reason people got B12 back in the day is in the soil, in the water.
You're saying absent modern day technology, 200 years ago, cows.
Yes, it was in the soil and water, not anymore.
Cows,
well, not really.
And cow organs, animal organs, stuff like that, did not have the B12 that we would need. Is that correct?
It was in the water from the soil back in the day.
So stupid.
It's still in the water.
You realize
so that why would you?
You're just completely ignoring what I'm saying. You realize the animals... Quiet. The animals you eat are given B12 supplements, okay? We produce so many animals in particular conditions where they cannot get B12. So we give the animals you eat B12 supplements. Yes, supplementation benefits everybody. What is the issue with supplements?
Years ago,
I don't care about 200 years ago. You're not living 200 years ago. You're not living 200 years ago. You're not living 200 years ago.
I'm telling you 200 years ago, the reason they got the B12 200 years ago is because it was in the water. It's not in the water anymore.
What happened to the water?
That's not true.
What do you...
Yeah, what you're saying isn't true.
Buddy, you have to be retarded to think B12 is existing in just water. What? The human got all their vitamins.
That's how they got it 200 years ago.
You're saying that. Hold on. Let me be clear. You're saying that 200 years ago, The human beings, all their B12 that they needed.
Yeah,
from
I don't
water.
care. Jackson's
Not-
wrong. Okay, Jackson's wrong about
Jackson's a
that.
moron.
So just ignore that
Jackson's,
claim.
I agree. Jackson's a moron. I can't believe he just said
Wait,
that.
Vegan, can you explain it?
Yeah, so B12 does not exist in biologically relevant quantities in water and soil. I don't know
How did
where
they
that
get it
fucking
200 years
myth-
ago?
Sorry?
How did they get it 200 years ago?
From
Yeah,
animal
from
organs.
animals. No, not
Okay.
not from animal organs. You don't have to eat
Jackson,
organs.
stop talking. You don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, so animals typically get it, especially ruminant animals, from eating cobalt in the soil, and they, because of the way their stomachs process these minerals, they convert it into B12. Now,
So there you go, hee.
Now, not all soils have an adequate amount of cobalt for them to produce B12, so a lot of animals end up dying. The way the animal agriculture industry resolved this is by artificially producing B12 so that less of the animals they raise end up dying from B12 deficiency. This was a very common problem with animal agriculture, where these farm animals like cows and chickens and shit would just wither away and drop fucking dead. They ended up discovering B12 was the fucking issue. They ended up synthesizing it. So not only do humans take it, but so do animals. This is a technology that did not exist 200 fucking years ago. So should you stop eating meat now because the animals you eat take B12? Because it's not natural? I don't know what fucking point you're trying to make.
You're small.
Of course you don't know what... Steelman my argument.
Do you think technology
Do you
is
even know what my
beneficial for
point is, or are you
survival?
just rambling to yourself?
Do you think
guy's 5'7".
technology is beneficial for survival?
It can be, absolutely.
Okay, so maybe we should use the technology we have to eat a more ideal diet. Where
This is
rather than
irrelevant.
eating fucking animals that have saturated fat, cholesterol, cancer-causing carcinogens, that shorten our life expectancy and give us health issues, maybe we could just
So hold
supplement
on, but let's be
B12
clear.
and eat plant
Didn't you
foods.
just say... Hold on, didn't you just say, though, that there's a hypothetical, the possibility that consuming animal products is better for us in the early stages of our life, and then as we get older, we may have to transition to vegan?
Yeah, so we were talking about ancient societies. We're not talking about ancient societies
So
right
you're
now.
saying our
Yeah, it was more
biology
practical
has
back
shifted
then.
past that?
I'm
Is that
not
what you're
saying our
No, it's
biology has
just-
shifted
it
past
was more
that. I was
practical.
talking about practical
perfect.
issues that ancient societies had.
Yeah, this isn't... it's practical, absolutely.
It
to
is
continue
practical
eating
now.
animal now. It's still...
It's also
absolutely
practical to go out and rape children. They're fucking easy to just manipulate and kidnap. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
You're the one that's making the practical argument regarding...
No,
200
I'm
years
not.
ago.
Dude, we're saying it was practical
Jackson,
to
stop
survive back then.
talking.
Now
You were
it's not
glazing
as practical.
Jackson, stop talking.
We
You were
can go on a
glazing
vegan
5
diet
seconds ago
now.
when he told you to be quiet. So, Vegan Gains, please tell him to be quiet again. Thank you, Jackson. Just be quiet and let Vegan Gains talk.
Yeah,
You don't know what you're
my
talking about. Dude.
argument.
You thought B12 was in water, bro.
Yeah, I was wrong.
No. You're not wrong. You're an idiot. Spend more time listening, not
Yeah,
talking.
so, buddy, can you name the trait that's